Remember when we used to have this and it was like so adorable? Remember that? Remember back then when that happened? Remember back in the day? Remember back then when we used to do that thing sometimes? Remember when? Remember then? Remember when then? Before y'all become din, you fucking goobers. If you don't remember then you'll become din, my dudes. They'll put you in my fucking belly. Blah. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm not sorry. I will eat the world. For I am Unicron, the Una of Crons. Hey there, hominids and quadrupeds. It's hey there, bipeds and quadrupeds. It's me, Mewtwo. Okay, hold on. I can compose myself. Wait up. I got this. Hello, everyone. It's me, the 150th Pokemon. Happy 420. What's up? Damages! I'm not sorry. Words. Video game. Words. Big words. Big money salvia words. Har, my tartar. Things fall sometimes. You just have to be brave. Brav. Not brave. Brav. Yo, my game's not capturing. Okay, we're gonna go play Fallout instead then. Fuck it. Fuck it. Tell me how to live my life. See what happens. Do it. I dare you. Try. See what the fuck happens when you tell me how to live my motherfucking life. I'm a goofball, a goober, and a shithead. The fuck do you want from me? Hi there. But was that just one elaborate intro to the fucking stream? No, it wasn't even intentional. I was like, more error than there is in my ways. Ugh. 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 Ooh. Hello there, game. Hello there, video game. You look might fine there in that capture window. Ooh-wee. Y'all, I fucking swear, all I've wanted for the last 5-6 days has been like flatbread and chocolate. And guess what I have? Flatbread and chocolate. Guess what that means? Nothing. Okay, flatbread, chocolate, and pickles. That's all I've wanted for days now. Honestly, if I didn't have to eat anything that weren't flatbread, pickled vegetables, and fucking chocolate, which is the fruiting body of a plant. Coffee is bean juice. Okay, I've fucking blasphemed. Holy shit. Now I'm gonna say it anyway. Coffee is bean juice. Eat my ass, universe. Telling me that I can't say that. Fucking goobers. Say what the fuck I want. Coffee is bean juice, so what about it? What you gonna do? Fight me? Throw hands? Okay, cool. I will just cry. I will cry to people bigger and stronger than me, and they will protect me. universe, you fucking bitch. Bitch ass. I'll just hide behind people who are competent. Clearly, you fucking goof. Goober ass. Hi. What has happened to our silly Billy resolution? Am I about to restart this game? Y'all, I'm feeling it. I feel like I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna do it. I did it. It's confusing me. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Ow. Can't stop. You could stop me. I'm very easy to stop and dissuade. I'm very frail, depending on the day. So maybe be nice to me, because I'm frail. I don't know. Yeah, do that. Be nice to me because I'm fucking frail. What else is there to do? Why would you be mean to me? That would be rude. Be very rude, honestly. How could you be mean to a frail person? Like, who would do such a thing? Rude. Beyond me. Beyond me levels of rude. Hold on. I'm doing, like, stuff that involves things on a computer that involve... Sorry, is this where I, like, just pop off and say, your mom? Just, like, every 2 seconds? It feels like it. I don't know. Like, imagine being me, uncertain, if you're willing to just, like, 24/7 drop your mom jokes on chat. And just, well, all of a sudden, now you're torn, right? Like, you need to do it. You have to do it. It must be done. But you don't know. You're like torn up on the insides. You're all fucking in bits about it. It's all difficult. It is that troop of the Diffie. Say what now? Yes. Wait, what? Brother, y'all are tripping. Oh, no, exit. And then F4SE. It's funny for me. I have the Fallout 4 mod manager and I have the Kerbal Space Program mod manager running. That for me is great. That is me living my best life. I don't know what you need from me. That's me at my happiest. All I want is flatbread and chocolate. I will eat other things, like tomatoes, and peas, and cucumbers that have been through brine. But I'm falling out of love with cereal, and Tindies are okay, I guess. But I'm just like I'm having a falling out, I'm playing Fallout, and I'm having a falling out with like safe foods of yesteryear and days past. And that's okay, that happens. Remember that time when remember that time when I had no safe foods and I just wasn't eating? That was a bitch.
The only way you get old in this
Yeah,
job?
like my face. But for real, that was like weird. So as long as that doesn't happen again, I'd call that good enough, right? Clearly. Like, as long as I can put food in my face. Whatever, you know? It's not every day that happens. And to be fair, it's the first time that I legitimately just couldn't put shit inside of my face. It was weird. Absolutely weird. A lot of fucking strangeness that week, month, whatever. Period of time. That time when that thing happens. Yeah, I need to continue running to that one town, Diamond City for now. Every so often, we get done with our, like, long expedition of nonsense, and we trudge our survival mode ass back to Diamond City. Awkwardly in this time. So good news this time, right, is that that's fine. Because we can now use the vertibirds to travel a bit. You know? That's a perk. It's not a perk. It's a consumable. But it does feel like a perk. I think I'm funny. I think I'm funny. I don't know what you want from me. And not just funny looking. I'm funny looking. I smell pretty. And, yeah, I don't know. That's it. Funny looking and I smell pretty. It's about all I got going for me. That's how I'm gonna manage on planet Earth. It's 2025. People are being cruel to each other. Sometimes it's a little bit fucking unhinged. There's not a fucking moment of fucking peace on fucking Earth. And you know what? That's fine. Because I, at the very least, look funny and smell pretty. So, whatever. You know? Shit could be weirder, shit could be worse. Who the fuck cares? At least we're not in a hearse. I think I'm fucking hilarious. Fight me. Goobers. Yeah, that was a waste. Oh, for fuck's sake, honey. I mean, they're useful. I like fucking glow sights. They're pretty. Like how I smell. Smell pretty, look funny. GG. I'm a winner. Winner, winner, vegetable dinner. I swear to fuck, I will maybe not be stuck on rhyming things and words that feel good together for too long. It usually doesn't go on forever. I guess. Well, fuck it. The battery's gonna die, but that's just fine. We're almost to the first home that we stole. We took the key from the mayor of Diamond City. And I kind of think this middle ground of being somewhat aligned with both the Institute and the Brotherhood is about to, like, yes. Just yes. We're playing both powerful sides that we can. Well, not even playing them. We're kind of just chilling. They happen to want to kill each other. I don't understand. That's a bit much for me, honestly. I have storage. What do you have? Damn right. We're going to do our best to select the armor that best helps us. We'll see how it works. Morning. I'm doing laundry. How are you doing? The green rag hat for 10 energy just sounds like a fucking amazing way to go. And not that I know what this does. I want it. I don't know what energy is. I don't know. I just want it. I gotta have it. I gots to have it. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. Gotta do some stuff. Wait, is 8? Wait, 7. Okay, I'll sell the synth one. Yo, Vest, we're playing both sides in this game. Nifty, right? We're playing both sides. So we get to stand in the middle while the Brotherhood and the Institute fight it out, and they just both give us free shit. We get all the free shit, bro. Everyone's shit becomes ours. Just constantly 24/7, 3 motherfucking 60 motherfucking 5. It's all ours, bro. It's all ours. We're the fucking middle ground, brother. It's fucking easy, bro. Easy, my guy. I'm putting shish kebab away. Oh, I can't. It weighs 3. What the fuck? I'm putting at least 2 of these away for later. Plasma sniper rifle is pretty fucking legit. The 50 cal, the plasma, those together do a good job. Like, I like them. I put a couple vertebrate explodey boopies away. We have our good old machine gun friend again. We have a lot of the perks requisite to start upgrading our own fucking weapons. Yee. And we're now like just, yeah, we've stored our fucking power suit armor in Diamond City. We still have Kellogg's house from when we killed his ass. We know that the mayor is a synth now. So that man's not gonna do shit to bother us. I mean, he might try, but why would he? I will just kill him. I'm still gonna kill the mayor. He still pisses me off. He threatens to put the fucking, like, reporter and her and her, like, sister out on their ass with nothing. So I'm gonna kill his ass. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's a line too far. But he's not gonna fuck with us. I'm gonna kill his ass, though. I'm gonna murder that bastard. In cold fucking blood if I have to. It'll be in warm blood though, because he did it. He made me do it. It's his fault. It's not my fault. It's his fault. He tried to put reporters out on their ass. I'm gonna kill him. And if anyone gets in my way, pew pew pew. To whomever fucking tries. Win. Win all night, win all day.
Hey, who wants to look beautiful? Here's across the Commonwealth.
Don't let the stress of life kill
What's with you vault dwellers in those jumpsuits, huh?
Don't walk outside the wall undefended. Everything I got will keep you safe.
Into Benigning. It was but a simple place.
I'll take a look. Sure.
Don't
And
forget
things
to
were
stock up
simpler
on ammo.
then. But now, in the end times,
Synth-free shopping, right here.
synth-free shopping sounds really fucking prejudiced. I don't know, man. Maybe get good. Maybe stop being a scrub.
Don't let down the home team. Buy a swatter.
Protection for sale. Hand-tooled pieces.
Also,
The hub of trade for
just
all
so we
Diamond
have this
City
little
right
talk.
here.
We need 2 levels to gun nut for this, right? But that's
Don't
not
be
for
caught
everything.
dead. Protection from Commonwealth weaponry.
Only 1 more here.
Why
2
buy
more
just an
levels.
ordinary piece?
And then we're just a little fucking whisper in the fucking night. Just a little shithead to remind them that they are about to be dead. And when do those levels come, you might ask? I wouldn't know what to tell you. Whenever I say so. What else was blocking me?
A Sparta is a custom-made piece of gingerbread.
Nothing? Nothing is blocking me? Nothing is really blocking me.
We got small arms, long arms.
We got small
ammunition.
arms. We got long arms. We just need shit. All we need is stuff. We just need stuff. And you know what? No, I'm not clicking that right now. I'm sorry. I have 20 fucking units of weight to hold stuff.
You read that article?
I'm not mousing out to click stuff while I'm gaming right now. That's all. Don't want to.
Is your neighbor really human?
I like flatbread. Because it's better than people, but not as good as cats. Cats are beautiful and lovely. Flatbread's a close second. And then people are like numbers 12 on my list of like preferred fellow denizens of Earth. We have more power
So you
suits
got one of those
ditched
fancy Volt suits.
around.
One size fits all.
So, I need to get
Defending Diamond
those.
City is nothing. Me, my boys, the wall, and a few turrets.
We have clothing on now. I've chosen to wear clothes. If things get real rough, we have options. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck energy does, because I am a fucking shithead. But okay. I think our hat looks cool. That's my points. Very cool hat. Super sick hat. Hat style for... Hat style for days. We got a bill on our hat, which means we make money because there's a bill on our hat. You can't have a bill if you don't have cash. So we have hella caps because there's a bill on our hat because we have to pay for it. There's been a lot of death. I've brought death. I'm gonna go bring life to Sanctuary. A life riddled with fucking bullets. As I should bring more often to Morfolks. It would be the only appropriate thing to do, is to lay down a hail of bullets. An envoy. A beautiful envoy of bullets. Mm-hmm. Aren't those the Brotherhood? No. Yes. Brotherhood. Yo, it's cleaned up in here. There's no longer just fucking shit on the floor. Tidied. Looks like a proper fucking place. Nice. I like it. It's cute.
Unless you like getting shot, never turn your back on a gunner.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna fly to it. We're gonna fly there. I don't care. I've not done it once. We're gonna fly to fucking Sanctuary. Unless I get a freebie here. Nope. Okay then, we're gonna fly there. Fuck it. Vertibird signal grenades. I'm one shy now. Now I'm down one forever. Yikes. A vertibird has been sent to your location. We still lost a frickin' vertibird slot. So we can teleport to the Institute from anywhere. We can teleport from the Institute to CIT. We can vertibird anywhere. Institute has good enough medical supplies, clean food and water, clean beds. Yo, brother, that's what I'm talking about. God damn, bro. God damn. Brother, dude, we have to defend Sanctuary? Oh, in style, brother. Let's go. Dude, we're gonna go into Sanctuary with fucking class and pizzazz. Fuck it, they said defend Sanctuary. Oh fucking K, bitch, I got a minigun on a turret. Yikes, brother. Fucking yikes. Woo! Are we gonna... Okay, I thought we were gonna die. Just on petty shit. We're seeing if we crash at Concord again. Dude. Brother. Hell yes. All we need is to take out all of the raiders, and we can leave the Institute and the Brotherhood to have a fake proxy war on our fucking chill spot. They're the only ones that don't need to die. Super mutants, get got. Let's go. Institute, Brotherhood, here to stay. Number one. We don't do it alone, we do it together. All the synths and all the humans for a better fucking tomorrow. Hell fucking yeah, brother. Yo, we're almost there. That's wild, man. Holy shit, dude. It's bananas. It's absolutely bananas. Best horse in town. Best skateboard to sell drugs on in a video game ever. This one has a fucking barop barop. Defend Sanctuary. My fucking pleasure, brother.
Prepare for landing. Touchdown could be a little rough.
I got something a bit different for you. Our scouts have found a promising spot for a new settlement. The trouble is that some kind of vicious beasts are there. Once you clear it out, set up a radio to let settlers know about it. Before you know it, we'll have a thriving new farm instead of wasteland. We'll take back the Commonwealth, one piece at a time.
Everyone here's happy. We do an alright job. It said defends. Okay.
I'm afraid I'm not much use for a fighter anymore. But back in the day. Folks used to call me Murphy Mac.
We needed those. They have robot parts covering them? Okay, that's next fucking level. Bro, I want to be a robot part covered person. Oh, it's a fucking loss. Who cares? It's like a downgrade. What the fuck is up with this? Why does this happen?
I need to assign someone to this. Seems to be growing well. I need to assign someone to this.
You know, we are pretty well contained over here.
I want to trade a few things.
It's pretty nice.
I know I'm not the only person here who's lost someone.
need something, madame?
I'd like to travel together some more.
Then let us get underway.
Hey,
What do you want?
hold up a sec.
Do you need something?
Your thoughts?
Are all humans as formidable as you? If so, I must change some of my theories.
Just wanted to check in, see how you feel things are going between us.
I find these traveling arrangements quite acceptable.
Good. We haven't lost yet.
That was it.
As you wish.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
What?
Cool. Now we have a scavenger person. Let's hope they're trustable. Worthy-able. Let's hope they're trustworthy-able. Let's do what they told us. I guess. We're so dug in over here. Like, we're dug in to fuck. Like, goddamn, bruh. Even if that goes down, we still have safe water. What? There we go. We do have the one we've been keeping in storage. It's getting its power. Never mind. Lol.
Looks like it's in working order. Looks like it's in working order.
There we go. All sorted. I'm trying to push M for map a lot and it's not working. One sec. There we go.
Ada?
A pleasure to see you again, ma'am. Are you ready to depart?
Time to hit the road.
Wonderful. I look forward to traveling with you.
Do you need something, madame?
I'd like to travel together some more.
Then let us get underway.
Actually, no. Let's take Ada. Let's take Miss Lovelace.
Find anything useful?
Garbage can, yes?
Okay, we're gonna hold this back. We're not that far. See, Trash Can Carl is at very low health right now. You know, I'm just saying. I'm not saying we could, but I'm not saying we should. But I am saying we could, rather. It wouldn't be that a little fucking accident could just boop boop right there. Then all that loot belongs to us. That's how we could get some loot today. But I don't think I want to do such a thing. I'm just pointing out how easy it could be. Success is but a bullet away. And sometimes you just have to bite it.
Sure, let me just stop what I'm doing to talk to
Sure. You do that. That would be nice.
you. I'm being sarcastic. Leave me alone.
Seems to be growing well. I need to assign someone to this.
Wait, how bad is our need for sleep? It's okay. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. It's a safe place to get picked up from. We have Curie with us. Or do we?
Hey.
You need
Yeah, we do, I
something,
guess.
yes?
Mother Nature never ceases to amaze. All the post-war devastation. The
Korean
sunrise is
Cotsworth.
still quite
Whee! Oh, there's our friends. We'll just set it there in Molanderly. GG.
Your weapon is locked and loaded. Good hunting.
We were just here at the dank-ass Red Rocket. Here's our friends. Let's see if we can do a shoot to loot. Let's abandon our shoot to loot. That's where we're going. And I guess we activated it. Super sick. Just going over it.
Prepare for landing. Touchdown could be a little rough.
Aw, shit. I went into double dip.
Requesting assistance. Psst. May I be of assistance?
We'll take it. That's helpful.
You'll find what you're looking for.
Okay, we'll
I
save
know.
the thing. I'll push down to the bottom of the map after. I have the incorrect robot friend.
Would you like me to go with you?
Time to hit the road.
Excellent. I'll endeavor to do my best.
I guess we're gonna see if we crash here again. Be nice to know. I mean, it literally just happened, though. Holy shit. I'm like, yeah, let's see if it fucking crashes. And the game's like, okay, bro. Run your mouth, see what happens.
Following total atomic
Whiny
annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you.
Lol. Lol. Fuck it. We're getting there faster. If it's gonna go like this, I'm going faster. I don't know, man. Do whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. I'm not you. I'll never know. I didn't know you were going anywhere, so... How do I put this? I'm not your mother. Okay, cool. And if I were, I'd tell you you're not very accountable for your actions. You only half communicate them. I would have to admonish you for that. Tell you off even. Be like, How dare you? I raised you better than that. You're gonna say you're back, but you never say when you're going? Well, just shut up or get off the pot. I don't know. Like, or just do pot. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever works. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know shit. I just live in this body doing stuff.
Glad to have you aboard, ma'am.
It's Piper.
The gun should be loaded and ready to fire. Good shooting, ma'am.
I just want the long, pretty road trip, and I can make it turn around as long as it's not doing the landing animation. Hey, there's another fucking vertibird. Wicked. That's fucking sick. We're almost there. This lets me keep the vertebrate in the air as long as I fucking want. That's bananas. Absolutely bananas. This area that killed me so much, look at it just be nothing. Look at it be a fucking joke. This area, it stopped our first attempt, and it really hindered our second. Look at it now. It's just a little motherfucker, can't do shit. Win. There we go. Whee! We've got a hazmat suit. So I'm in my hazmat suit, in a vertibird. Talk about thinking that I'm all fucking high hoity-toity and high and mighty. Just a win. Where is the one to help our super mutant friends? Weird. Very weird. I guess it's not showing up yet till we pick up items. No, back to the Pridwin. Let's hope I can leave it for free. That would be nice. I am the victory. Hey, we can see again. This is basically me just flexing on the whole wasteland, yes. At the great expense of the Brotherhood. It's okay. Just imagine that my character picked up one Bad Babe album in the future, put it on, and just felt like it was time to flex. Just imagine that. Okay, cool. I don't see where they're shooting from. Eventually, we're just gonna get shot and, like, killed. Oh, we're gonna get shot out of the air. Boosh! We went right through the Pridwin. Goddamn.
Stand by for landing.
Oh, and we got a Curious Health Pack. And we get to see a takeoff. Yo, that's pretty sick, brother. Goddamn. Dude. That was pretty fucking legit. Oof. Whoosh. The laundry's pretty warm, so I hope that it fucks itself soon.
Getting a bit of a twitch on prop 3. Just before.
Internal monitoring active. Looks quiet.
Hold up, Knight. Let me make one thing clear. As a member of the Brotherhood, you serve under my command. If you want my respect, you will have to earn it. When I give you a mission, I expect results. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Good. I want you to take charge of a recovery operation. The Brotherhood has been monitoring the Commonwealth for some time now. Ever since we learned of the synth, we've dispatched a number of reconnaissance teams. Paladin Dance's squad was far from the first. The previous team was dispatched 3 years ago. They never reported back. Officially, they're missing. Presumed dead.
Was there a rescue mission?
Of course not. We don't have the resources or the manpower to conduct a search like that. Recon teams in the field have to rely on their skills and training to survive. They know the risks, but we honor those who give their lives in the line of duty. Your orders are to search for the missing recon team and recover their effects. Report to me with your results. Is that understood?
Where should I begin?
Their insertion point was in the hills near Malden. Survey the area and establish a search pattern. Monitor your radio for distress signals. All recon teams are issued distress pulsars that put out a short-range homing beacon. Acquire a signal, and you should be able to trace it back to its source. That's all, Knight. Dismissed.
Engine turbines at 87% efficiency.
Delta sequence initiated. Completion time.
Delta sequence initiated. Completion time 14 minutes. Mwahahaha. What a fucking goofball. They're so cute playing Army Man. Look at how adorable. We are like 400 years old. I can tell them they're adorable for playing Army Man all I fucking want. They are adorable for playing Army Man. It's cute. You can't tell me I'm wrong, because it is adorable. They're playing Army Man. Look at them.
The last person that disobeyed Captain Kells ended up scraping rust off the Pridwin's hull. From the outside.
Wait, what the fuck did I just pick up? Was it this? I think it was this 45 damage do. This 136 damage doing motherfucker. What? No, never mind. This 14 damage doing motherfucker. I think. We'll see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. 64 damage. 41 damage.
If you find any technical documents, you should bring them to Proctor Quinlan for analysis.
Yeah, I plan on that when I find him next.
No way to pick this.
Do we get this when we, like, level up? Can I break in? Can I take a key? I'm gonna break into it. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah, let's win.
Welcome back. I heard about the operation at Fort Strong. Any injuries that require attending to?
I want this one's armor.
What's new, Doc?
Nothing that would interest you. Now, let's talk about you and your health.
Catch me up, Doc.
Well, to fix the
Our
problem,
makeup is a
I need to
stunner.
know what it is.
Think I soaked up some rads out there.
Blood pooling in the gums, signs of anemia. Yeah, we better clean you up. Done.
Bruh.
Now, was there anything else bothering you?
Yes, I've got this fucking
other
oversized fucking
Sounds good. Be careful, Knight. We'd hate to lose you.
pain in my head called like most of the NPCs. Can you help me with that one? Make it better?
It sounds like we owe you our gratitude for wiping out those monsters at Fort Strong. Now, did you have any documents for me? Or perhaps you were interested in aiding a research patrol?
I want everything. Give me your money and your watch.
I found some technical documents for you.
These will prove interesting. Here are the caps that I promised. Remember,
Ooh, 25
the
each.
Commonwealth is an almost unlimited source for these technical. Check every building you...
Right. Excuse me, Proctor Quinlan.
Ah, Knight. You have technical documents, perhaps? Or looking to assist on a research patrol?
I've got time to assist on a patrol.
Good. I'm glad to hear you say that. You'll rendezvous with the scribe on the ground. He'll have a location. The patrol is a success once you've returned the scribe with the data.
Make it quick. We have a lot of ground to cover.
Maxon might appear compassionate, but I can assure you, the Institute will face his wrath.
I broke the door open because I'm gonna take all their stuff. All I do is move it down here, I walk it back and I sell it to them.
Well, the Brotherhood's got a lifetime supply of nuclear ordnance, thank you. Can I help you with anything?
No. I'm helping myself, thank you.
What can I get for you today?
Nothing. Just be willing to buy my stuff in a second. I'm bringing you dope loot that you've never seen before. Only the dopest, sickest loot.
Does that not belong to someone?
brings you to me today?
Ah! Crap. Yikes. It just went through the map.
Looking to pick a fight? I'll help you end it.
Proctor.
You looking to pick a fight? I'll help you end it.
I'm looking for some firepower.
Got some choice weapons.
You used to. You will again, bud. I got you. Chill out. I'll take care of you. I mean, it was worth it. It was very worth it. I have no regrets. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. And I wouldn't regret it. Not if I did it again. I got the gas rifle from here. So I don't know what you want from me. I had fun. Cleaned up. Oh yeah, I want more of these. Give me all of your shit. Thanks, bruh. Appreciate ya. Fucking bastard. Because now I can have vertibird signal grenades, and I can also have the fucking bring us synth grenades, right? And now I'm just loaded up on synths and vertibirds. I know, right? Fucking nifty. Lol. I need ammo. I want more ECs. It's fun to fire. It's really fun to fire at people. There's no more ECs. We bought all the ECs. Oh my gosh. Okay then. I could start selling these. That wouldn't really hurt at this point. I'm gonna keep them for now so I don't lose it, or track of which ones I need still.
Carry food with you.
Like I want the
You'll end up eating
takeover
some
robots
pretty questions.
thingy. I just don't have it yet.
Noble things to stay alive.
What brings you to me today?
A desire to barter.
Let me see what you have.
All of my weapons are mission ready.
Mm-hmm. Bet, brother. I fucking bet. Oopies. Oops. And we have a power armor suit here, so don't forget that. I just haven't picked it up yet. I can't find if I get to use these yet. Hold on. It cannot be placed inside me. Okay. Can confirm. Has no purpose. Just looks cute. Then everything else is just 33 even down the line. I don't know what this is for. I want to keep it. Okay. We'll go through aid on that value thing. It's better for us. Now we get to buy a lot of shit, if we need anything. Which I think we will. Okay, all good.
Humanity is so resilient.
Can you believe synths are replacing humans with exact duplicates? Makes me sick.
I think it's funny. Oh, here's our suit.
I'm proud to be serving under Elder Maxson. Had enough of Lyons and his foolish ways.
Feels like you can take on the world, doesn't it? You watch my back, I'll watch yours.
Excuse me, Paladin Dance.
Ready to continue our mission, soldier?
That depends. How are you feeling?
My power armor systems are within normal operating parameters, so I'm as ready as I'll ever be. You just give the word, and we can begin our mission.
Not now.
No problem. Let me know when you're ready.
Our vertibirds should give us the air superiority we need to win this.
Paladin Dance.
Actually,
Ready to
I
continue
bet
our
he
mission,
can carry
soldier?
a fuckload.
Ready.
Roger that.
Oh, it is Monsieur Dance. One day soon we must talk of the technological marvels of the Brotherhood.
Sharing technological information isn't permitted. However, if you wish to donate yourself for study, I'm certain our scribes would be pleased.
What the fuck, brother? God damn. That is fucking weird. That's fucking weird, bro. That's some shit, brother. Who the fuck does that? Who says that to Curie? What the fuck, bro? That's inappropriate as fuck, dude. What the fuck, bro? Dude. So fucking grody. Fucking grody as fuck. Y'all also? I have like a shitload of fucking signal flares. So the Brotherhood can pick us up for a ride whenever the fuck I want now. Oh shit, I need to go save inside before I do some ignorant shit or the game fucking crashes. Game, I know you like crashing, but please don't do it right now. Come on, brother. Give me like 5 seconds, please. Please, game, please. Holy shit. The feeling of fucking animosity between the game's knees. Ow. Owie, 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 owie. Owie. Owie, owie, owie.
There's no time to waste when there's work to be done.
Owie, owie, owie. The hiccup, it hurts like the uptick.
Attention all personnel. I'm disappointed I need to address this, but unsanctioned social contact with Commonwealth natives is strictly prohibited. Anyone who is engaged in such fraternization should report to Knight Captain Cade for immediate decontamination.
Rats in it.
That is all.
Follow him to
They mean fucking? That's disgusting. I'm just like, don't goon, stay pure. Don't even like, don't shag, don't goon, stay pure. Easy, easy win. Victory. I have helped you fucking achieve it.
Sister.
I don't know about scribing.
Having the Pridwins moored above the airport keeps the Brotherhood within strike distance.
Yeah, the Pridwin above the airport does mean we're in striking distance of fucking everything, honestly. Oh, it did a little bit of damage to him? That's hilarious. Where's the vertibird gonna come from? I mean, I have 10 more now. Now 9. than we had at the start, so I think it's pretty legit.
Pull the trigger on any of the Commonwealth scum can be fatal.
The Pridwin, the pride of the Brotherhood. Oh, there you go. I gotta tinkle soon. Two Brotherhood homies going on a Brotherhood down. We're about to go destroy some bitches with a motherfucker that we get that has our back first and foremost, okay? This motherfucker cares about us, and we care about him, and he's got our fucking back, and we're about to decimate everything. We need to do this quest at some point. I did just save. I'm pretty sure. We can go here and then do the rest of it. This is like a nice safer place for us to go before we get to like the desolated waste.
Ready to fire. Good shooting, ma'am.
Thank you. I planned on doing good shooting. I'll BRB 1 second. Quick tinkle. Quick tinkle and victory.
location.
I did bring my flatbread. I've just wanted pickles and flatbread and I've eaten all the vegetables. They're gone. They're in my belly. Holy shit. Fuck, man. Yikes and Godiva. Did they blow up our fucking ship? God damn, brother.
Good work. Don't leave anything behind. Yeah.
Yep. Got you, buddy. So, like, Were you having fun, or was this like a trying thing? It was fun? That's a cute choker you've got, buddy. Look at them. They're fashionable. That's legit. A little uphill from that place is... I like that they can't see us, though we're right here.
This ain't over.
There it is. That little robot dude came all the way from up here to have an attitude. By the way, I'm coming here to take everything that isn't glued down to the floor. Please tell me they're dead. Okay, cool. In our first attempt, before the fucking great locketing, we liked it here. It's fairly lucrative. And we're in power armor, so we'll just take everything, take it back to the Prydwen, sell all that shit, because they'll buy whatever we fucking want. I'll go make a save. I have 7 fucking cores? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. That's a fucking mince. God damn, brother. Are they trying to shoot me? No, they're not. I was pretty sure this is like our home away from home. Hey, whippersnapper, what you doing? You good? Wait, I need to speak to your supervisor. Where's your supervisor? Child people, where's your supervisor? Child people, where is your supervisor? I need to speak to your supervisor. Where are these children's supervisor? This is so obnoxious. Owie. I need to talk to their supervisor. Like now. Is their supervisor up here? Oh, their supervisor's here. No, this isn't their supervisor. I can't find their supervisor. Weird.
Please.
Hey there. You're the supervisor to the children.
No, the Gunners. Are you here to help us out?
I'm here to give you orders.
I'm here to help. What's the problem?
It's the Gunners. We caught a group of them sneaking around a few days ago and had a bit of a dust-up. They ran off too easy once they saw we were gonna fight back. Gunners never back down that quickly. If you can help us shore up our defenses, sure would help us out a ton.
Okay.
Can't make any promises, but I'll stand by you.
Well, that's something. We'll take any help we can get. The Gunners will just smash up anything they find here to make an example of us. So if there is something you can use for the defenses, feel free.
Can I put you on a caravan to Sanctuary? Please? Pretty please, with sugar on top? Come on, my guy.
Hold up.
Just love me.
We're being stopped.
Really? Because I thought I was like putting food in my mouth. What? And I just found the children's supervisor. Where is the children's supervisor? Oh my gosh. Ah. Did the children's supervisor die? I think the children's supervisor is dead. No.
Never know what you'll find.
I have no idea where the children's supervisor is. I need to speak to their supervisor immediately. First off, they're unsupervised, so that's weird. Secondly, I need to speak to your supervisor. What? Okay. But I still need to speak to their supervisor, so I'd prefer if they would stop trying to let me get shot. I need to speak to their supervisor. Youths. Youths. I need you to lay down your lives in defense of me speaking to your supervisor. Vess, it's not random. It's called, have you played survival mode in Fallout 4 yet? If not, it's called go do that first, then talk to me, man. Okay? Okay. Cool beans. So when you get to doing that, then let me know if it's random ass meat until then. Okay? Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Let's put it here. Seeing as I need to swap stuff out of it anyway very shortly. Have a nice nap, dude. Good night, Bess. Sleep well. Goober. 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 $215, 185. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. One in here is a good way to get back if I get stuck or something later. I mean, I guess I can put these away for now. Oops, that almost went poorly. I guess I can put this away too, honest. Fuck it, we'll come back for it soon. We don't have much ammo for it, so why bother? 155. No armor on. Let's go make a save. And that gives me a decent bit of hope that once we are armored up, also we can like fully do our shit here. Like we can be watered up. Watered up like we read the police watered up. Pickled veggies and I'm not revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I'm not revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies. I really am out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. It's a step too far as being out of pickled veggies. I might revolt. I can't do this. It's horrible. Being out of pickled veggies because you ate them all. What a fucking way to go. What a way to fucking die. I'll die of old age, just like 10 million years are gonna hit me like a cascade. I swear to fuck. I'm gonna go through like every facet of human existence and just explode because I'm out of pickled veggies. That's how it's gonna go. Y'all know this, right? This is how science works on planet Earth in the year whatever it is. How can I not send this person on a fucking caravan? Oh my god, brother. I just want to put you on a caravan. Oh, I don't know how to do this anymore. Probably I can't do it. I don't know. I forgot how to do everything. I probably just can't right now. I don't fucking know, man. I'm a noob-ass, nerd-ass bitch. Ow. You know when you're me and you bite your lip? And it hurts? Okay, cool. Not just is it pickled veggies, it's all the veggies. I ate them. Well, there's arugula. That's like peak benefits from other things inclusive of pickled veggies, right? So, I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. And that's how we're all gonna die. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies, and I might revolt. That's what might happen here. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. And that's how we're all gonna die. I'm out of pickled veggies.
Now that's what
and
I call
might
locked and loaded.
revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. I'm out of pickled veggies and I might revolt. And that's how we're all gonna die. I have it on good authority from all of the Abrahamic gods that I'm allowed to purge the planet if I don't have pickled veggies inside of me at least once a day. That's what that's science for you. You know how? You know how I can prove it? Because if you say that it's not, I'll just say in quotes, well, the science isn't in yet. Mwahahaha. Using humanity's hubris against itself, I will fall and fell all of it. Purely because I don't have pickled veggies. And that means the whole world, the whole damn thing, the whole shaboing can get its ass yip motherfucking yawed. Oh, and purged. Also purged. Just obliterated, really. Just no more. Just gone. Just gonna destroy it. Pickled veggies, needed them, wanted them, and what did I get? No pickled veggies? I don't know, brother. That sounds like how I started a revolt and the whole world became depopulated Autopapadopoulos. Welcome to Autopapadopoulos, home of Autopapadopoulos. How may we SCP your order today? How may we secure, contain, and protect your ass today? Welcome to Autopapadopoulos. How the fuck may this SCP Foundation contain you today? I wish the laundry would stop. It's fucking frustrating. It's very noisy. Plasma. Oh. Okay. I only have to go to number 5.
Damn rain. It doesn't rust out my suit again.
I heard the sound of deadies. Yes, bro. They're dead.
Sounding all clear. Still engagement zone. We may have a... Not get past me!
Mine. I shouldn't have done that. I should have stayed up it and hit it and kept walking it, pacing its perimeter. I'm so sorry, I'm disgusting. I apologize. I wanted to roar at unable to escape people. I couldn't help myself, it was fun for me at the time. Now I have regrets. But like during it, I felt very good about it. I thought I was in the right. Clearly, now I know that I'm wrong. But that took a while, so I apologize. A skosh. A hair. A little. A Nova Scotia skosh. I'm a kid in baseball. Yes! Fuck. Titties. Let me get that headshot, bro. Come on, let me get that headshot. Brother, come on, I want that headshot. I want to get headshot. Well, I want to deliver headshots, to be specific. But thank you.
Enemy combatant.
Y'all, I want pickles. But I want pickled everything. I'm out of vinegar for the kitchen. I have vinegar for cleaning. But I'm waiting for kitchen vinegar. I have trouble remembering things sometimes. Oop. What did I just click? I misclicked. I did a fuck up. Okay. I'll take it. I mistyped again. Okay, so I'm charging my phone at my desk, and it's like flipping out of my hand. It's not flipping out, it's flipping out of my hand, right? Which is on its own a little bit tedious. Yes, okay, cool. So this man killed everything for me. So I have, like, nothing to do. Oh yeah, no, I was wholly intending for that. There were 2 Assaultrons. I have no idea where the other one is. I might come daytime, or with the flashlight on. It's very bright and I have a glare. Y'all may not be glared up as much as I am, but I am glared up to stare up. On the first day, the glare was like, have some fucking light. And on the second day, the glare was like, have some fucking light. You'll understand that glare is just wanting, just Cthulhu wanting you to have light, okay? So what you should really fear is like godlike figures that try to do stuff for you. When they try to hook you up, that's when you need to run. Like, don't get hooked up by anything that you don't... If it's not corporeal, don't get hooked up by it. You don't want that. It's a fucking trap, brother. What did we learn? Not be the target. For that. We're gonna stay close up their face. I need this here, I think. Just strafe. Just be in the habit of strafe. He'll get up when I want him. I mean, he'll get up soon enough. He'll get up when I let him get up. Shit. 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 Fuck. Oh, we're set to heal. It's just gonna take 10 billion years. Okay. Lol. I was gonna go back and save a bit ago, and then I got all thick-headed about it, and just didn't, because I'm a fucking lame-ass goofball with no common sense and no sense of reasonability. Did I mention that I have a deep longing for pickles? Okay, cool. I'd prefer they be carrots. I love pickled carrots. But the one thing that I love more than pickled carrots is you. Y'all.
Well, technology, just waiting to be discovered out here.
Okay, everyone. But please don't tell everyone that, because that's difficult. And it's easier if they just think that they come second to pickles and they have something to vie for, and they don't just take the easy way out of just expecting that my, like, you know, favor will always rotate back to, like, everyone. Like, always. So, don't forget, don't tell them. I can't have it. I'd have to fight them. The loathsome bastards. All of them. Is my companion down? Yes. Oh, I held it instead of clicked it. I forgot how to play games. That sucks. I stopped being a gamer. They're turning the frogs gay. Because gamer has... Never mind. Bless you. That was your burp. Not mine. You're the weird one. Not me. I make sense. I make loads of sense, I think. I'm not even rebinding it. I don't care.
Without pity, hunted the slaves of doom with barbarous cruelty. Unbreakable, incorruptible, unyielding. None could stand before the Horde but the Doomslayer. For he alone was their walker.
That'll work.
Ready.
Here.
Affirmative.
Maybe I should have rebound it. I'm a fuck up. It's getting terminated by the trade. Again. Wow. That's piss pathetic.
Over here.
No problem. Roger. Holding position. Go ahead.
Seriously, fuck! You know that? Take a look.
Got it.
Go check that out.
I'm on it.
Check it out.
Roger that.
Over there.
Roger that.
I want.
Ingress is covered. Woot. Trunk. Crate. Crate trunk. Crate trunkum. Crate trunkum. Crate trunkum. Brought to you by Bandai Namco and Ayn Rand. Oh, hold on. Where are they? Here they are. There we go. Special drops? Worth it. That seems good enough. That was under the ground. That's weird. It happens, it's this game, but nah, it's still weird. Yee. Buggy ass game. Really pretty game. Lovely story. Buggy as fuck though. Really fun game though. Really beautiful story. So fucking buggy. So fucking buggy. Like, it's more buggy than people's imaginations when they talk about some like famous internet lolcow and then their house. You know? It is like more bugged than an embassy back in the OSS days. The Office of Strategic Services has nothing on how bugged up this shit is right now. It is fucking bananas. And it won't stop. It can't stop. It's gonna keep getting it, because it's buggy. Buggy as fuck. Holy shit, is it buggy. But I like it. But it's really fucking buggy. And I'd be remiss to not say I like it with how tragically bugged out to fuck it is. I have it on good authority, so on the authority of Argonian Bum, that it runs better on like console. I think she said PlayStation 4. I could be really fucking wrong. I'm an ignorant fucking bitch and I don't really remember that good. So I don't fucking know. But on something it's supposed to suck less fucking hot fucking ass. But it kind of sucks hot fucking ass sometimes. Like, it's so fucking buggy. It's like more buggy than that one time when I thought that I was funny, but I wasn't. My brain was bugged out and I was just being a fucking loser. It's so bugged that you wouldn't fucking be able to distinguish it from the popular fucking Pixar movie A Bug's Life. It's so fucking bugged that when you wake up in the morning, you think you must have bed bugs because mom said don't get bed bugs and it jinxed you. And this game is so buggy that you think you must have bugs in every part of the house. Like in the bed, in the not bed, everywhere. Just everything. Just constantly. 24/7. More bugs than you can see. So many bugs that it's like waking up and just shedding fucking tears from fucking 9 to 5. You're just like paid to blow out fucking crying. That's how buggy this shit is. It's so motherfucking buggy, but it's really good. But it's like more buggy than that one time that you thought that you were gonna go help grandmama clean and it turns out that she has an insect infestation in her house. It's so fucking buggy. Yeah, let them fucking spring that. That'll be hilarious. I don't give a damn. Well, it's first time using VATS. What's it do? Okay, maybe like my third time. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's gonna go to the Pridwin. Fuck me. Maybe I'll get him en route? I don't think so. I think I just lost my tank. I feel like I just lost my tank. Maybe he'll teleport outside. Maybe he's already outside. Maybe he's already started walking. You never know with this man. Do we see him? No? Do we think he's gonna get up and start walking? I don't know. Do you think he's a cool guy? Fuck it. It was nice getting help some of the way. I guess we have to be reasonable now. Takes like what? We have 7 of these power fusion cells at the location that's at the farm close to us. And then everything else is further, but we do have 7 of those bastards. Well, that sucks ass. Meh. Shit happens. Fuck it. I want the plasma later. Cryo would be nice. Get me a human with that cryonade. Then this is waiting for the robo friend.
Restore contact with the enemy, goddammit!
Oops. Well, we get to meet our friend again. He got unsent to the Pridwin. I almost choked on a thingy that I was trying to put into my mouth. That makes a lot of sense when you say it out loud, huh? I almost choked on something I was putting in my mouth. No shit. What else were you gonna do when you were choking? Like what, fucking touch it with your hands and you choked? That's wild. That's what people do to you when you touch something that isn't yours, is choke you with their hands. Lol. Where's my thingy? Gimme. I need my thingy. I need the fucking laundry to be done. It's so fucking warm. Like, I know we internet people call a lot of shit unhinged. It's unhingedly hot in here. Also, we get free guns to aim at them. 'Cause I said so. I only hope that they get more fucking fuel, more cells to get the... I want more vertibirds. They're pretty cute. I want more of these. Yeah, it's a lot more easy now, huh?
Your weapon is locked and loaded. Good hunt.
So we aim it towards it, which isn't far. And then once we've gotten ourselves aimed a little bit towards, we want to kind of overshoot. And just kind of bounce between overshoot and aimed. To kind of just keep our guns facing them, you know? They need to learn to fear something, and I'm gonna be the god they fear today. Clearly, that's my job this day. I guess not. They're not spawning in. We told them to try to land. I don't know how I feel about this. Let's keep it confusing. They'll keep us in the air. Never mind. Lancer Initiate. Why do I get assigned an initiate? I want a professional. I demand to speak to your supervisor, Rad Scorpion. Radical bastard. Let me speak to your supervisor. Let me speak to your supervisor. Let me speak to your supervisor. Oops. I'm about to die like a fucking loser.
Pissing me off!
I should have brought the power armor. That was very, That was very haha rendezvous with the Reaper. And we could have seen it from a mile away. That was very bad gameplay. Quite shitty gamer. Lovely game. Delivered as a terrible product. Terrible products delivery. Lovely game. Right? Like, the deliverable that is this game is buggy as fuck, needs community patches, is still buggy as fuck, and the team that was working on it's being probably pushed off to other shit.
With the Brotherhood behind us, we'll never fall.
Corporations make weird choices, and I don't vibe with them very often. Okay, that's kind of cute. Fuck it, we'll take the one stop. I just want to go in with spooled up gun.
Good shooting, Knight.
And it just kicks you out when you're done. And that's why I keep trying to make it circle. Is it works a little better than this shit. Works a little better than this shit. I don't understand what this is. It works a little better when you don't shit. Why would you poop? That's fucking weird. Hold it in your butthole. No one gives a fuck. You nasty ass. It's grimy as fuck. Nobody gives a fuck how you live, but we don't like that you poop. Pooping's nasty. Don't you fucking poop. That shit's gross. Keep it in your ass. Keep it in your ass. Keep your fucking nasty ass, trashy ass feces buried in you. Buried in you. Nobody wants to pay minds to how you clothes. Keep them inside. Keep them inside. Nobody gives a shit that you poop. It's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. Nobody gives a fuck how you're nasty. It's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. Could you maybe not shit, not dream, not talk about it? Cause it's nasty. Could you maybe not think about shit? Cause it's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. I'm not sorry. I woke up breathing today, so this is our life. Nice to know ya. Bless your sweet fucking heart. What? Why can't I cook in power armor? Let me cook. You bastard. You fucking bastards. You bastards. Bastards. You fucking bastards. They lied to me and they framed me. The bastards. They lied to me and they framed me. The bastards. Bastards. The bastards. The bastards. Who? The bastards. They lied to me and they framed me. The bastard. I should be like surgically shut the fuck up so I can't fucking talk. You ever get that feeling that I should be like surgically shut the fuck up so I can't fucking talk? Like if we just find a way to like affix a shut the fuck up sign to my existence, like maybe the world would be in less of in tatters and in a better place overall. Cause I get that feeling sometimes, you know? I don't know if y'all get that feeling, but I get that feeling sometimes. We'll come back. I'm gonna take over the turrets. Nope, we're coming back. I need the take over turrets book. Yeah, no, I'm getting that right now. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Okay, cool. It's robotics expert, but I thought it was something else. I'll bring you with me. Let's hit the wiki together. It's good for you. That man's a joke. He's nothing. This is why we sold it. It's story. That's about it. So we LARPed hard. We LARPed so hard. We're the hardest LARPer. We're so good. We LARP so much. We're the best LARPer. We're so good at— oh, it's done! Oh, thank you, it fucking shut the fuck up. Holy fuck, my fucking dryer's done. I hope my fucking clothes are dry, because I'm leaving that shit off for a while. Do you have any idea how fucking warm this fucking room is right now? It's like I just fucking woke up and my fucking body's been conscripted to burning for the rest of my fucking life. Right, it is absolutely fucking egregious. It is so unkind. It is such a bastard. It is such a fucking bastard. It is a bastard. It's 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 a bastard. Am I fucking up? Fallout New Vegas on a MacBook. Oh, that's console commands for New Vegas. That's weird. Why is there like... is there Effectstra? I hate to be this person, but they have less like ads. And it's more easy to navigate their bullshit. What it is. Media, no. Guides and walkthroughs, no. Settlement, maybe, because I don't know how to do a thing. Endings, I don't give a shit. Wait, it should be close to bobbleheads. It should be close. It's the fucking magazines and books. I bet that I can get there from bobbleheads. I guess not. What was I looking for? This? Can't you get this from a book? I feel like this is in a book too. I guess not. Okay. This is a dense ass area full of robot bros. So we're gonna take that we've cleared the front. A lot of people are dead. And take that for what beauty it is. What glorious, beautiful beauty. Oh, I hear it. I don't want to. But I do. I do. I feel like I fucked up because I heard it. I wish I didn't. Because now I feel like I fucked up. Fuck 'em. Nope, fuck them. Fuck it. Like the fuck it bucket. Different quest first. I'm taking over all their robots and turning them on them. I'm making it into a fucking murder show. And they can't stop me. Everyone's gonna die. I should have gone to the fucking... I should have finished up getting Dude Man shit from the Institute. But I'll probably push to the Witchcraft Museum, possibly. You never know with me. You never fucking know. I'm just trying to find everything. I'm seeing where there's density. Like, where is there the most density, dude? Like, where about the density? Where's the most quest density? That's what I want to know right now. Is where can I go knock out the most? Close to home. That's bananas. This makes unfortunately large amounts of sense. Okay, we're gonna do the Covenant shit, because if we have to go guns blazing, may as well do it on them. Get those levels, and use those levels to do some shit. And we can sleep there, and Paladin Danse can meet the fucking nice person there, and maybe he'll invite them to join the Brotherhood with us. Because they seem okay. They don't seem like a fucking shithead. I like them. Oh, sorry. I like them. They seem fine. And the only way we can do stuff is, like, this first. So, you know, that's okay. I suck at everything I do. I'm also the world's worst streamer. Oh. They have chosen a better location than I ever could have. Makes sense. Paladin Danse, are you in? Then get in the chopper! You teleported to the chopper, Paladin Danse, you beautiful bastard. We look so fucking cool. We're hard as fucking nails. Holy shit. I don't want to do that right now. We're gonna start at the back of this. We'll actually start here. Oh, guess not. Put us down here.
Instruments read all clear. We're green for takeoff.
Oh, fuck me. Hold on. No, this is a bad idea. I might crash going through that one place. Cambridge Police Station has beds. And we have enough things to spare.
Good shooting night.
I will just blow them on this. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Whatever. Even my ear is in a swamp because of how warm the laundry made it here. I have this sword still because it's really cute. It's mine. Mine now. Mine. All mine. Why are we mainlining quests? I want 2 levels to go take over robots. Actually. Well, factually. We need robotics expert to get, like, we need to level it up. And I haven't been. And all we need is 2 levels, so that won't be too terribly rough if I, extract the levels from robots in front of us. Y'all, I'm debating bringing y'all to a simulacrum of my living room time. You can't say no. This one, you're in it with me. I mean, you can just avoid it, but... like, that's about it, you know? I need to get something.
Goes by the name MLeeRN on TikTok would post a clip reporting
This is
various
like my living
details
room
from
time.
the confrontation involving
Now you're
the
just
plane
with
lady.
me.
Okay, so for everybody who has seen the viral video of the crazy lady that got kicked off the American Airlines flight yesterday going from DFW to Orlando, I just kind of wanted to clear up some things because there's a lot of people that have a lot of questions.
It's important to note that this individual's statements cannot be treated as fact, and we should certainly handle them with a grain of salt in mind. This is just some random
This is my
person
living
who
room
claims to have
time.
been on the flight's perspective of what happened.
This woman,
I don't know if y'all know
plane,
this.
We left the terminal and we were pulling out onto the runway, fixing to take off.
This
and
is
all of
what
a
it was
sudden-
like to
so
the
this lady
letter.
had been drinking prior to getting on
Trying
the
to get my
plane,
pause button to work again.
some people said they seen her at the bar next to the terminal. She was sitting in her seat, and I guess she had a pair of AirPods, and they said she had them in her hand, and then within seconds,
Don't trust
we
AirPods
know if she
users.
pocketed them
They're
or
weird.
where she put them. She misplaced them somehow, and she started yelling at the guy next to her, who of course is African American.
I'd yell at people.
And
Regardless of
saying
whom
that
they
he
are, I'd
stole
yell
her
at people.
AirPods.
According
Those
to
fuck people.
MLeeRN, the plane lady dispute initially began as a result of the woman losing an AirPod and becoming paranoid that a man sitting next to her had stolen it. The TikToker would also explain that the MFer who was not real that the plane lady was referring to was the flight attendant that initially responded to the altercation.
Oh, and I've heard a lot of questions, people wondering who she was saying didn't exist. The person she was saying did not exist was the flight attendant, who originally was dealing with the complaint whenever she started yelling and screaming about the guy supposedly stealing her AirPods.
Now let's entertain the hypothetical that this TikTok lady was in fact on the plane and that her claim is true about the first flight attendant to come in contact with the plane lady was the MFer who is not real. If that's the case, then I believe that the MFer who is not real is
Trying to
this
get my
flight
pause key to
attendant
work.
right here. As out of all the footage that I've seen of the incident, it appears that he was the first flight attendant to make contact with her.
That motherfucker's
So yeah,
not real.
for those of you wondering, that could be the MFer who was not real. We don't know for sure. One
need
of
to
the
run
more
this back
strange
a little
elements
bit.
to this story is the fact
There, let's hit this to the start. I'm fixing our audio. I'm fixing our pause play button. so
easily
I
the
can just
most
yell over
notorious
this.
air rage incident in recent memory, it's time to talk about the "that MFer is not real" lady. If you've spent any amount of time on the internet in the last year, you are likely very familiar with this bizarre video.
And there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off, and everyone can either believe
I regret
it or they
throwing that.
cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
While most know the now infamous line uttered by this woman, few are actually aware of the entire timeline of events and the massive rabbit hole surrounding this incident. So what caused the "that motherfucker is not real" incident, and who is the woman behind it? What led up to all of this? And what happened to her? And who exactly is the motherfucker that this enigmatic woman is telling that they're not real? This story all begins on July 2nd of 2023 as American Airlines
Motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not real. That motherfucker's not real. That motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not real. He's not real, bro. Oh my gosh, brother. That motherfucker's not real. Oh my gosh. Dude, what the fuck, my guy? My man, how is he not real? Yeesh. How is he not real, brother? He's not real. Oh my gosh. Oh, sweet Nephilim and my titties. He's not real. Oh, begosh, begotten ball sacks. He's not real. That motherfucker. He's not real. Motherfuckers
Science
not
Flight
real.
1009 is preparing to take off from Texas en route to Florida. As the plane was beginning the takeoff process and leaving the terminal, passengers began to notice a peculiar woman near the back of the plane experiencing a sort of, episode of sorts. A bit of a perplexing confrontation was breaking out. A frantic and paranoia-stricken looking woman began raising her voice towards a male passenger near her seat who was apparently minding his own business. The woman was going on about how she felt unsafe and that everyone else on this flight was unsafe as well, and something bad was about to happen. Despite nothing out of the ordinary taking place, the spectacle continues to escalate, and the woman seems to become even more frightened as the plane starts taxiing forward.
Did you know that he's not real? Did you know that he's not real? Motherfuckers not, motherfuckers not, motherfuckers not real. He's fake.
So the moment the plane starts moving, this woman just kind of goes batshit. The woman starts screaming for the plane to be stopped and demands to be let off immediately. When another passenger attempts to calm her down, she reportedly shoved this individual.
There we go.
And yeah, at this point, several passengers had pulled out their phones and they were filming this lady losing. Flight attendants unsuccessfully tried to calm her down as she speaks in a cryptic fashion, issuing these vague remarks about the flight being unsafe.
The motherfucker's not real.
Which in turn made everyone else on the flight feel kind of worried because, you know, they start asking themselves.
There was this one time when I was super little and like someone I know had voiced a fear of flying. I was like, good luck and don't get. And then I said some very terrifying shit. And, how do I put this? I should have been told to shut the fuck up more as a youth, honestly. Like, probably. I should have just, like, I know that it's inappropriate to muzzle children, but maybe someone should have muzzled me when I was a child. Like, I talk quickly, and you think I speak quickly now, but you've never seen me speak quickly. You've seen me speak, like, relatively slowly because I'm trying my best to, like, be understood and not make anyone feel nervous at all, because sometimes people think you're lying or speaking quickly, and it's not really that helpful. Anyways, so I try, right? I try really hard to, like, not just, like, prattle off. And, like, just young me. So, like, the speaking quickly part, that's fine. People can get the fuck over it. But now when you, like, combine that with, like, the audacity, the outright audacity of me, when I also have like no sense of fucking shut the fuck up, and someone's talking about like flying and it's frightening for them, and the only words out of my mouth are, oh, don't get fucking yip yip yawed out of the sky, but in a way less appropriate way, because like they're scared of it, and now I don't know what the fuck's to do, and I'm just chilling. What? You can't tell me things. I think out loud. I mean, like, you can tell me some things, but I do think out loud sometimes. Like, you're gonna have to fucking suck it up, Buttercup. Like, some shit, we're going down tonight. I don't fucking give a fuck, man. Like, y'all. If you don't want someone who's gonna think out loud thinking about it, don't fucking tell me. Like, will I always? No. But when it happens, will it be really inopportune for you? Possibly, actually. So I don't know. Do you want smoke with my brain? Do you want smoke with my brain on days when I've forgotten to take my fucking, like, stimulant my fucking stimmy wimmies? Because back then there were none. Like, there was no medication management. This was unabated ass bullshit. My mouth just prattling off 24/7, just unfucking baited. No one could get in the way. What was going to get in the way? A motherfucker? Good luck. See how that goes. It's not. It's not. There will be no go. Only stop. Motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not real. Motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not real. That motherfucker's not real. I like to think about, try to dream about how they're not real. Yeah, I'll press play, sorry.
Themselves like, hey, wait a second. Is this woman crazy, or is she actually on to
Right?
something? Like,
Are
is there
people
something that
covering-
we
what's
need
the
to know
cover up
about
here,
here?
buddy?
According to a report from the legendary comedian Carrot Top, who just so happened to have been on this plane sitting in first class. Yes, you can't make this shit up. This woman caused the plane to have to taxi back
With
to the
Carrot Top
terminal,
on it.
and she was then removed.
What's funny about it was when someone during the 8-hour layover because of this woman, we were all sitting in Dallas, and one of the
I've
people
had
on
a
the plane had
day-long layover
videotaped it, so
before.
they came over and said,
It was miserable.
Do you want to? I said, what? You have the tape? Give me. Oh my God! I want to like post it and just say, you know. But before it became this thing, it wasn't huge yet. It was just this little thing, and I said, you know, I was going to make the fireworks, but I'm not going to now because of some nut job lost her mind on the plane, so I'm going to miss the fireworks. And then it became beyond national news. But when I sent it to my friend, the video, first thing he says was, "You're in coach?" I'm like, "No, I'm not."
And it would be when the woman was walking off the plane to
I
the
need to
terminal
undo our
that the now
marker.
infamous line regarding MFers not being real was delivered. She points to a man at the back of the plane, says that motherfucker is not real, and that everybody on board was in serious danger.
But I am telling you right
That motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not.
A recording
motherfucker's not
showcasing the
real.
incident briefly pans to the
Motherfucker's
direction of the
not
alleged
real.
not real
The
MFer, and when the
motherfucker's
camera
not
turns, all one
real.
sees is a collection
The
of seemingly
motherfucker's
normal
not.
passengers.
Motherfucker's
After
not.
issuing her
Motherfucker's
ominous
not
warning, the
real.
American Airlines Flight 1009 Doomsayer would finally deplane. There would be a moment of peace. Because of the uneasiness caused by this woman's tirade, the entire flight was deplaned as well, as the plane had to be swept for any
Where the
potential
fuck is this?
abnormalities or threats. Nothing was found, and the flight was
Miscellaneous.
later deemed safe for takeoff. Meanwhile, the crazy plane lady was inside the airport being interviewed by security. And even while off the plane, the lady still expressed concern that the flight wasn't safe and she was worried that people were going to die. She insisted that the MFer who wasn't real had sinister plans in store for all on board. Video recorded inside of the airport terminal showcases the plane lady saying that the airport should not let the flight leave because it's going to blow up.
I want to know what happens to this flight right here.
Great.
Great. They don't ever want
The
to fly with you
motherfucker's
ever
not
again.
real. Motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not. Motherfucker's not real.
Do not let that flight
I
leave.
don't know what to
Like, do not let that flight leave. That flight's not going to make it to Orlando.
Let's
It's not going
Yeah, that's
to.
the kind of shit that child me would say to someone. Luckily,
Oh,
just
yeah,
not a
until
group of
y'all see
people.
that
Just
fight
like a person.
This
Or
statement
I
in
guess a
particular made
couple,
security and
literally to a
airport
couple.
staff quite uneasy, and as a result of this
I
woman's
was a
actions,
child and I
the
didn't
flight
know
to
any better.
Orlando was delayed
And
for a
they
total
mentioned
of
a fear.
3 hours. Needless
And
to say,
I-
this woman was not allowed back on, though. Body
I'm
cam
useless.
footage shows additional bits of the aftermath of the plane lady incident. Officers would go on to interview the
Did I
man
just
who
go
was
in
initially
reverse?
shoved on the plane by the
Oops.
plane lady.
No, it's okay. Yeah, she just pushing me like.
Always
you
press
are the part of
charges.
that, I don't know what who's
That's my
talking to
lesson
the-
here,
in the
is
phone.
always press charges.
So I was just sitting right here, and she just got me pushing me, and then she just.
Did she say anything before that to you?
No.
I have
And the
to make
plane
sure I
lady
got them all.
herself would later be confronted outside of the airport as she was waiting for an
I like her
Uber.
kicks.
When confronted,
Some
she
cute
got
kicks.
argumentative towards these
I have
officers,
kicks
stating
like
that
that.
she was too small
Or
to
had
do any
kicks like
damage
that,
to the
rather.
guy that she pushed.
I'm 5'2". Oh, wait, hold on. I'm 5'2", 120 pounds. 5'2", 120.
Okay. So I'm taller and I've weighed and have I weigh and have weighed similar, right? Here's the thing. I can still take out a 300-pound dude. So what? So what?
Okay.
I can body out a 300-pound dude.
So
Do I fucking care?
He's not wanted to
Wait, hey, could I hurt you? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
I have straight jacked up a dude who is more than double my weight. That doesn't matter. It clearly doesn't matter.
To the officer.
Should I hurt you?
So it's that the officer.
Exactly.
She didn't appear to feel like she had done anything wrong, but in all honesty, she's like out of it, it seems. She wasn't arrested or charged with any crimes and would be let go, and for the time being, the plane lady incident was resolved, but the story is far from over, as those on the flight would later go on to upload the bizarre crazy plane lady footage to TikTok, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Thanks to the woman's disturbing outbursts and eyebrow-raising claims of a MFer on the flight not being real, it was an instant viral hit. I mean, admittedly, the video is very strange. Like, on the surface, it's your classic crazy Karen-style video, but as you watch it more and more, there's like different layers that are almost unsettling to it. It seems like something else is at play here, like maybe she's actually the sane one and everyone else was crazy. Like, what did she really see on that flight? Was there lizard people or something? Did she see through the Matrix?
She
Is she
saw
Neo?
the collective
Like, what's
these
going on
nuts
here?
of society.
Media outlets would latch onto this viral story, portraying the woman in it as a paranoid schizophrenic of sorts who was convinced that she saw some sort of monster that wasn't there on the plane. It wouldn't be long before the nickname Crazy Plane Lady or That MFer is Not Real Lady was all over the place. Conspiracy theorists would join in as well, creating explanations for what exactly she saw. Was it a shapeshifter, an alien, or something else supernatural? Perhaps the plane lady was a government psyop or some sort of demonic entity. Hell, if you spent 5 minutes on TikTok, you'd be convinced that the woman was possessed by the devil. Look at that, you can see she's clearly holding up the Baphomet demon symbol, dude. The possibilities for what she could have saw were endless, and a lot out there thought this was like the big enchilada for seeing through the fourth wall of the universe. The plane lady was just the tip of the iceberg. We were about to discover, like, you know, Stranger Things interdimensional beings here. Some YouTube comments under the video: in some years, we owe her an apology. Mark my word. People are hating on this lady. It's very obvious she is scared. She is scared for her life. Person or not, she saw something traumatizing, even if she hallucinated it. Imagine having a gut feeling the plane wouldn't land. Imagine knowing that you were not safe, that that person was going to do something. People need to have some empathy because there was clearly something happening to this poor girl. Keep in mind, she went through TSA. They would have stopped her if she had drugs. She saw a shapeshifter. As people scrambled to find
I mean, no, they necessarily wouldn't have stopped her if she had drugs.
answers in regard to what was going on with the crazy plane lady, some who were allegedly on the same flight as her
cap,
would come
and that's
forward
coke
with
and coke.
stories attempting to further contextualize the event. One alleged passenger, who goes by the name
It is
MLeeRN
still-
on TikTok,
it
would
is
post
still
a clip
trust me,
reporting
bro.
various details from the
It is still trust
confrontation
me, bro.
involving the plane lady.
Okay, so for everybody who has seen the viral video of
I'll
the
keep
crazy lady that got kicked off the American Airlines flight yesterday, going from DFW to Orlando, I just kind of wanted to clear up some things because there's a lot of people that have a lot of questions.
It's important to note that this individual's statements cannot be treated as fact, and we should certainly handle them with a grain of salt in mind. This is just some random person who claims to have been on the flight's perspective of what happened.
This woman boarded the plane. We left the terminal, and we were pulling out onto the
Happy
runway
Sunday.
to take off. And all of a
Motherfuckers
sudden,
not
so this lady had been
real.
drinking prior
Like
to getting
to
on the
drink
plane,
about,
evidently.
like to dream
Some
about.
people said they seen her at the bar next
Motherfuckers
to the terminal.
not real.
She
I'm so broken.
was
I
sitting
just
in her
woke up
seat,
today
and
and
she
I
had a
was
pair
like
of,
this from the moment I did.
AirPods, and
We're a mess
It said she
today.
had them in her hand, and then within seconds, we don't know if she pocketed them or where she put them. She misplaced them
I should've kept
somehow,
those.
and she started yelling at the guy next to her, who of course is African American, and saying that he stole her AirPods.
According to MLeeRN, the plane lady dispute initially began as a result of the woman losing an AirPod and becoming paranoid that a man sitting next to her had stolen it. The TikToker would also explain that the MFer who was not real that the plane lady was referring to was the flight attendant that initially responded to the altercation.
And I've heard a lot of questions, people wondering who she was saying didn't exist. The person she was saying did not exist was the flight attendant who originally was dealing with the complaint whenever she started yelling and screaming about the guy supposedly stealing her AirPods.
Now let's entertain the hypothetical that this TikTok lady was in fact on the plane and that her claim is
I just
true
took all their
about
stuff and
the
sold it back
first
to
flight
them.
attendant to come in contact with
I
the
turned on
plane
all the
lady
quest
was
tracking.
the MFer who is not real. If
So
that's
we can
the case,
clean
then
up.
I believe that the MFer
I need 2 levels so I can take over the robots. Then I'm going to vertibird myself back to the vault. And then we're going to do unhinged things to people. Appropriate tiers of unhinged shit will be going down. I have evil to
is
do.
the fact that despite the plane lady being a globally popular meme of sorts, the crazy plane lady's identity remained a complete mystery for quite some time. The woman's name wouldn't be discovered until early August, almost 2 months after the
Early
MFer
August,
is
the
not real
duck.
incident.
Oh my gosh.
The crazy plane lady would eventually be identified as 39-year-old Tiffany Gomez, a marketing industry
That's a
worker
pretty
and
surname.
real estate agent from Dallas, Texas. Shortly after her name was made public, Tiffany would finally come forward and issue a statement to the internet and the media. This statement came in the form of an apology video that was published to Twitter. In this apology, the woman took accountability for her behavior and apologized for her use of profanity. She also apologized to the passengers
Bruh,
on
I'm
board and got a
fucking
bit
wrecked.
emotional at times during this speech.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tiffany Gomez, probably better known as the Crazy Plane Lady.
Here,
which
let
is
me
completely warranted.
bring up the audio.
As you know, I
Let me normalize
have been
this shit.
unwilling to speak on the viral video, but I do finally feel that it's time. First and foremost, I want to take full
Motherfuckers
accountability
not
for
real.
my actions. They were completely unacceptable.
This motherfucker's not
Distressed
real.
or not, I should have
Like to think
been. I
about,
should have been
try
in
to dream
control of
about.
my emotions,
Motherfuckers not
and
real.
that was not the case.
It's
My use of
understandable for
profanity
distressed
was
people to not be able
completely
to.
unnecessary. And
This
I
apology
want
is
to
a nothing
apologize to everyone
apology.
on that plane, especially those that had
But it's
children
meaningful,
aboard.
but it's not really
Can imagine going through
mindful.
that and trying to explain to your kid what in the world just happened. We all have our bad moments, some far worse than others. And mine happened to be caught on camera for the whole world to see multiple times. Sorry, trying not to sound like Minnie Mouse.
And she also said that she enjoyed some of the memes that came out of the situation.
Well, it has been really comical for everyone, and I have highly enjoyed so many of the memes. On the flip side, it is very invasive and unkind. And I don't know what I would do without the love and support of my friends and family.
While it was good to hear from the plane lady herself, the burning question that everyone had wanted Tiffany to explain was what exactly she saw on the plane and why exactly was she so upset about it? Who was
think
the
we already
motherfucker
took
that
that.
wasn't real? I mean, come on, you gotta explain
Yeah,
it,
we
right?
did.
Her vagueness regarding the matter in the Twitter video fueled more conspiracies. Some suggested that she was being coached to keep quiet on what had happened and that she was under threat by
Motherfuckers
government
not
bodies or the
real,
deep
like
state. Others had
motherfuckers
more
not
rational
real.
explanations like,
to
you know,
think
maybe she's
about,
being
try to
advised by
dream
legal
about.
counsel to not
Motherfuckers
be too
not
specific
real.
because she doesn't want to like inadvertently cause damages to anyone on the plane. And of course, there were people suggesting that she may have had a psychiatric illness and the MFer is not real incident was essentially a lapse or exacerbation in her illness. And, you know, she's kind of trying to tap dance around this in a way, not having to say
How
like,
poorly does
guys,
this go, I
had a
wonder?
mental breakdown, because you know that's almost like
This man wants to destroy the Institute. What happens if I warp there with him?
she has a mental illness, but that's just like kind of my thoughts there. Another theory I've seen
I
floating
can't.
around speculates
Based.
that given Tiffany
That
had
would've been
experience
weird.
in marketing, her freak out was some sort of scheme to become a viral influencer. And I mean, I
That's
guess if you're like a
bananas.
fucking idiot, this is a good theory, but like I can think of 10,000 better ways to approach being an influencer than this. Like, yeah, dude, everyone thought I was literally insane for 2 months. Totally the best way to become famous online. I totally want it to happen that way. Shortly after issuing her apology, Tiffany would be spotted at an airport by paparazzi. There she would participate in a brief interview in which the interviewer asked what exactly she saw. Tiffany in return would answer that she had been told that she can't comment on it at the moment, but she did plan to speak further in the future. The only details that she really gives here is that she was distressed at the moment and really felt like she needed to get off the plane.
Like, what was the reason that you wanted to get off so bad?
Again, can't speak on that right now, but I was distressed and I was getting off the plane no matter what. I just probably didn't need to make the scene that I made.
Right.
But I was getting off that plane.
Since coming out public, Tiffany continues to speak in a limited capacity regarding her incident. In my opinion, the woman is likely being instructed by PR and legal professionals to keep somewhat hushed on the matter to limit her exposure and potential civil lawsuits. What initially began as the nightmare for the plane lady has become somewhat of a boon for Tiffany Gomez, as the internet has been quite accepting of her since she came forward, with the woman now boasting quite the large following on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Following so large that they are likely monetizable. And again, no, I don't think she did this on purpose to get famous online. I think it's just like a side effect of all of it. It also appears Tiffany has collaborated with Barstool Sports to make some That MFer Is Not Real merchandise. And speaking of Barstool, Tiffany somewhat recently went on Barstool's Pardon My Take podcast. And for the first time ever, she would answer the question of what exactly she saw. Or who wasn't real. And I do the little quote thing because in the answer, she said that she saw absolutely nothing, and that when she said that MFer is not real, she was essentially referring to somebody on the plane that wasn't being real with her. Like, I guess the person she had a confrontation with, she was saying that they were being fake or bullshitting her.
Can I ask again what you saw?
You know, the reason why I probably haven't come out yet, because it's like so cringe, I did not see anything.
What?
I mean, I think y'all knew that.
Okay.
We honestly had no idea.
Yeah.
You said you did.
No, I did not. The media.
You said this motherfucker's not real.
Fake news said it wasn't real.
I mean, the body language doesn't really line up, but sure, Tiffany. I think there will be a day when we do get the full story regarding what exactly was going on with Tiffany Gomez on this flight. Personally, in my opinion, just looking at everything surrounding this case and the videos, just off of my layman's opinion, like, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a psychologist, I am a registered nurse, but I have no experience in diagnosing anybody's mental problems. But this does kind of seem like she had some sort of lapse, a delusion, maybe a bipolar manic episode. That's what it looks like to me. But who the fuck knows? One day, I hope Tiffany will come forward and explain what she saw in honesty. And, but for now, we're just gonna have to wait and find out. So that is the story of Tiffany Gomez, that motherfucker is not real lady.
We like to think about, try to dream about, motherfuckers not real. The motherfucker.
When an air rage incident occurs after takeoff, there's limited options for subduing a potential aggressor. I mean, really, what are flight attendants to do in a situation where you got a fucking crazy passenger that's throwing bows? After all, you're thousands of feet up in the air, and a plane is not like a cruise ship. There's no brig or drunk tank to throw hooligans in. But fear not, there is a way to subdue dangerous passengers on a plane, thanks to the creative efforts of—
If they stopped overbooking and put a brig in, there would be a way to subdue dangerous passengers who needed to go to the brig, actually. So I don't believe them. Oh, I do believe them, but it's a skill issue, right? Like, clearly, if you stop overbooking and you put more space in for a brig explicitly, then you'll have a fucking brig, you fucking brigands. Holy shit, like, how hard is that? I want to be put in the air brig for no reason. Like, I would take an unlawful detention in a fucking air brig in a heartbeat, just for the clout of being like, I was in the brig in the air. What have you done with yourself, you fucking goober? I was in the air brig. What have you done this lovely? Happy Zombie Jesus Day, by the way. Also, 420. What's good? Happy fucking belated Happy Zombie Jesus Day. Happy presents of 420. Howdy doody. Howdy doody. Maybe you could, maybe I don't fucking know. Make this game make some more sense, my dude. Where the fuck do I go? I need things to make components. I need components to make things. I need things. Like, stuff has to... Why is this one by one? Stuff has to happen here, okay? I gotta do thing dingers. Like, people have to die in this game, okay? You know how hard that is? Motherfuckers have to get wrecked. You know how hard it is to wreck people? You gotta wake up in the morning and start doing shit? No, unceremonious. No, it's not a do shit. Like, it's not a wake up in the morning like P. Diddy joke. That's disgusting. No one wants to do that. That's absolutely abhorrent. And if anyone does such a thing, I will admonish them severely and summarily. No, it's you need to wake up in the morning and get to it like you got to do it. And like, I don't know. This game is so full of fun things and I just need to pick up everything, basically. If I don't pick up everything, then I'm a failure of a gamer. I have to go through here slowly scouring after we've killed everything. And just, yeah, we're just gonna take everything now. I don't care anymore. Fuck it. Mine, everything. If it's not tied down, it'll be in my bag. Vess was very mad at this, and I am very sad at it. I don't think mad appropriately captures my feelings. I think sad better captures my feelings, having to pick up cat meat in a video game. You know, Vess was just like giving me shit for it. I think it's like a just desperately unpleasant situation that we have to wade through. I think there's more analysis to do there to buy time for me to say, icky poo poo nasty boo boo. It's gross. It's fucking gross. It's nasty. Toy truck. Aluminum can. There is a can inside of a cat. Pay no mind, please. Please, let's not think about it. I don't think I have it in me to think about it. I think that would disturb me.
To flight attendants over the years. Many videos have gone viral showcasing the tactic that flight attendants use. Which brings us to the cases of duct tape passengers. On late Saturday night, July 31st of 2021, 22-year-old Maxwell Berry of Norwalk, Ohio, boarded the Frontier Airlines Flight 2289 from Philadelphia to Miami. While on this flight, Mr. Maxwell reportedly partaked in a few alcoholic beverages. At some point during this flight, the drunken man reportedly began getting a bit unruly, cursing at other passengers. The guy was causing problems on this flight, and whenever people started criticizing him, he reportedly said that he had rich parents and could do whatever he wanted to. A real piece of work here.
My parents are for goddamn dollars. You know what? You fucking yeah, you what? My grandpa?
I want them to stop overbooking so they can afford a break. So I can be illegally detained
Maxwell
in this
continued
brig.
being disrespectful to flight attendants demanding beverages despite being cut off. The unruly man at one point went to the bathroom and emerged shirtless. Apparently he had spilled a drink on himself when he was in there and thought it was appropriate to just come out, you know, half naked. And for the most part, flight attendants, despite the rudeness of this man, they were keeping their cool. Hell, they even reportedly went into his luggage and helped him try to find a new shirt. But apparently Maxwell was taking the kindness shown by these flight attendants as weakness, and it's been alleged that he tried to make some unwanted sexual advances towards them. At one point, Maxwell allegedly groped the breast of a flight attendant, who then ordered Maxwell to stop and sit down immediately. A male flight attendant would see the slight and become somewhat agitated himself, approaching Maxwell and aggressively telling him to calm down. And this resulted in Max allegedly punching the flight attendant in the face.
Punch! We're gonna punch!
Naturally, this was the straw that broke the camel's back, and all the flight attendants moved in to subdue this individual. As I mentioned earlier, there's no place that you can really securely store this guy on the plane. So what they did was bust out the duct tape and start wrapping Maxwell up, essentially, you know, confining him to his seat. They began wrapping Max up like a mummy as other passengers watched and laughed at his expense. The man yelled and squirmed, begging people to help him, but no one.
What about electrical tape? Would that work? Like, I just want to know. is electrical tape a viable like substitute? And if not, if it's not a viable substitute, whom is? Because I have to trust in electrical tape. I believe in it. I trust it. I know that it will protect me and my shitty fucking existence that doesn't deserve to be insulated. Because I am not resistant enough to electromagnetic radiation, and thusly I just don't fucking deserve it. Not until I accrue my own resistance. So I suppose very little salt, very little water, and just sit around and like don't drink water, don't consume salt for a day. Lol. Just one of these days. One of these days. One of these days. I need to like... Oh gosh. Can I merch anything here? Oh my gosh, golly fucking gee willikers. I don't have a power suit armor. Oh my gosh. Can I teleport out? No, that counts as fast travel. Can I get on the thingy? No, that counts as fast travel. Oh, my poor little legs. My little leggy weggies. Oh, they're so gonna break under my bucking body. Oh, whatever are we gonna do? Holy tits. My little leggy weggies. I'm gonna keep containing my stuff inside of here. So, I still wish there was a brig on every plane, so I could be confined to the brig on like every plane. I love that there's like leaves under here in the atrium. It's really pretty. I like it a lot. It's quite cute. Big fan. Very big fan. Biggest fan. The greatest fan. Not the greatest, just the biggest fan. Just the biggest fan. Just the biggest fan.
No one was willing to move a finger for this asshole.
Just the biggest fan.
People pulled out their phones, filmed the guy, and Max spent the rest of this flight wrapped up in tape.
This man got the right done. That's all I'm gonna say.
When the flight landed in Miami, Maxwell was arrested and charged with 3 misdemeanor counts of assault. The Association of Flight Attendants had this comment regarding the situation, quote, "A drunk and irate passenger verbally, physically, and sexually assaulted multiple members of the crew. When he refused to comply after multiple attempts to de-escalate, the crew was forced to restrain the passenger with the tools available to them on board. We are supporting the crew." And I know there might be that one guy out there that's like, well, wrapping him up in duct tape, that's a little bit much, isn't it? Nah, fam, like, you can't be groping flight attendants' breasts, punching dudes in the face. If there's nowhere to put this guy, your ass is getting wrapped up, bro. An interesting side note to this story is that Maxwell Berry was a recent graduate from Ohio Wesleyan University, where he was the recipient of the Action Award from his Greek community. And from what I understand, this award was given to people that were a part of the college community that broke the mold of Greek life stereotypes in college. So basically, they gave it to him because he wasn't like a stereotypical frat douchebag. Well, considering the behavior showcased on this flight, they might want to reconsider giving him that. The university would comment on the situation as well. Ohio Wesleyan is saddened to learn of this situation with one of our graduates. The case does not involve the university, and the incidents depicted do not reflect Ohio Wesleyan's values. In May of 2022, Maxwell Berry would eventually plead guilty and was sentenced to serve 60 days in jail with 1 year of supervised probation. He was also ordered to pay $500 in fines and $1,500 in restitution to his victims. The man later issued statements claiming he took responsibility for his actions and he would apologize to all involved.
Pachoo, pachoo, pachoo.
Another infamous duct tape incident caught on camera involves what some might describe as a crazy Karen. On July 6th of 2021, on American Airlines Flight 1774 from Dallas to Charlotte, North Carolina, a female passenger had a complete meltdown, standing up from her seat mid-flight, and she began screaming that she needed to get off immediately. The woman would barrel through the aisles, banging on doors around the plane, and continuously muttering about how she needed to escape. The erratic woman was scaring people on the flight, so flight attendants charged her. When attempting to detain the erratic woman, she allegedly bit one of the flight attendants. But despite the woman chomping about, they were eventually able to detain her. They managed to get her in handcuffs on the plane, but just as she got cuffed, she had a second wind of energy and started going on another rampage. While handcuffed, the woman managed to bite, spit at, headbutt, and kick at various airline attendants. Eventually, though, they would tire this woman out and manage to get her back in a chair, and that's when they busted out the tape and started wrapping her ass up. And these flight attendants went to the next level, wrapping not only her torso area, but also taping her mouth off. Footage later uploaded to the internet would show video of this deranged woman screaming with duct tape on her mouth.
I've never been duct taped when I'm flying. Do you think if I take my own duct tape, they won't mind if I duct tape my mouth shut? Hey, I have that blanket. That pattern blanket.
Once this flight landed, the woman was immediately taken to the hospital for evaluation. From what I understand, this woman was never given any criminal charges. It appears that maybe this was more or less a mental break. But she was fined. In the wake of the incident, the duct tape woman was fined $81,950 by the Federal Aviation Administration. To this day, the woman's identity remains anonymous. And with those two stories explained, I hope it's now clear to you that if you mess with flight attendants, your ass is gonna get wrapped up.
Motherfucker's not real. The motherfucker's not
One of the more controversial practices engaged in by airlines that has become more prominently known in recent years is the process of overbooking flights. It's somewhat standard in the airline industry for companies to sell more tickets for a single flight than there are actually physical seats available. This is done to account for the fact that statistically each flight will have a passenger or two that don't show up. So airlines take advantage of this and sell an extra ticket or two per flight to basically maximize their profits. But what happens in these statistical anomaly situations where literally everyone who bought a ticket shows up for the flight? Yeah, now you're in a situation where there's not enough seats to go around and somebody has to be compelled to get off of the flight, essentially being screwed by the airline for doing absolutely nothing wrong. One of the most viral pieces of air rage footage occurred from a situation like this. It's one that many of you are familiar with. It happened in 2017 and involved a doctor being dragged off of a flight after being brutally beaten by airline security. This is the controversial story of Dr. David Dow. This story begins on April 9th of 2017 on United Airlines flight 3411. Just minutes before the plane was to depart, airline employees boarded the flight to break some bad news to passengers. They were asking for passengers to volunteer themselves to deplane as the flight was overbooked. They had sold more tickets than seats that they actually had available. They had to have a couple of extra seats for flight attendants, and well, they didn't have the seats that they needed to take off, basically. Initially, passengers on this flight were confused by the request. They likely thought, how can a flight even sell more tickets than are possibly available? That just didn't make much sense to them. And they're right about that. It is stupid. Nobody was budging. Nobody was getting up volunteering themselves. As airline workers began to realize no volunteers were stepping up, they added in some incentives to the deal. A $400 travel voucher, a hotel stay, and a seat on a flight leaving 21 hours later was offered to anyone who would voluntarily give up their seat at this point. But they had no takers. Negotiations continued to escalate, with now a $800 travel voucher voucher being offered for anyone who would
Damn,
volunteer to get
brother.
off. But again, no passengers felt like it was worth it. And to be honest, most of them were outraged at the notion entirely. It almost became a matter of principle for
Bobby?
these individuals to stay seated. But this standoff couldn't last forever. With no passengers volunteering themselves to deplane, the airline decided to pick 3 people at random and remove.
There's no workbench in the institute. There's one here. So,
The man did deplane the aircraft.
you know, I have the
However,
the
there
ship,
was
and I have
another that
here.
just wasn't having it. That
I have
was
the, Brotherhood ship,
69-year-old
and I have here.
Vietnamese
I thought about
Chinese
here
American
first.
David Dow. David Dow, a medical doctor, was from Elizabethtown, Kentucky, and was a former folk
Damn,
musician
brother.
that turned to medicine.
How
Dr.
are
Dow
we
was a
gonna ride
pulmonologist
tonight?
and had patients that he needed to see the following day. And because he had these patients, he wasn't going to be able to miss this flight. He had to be there. At least that's what he thought. A totally valid reason for not wanting to get off of this thing. When approached by airline staff, David would not listen to any reason from them, and United was forced to take drastic measures to get him off, calling the
Damn,
Chicago Department of
brother.
Aviation Security. The man was
Damn,
confronted by
brother.
a small army of security, and at this point, knowing something was about to pop off, passengers pulled out their cell phones and
please.
began recording video. Video recordings show Dr. David Dow surrounded by security on his phone, apparently on the phone with United Airlines corporate to plead his case to them. The phone negotiations apparently
My
went
screws.
nowhere. And after giving Dr. Dow some time, seeing that he wasn't going to move, that's when security tries to go in and forcefully eject him from this plane, and it just gets ugly
I'll
for
take
all
it.
involved. When security was
We now
trying
have
to
a
get a hold of
suppressed
the
SMG.
man, Dr. David Dow struck his head against the
That'll be
armrest
handy.
and was bloodied up and bruised as a result of this. He was dragged out of his seat and dragged down the aisle by security. Those
Don't
who
tell
had
me I
witnessed
can
this
do this,
bizarre
too. I'd
confrontation
laugh.
even claimed that it looked like the doctor had lost consciousness after being roughed up by security.
Unnecessarily funny.
They run a car for the pilots.
Actually, just piss funny. Damn, brother.
My God! Oh, no!
Dr. David Dow's ejection from the flight sat well with nobody
Damn,
on board
brother.
because the entire premise of having to,
Damn,
you know,
brother.
deplane in the first place was so silly and stupid to them. Why is this innocent man getting beat up as a result of your mistake of overbooking this flight? Several passengers were extremely distressed by the incident and decided to deplane as a result of it. Adding to the disgust of the passengers, some have reported that the officers responsible for pulling him off
I
were
thought there'd be a
laughing shortly
workbench.
after
There's
the
not.
incident. And this
So I'm
entire
slowly moving
confrontation
stuff.
isn't even over yet.
worth
As just
it.
when United
Paladin
thought they
can't
had
come here
gotten
with us.
everyone off the plane that they needed
We're too
to,
cool.
out of nowhere, Dr. David Dow
He wants to
rushed
kill
his
them.
way back onto the plane
would just
with
start killing
blood
them all.
pouring out of his mouth, repeatedly saying
Damn,
that I have to go
brother.
home and, quote, just kill me.
Home. I have to go home. I have to go home. I have to go. Just kill me. Just kill me.
Damn,
Kill me.
brother.
Just kill me. I have to go
How
home.
are we
Kill me.
gonna die
Just kill me.
tonight?
Just kill me. Just kill me.
Damn, brother. Hell no.
I have to go home.
You're stuck with
I have to
me.
go home.
The man would
Damn,
collapse
brother.
into his seat and was
How
deplaned
would
again,
he
this
die
time for
tonight?
good. David was promptly taken
Not
to the hospital.
allowed,
He suffered
my
a
guy.
broken nose, loss of his 2 front teeth, and a significant concussion. According to the man's lawyer, these injuries required reconstructive surgery. This footage would soon after be published to the internet and almost instantly go viral, as many news outlets would report on the mishandling of the situation by United. It wouldn't be long before the majority of the criticism online would be pointed straight at the airline for not only the violence, but the ridiculous proposal of asking passengers to deplane due to workers not having seats because
I'm getting
the
a little
airline
lazy with
overbooked
this.
it.
Yes,
a
you're
lot of
right.
folks
You're
felt
not
like this
wrong.
was a selfish move on the part of the airlines, and the violent
I have
aftermath was
extras.
simply the cherry on top that led to the criticism being put in the spotlight. Some online even argued that Dr. Dow was targeted because of his race.
I'm gonna
Mainland
pack up
Chinese and
everything.
Vietnamese citizens began to boycott United Airlines as the hashtag Chinese Lives Matter was invoked. The price of United Airlines stock also dropped the following days, showing how much this incident had affected them. Many online were posting about how they were canceling their United Airlines flights and would refuse to use them in the future. This
Damn,
situation
brother.
had become a complete disaster for United Airlines and inadvertently exposed the entire airline industry for this overbooking shit. But despite all of this backlash, it didn't immediately really look like United
Stop
even felt
overbooking and
bad
build a
about
brig.
what had happened. On April 10th of 2017,
Then you can put the flight attendants in the brig
employees, United
until they have
CEO
seats,
Oscar
because someone's
Munoz
now not in the
applauded
brig.
and defended
Or
his crew's
as soon as the flight attendants have to get out of the brig, it's because someone had to be put in the brig, right? So clearly, just like have a brig, and then that way, the flight attendants can like go into the brig until a passenger deserves to go into the brig, right? Clearly.
In public statements. Quality CEO
Damn,
right there,
brother.
guys. The pinnacle of integrity. The airline would later apologize to David Dow for what had happened, and the CEO would take full responsibility and personally apologize, promising that the company would do better.
Damn,
What did
brother.
you think when you saw that video of a man being dragged off of one of your planes?
Damn, brother.
It's not so much what I
We're
thought,
getting
it's what I felt.
dragged tonight.
The word of shame
brother.
comes to mind. You know, as I think about our business and our people, the first thing I think is important to say is to apologize to Dr. Dow, his
cool, they're gonna
family,
blow up.
the passengers on that flight,
That's what's up.
our customers, our employees.
Damn,
That is
brother.
not who our family at United is.
Damn,
And you saw us at a
brother.
bad
That's
moment.
based.
And this will never happen again on a United Airlines flight.
In an effort to
Damn,
remedy the bad
brother.
PR, United Airlines also elected to compensate all passengers that were on the same flight as Dr. Dow. David Dow was seen as quite the sympathetic figure in the media, and many would reach out with support for the man. On April 11th of 2017, the law firm representing him put out this statement. The family of Dr. Dow wants the world to know that they are very appreciative of the outpouring of prayers, concern, and support they have received. Currently, they are focused on Dr. Dow's medical care and treatment. While Dr. Dow was healing, his daughter would speak publicly to the media, telling them that her and her family were horrified, shocked, and sickened by what had happened, but they remained hopeful in his recovery.
What happened to my dad should have never happened to any human being, regardless of the circumstance. We were horrified and shocked and sickened to learn what had happened to him and to see what had happened to him.
Now, it probably comes at no surprise to you
should
guys
probably
that there
check.
was going to be a civil lawsuit
It's very
component to
convenient.
this situation, and you might be pleased to find that a settlement was reached that reportedly favored Dr. Dow. On April 27th, Dr. Dow and United
can hand
Airlines
things to
reached
him.
a confidential settlement. The exact figure.
Because anything I hand to him, it warps to the fucking the town. So I can just hand him anything I want him to. Oh shit. Man will teleport wherever. It doesn't matter that he's not the intermediary. Oh fuck yes. And we got all the institute shit we needed. Oh fuck yes.
Policy changes.
Damn, brother.
Raising the maximum amount of travel
Damn,
vouchers
brother.
up to $10,000
Damn,
and a
brother.
$1,500 no
How are we
questions
gonna
asked
die
fee for
tonight?
permanently lost luggage, as well as promising to reduce overbooking.
To the
Despite
wasteland.
them trying to avoid any repercussions, this incident would have some impact on the Chicago Aviation Police. On June 29th of 2017, the Chicago Department of Aviation Police were decertified, and the agency was no longer a police agency and were now officially regarded as nothing more than a security force. And finally, to wrap things up, we get to Dr. David Dow's first public appearance following this, an appearance that didn't
Damn,
occur
brother.
until 2 years after. 2 years following the incident, David Dow would do an interview with ABC News. In the interview, he spoke about the footage, relaying that every time he watched it, he just cried.
Have you watched the video?
Later on,
What's that like to watch?
I just cried.
You can hear you screaming in pain.
I don't
Can
have
we
to
not
cry.
phrase it as you
When
can
asked
hear
how he
you?
handled the attention and scrutiny, Dow claimed that he didn't handle it well at all and stayed in his home for months at a time, feeling depressed.
How did you handle all of that attention?
Get the point, I have to hide him.
Could you go to work? Could you
I
leave the
can't.
house?
No. I stay for months in the house.
The man would later go on to say that he was pleased with the changes that the airline made and that he had forgiven the company for their past action.
The most important thing is the accident turned out the positive way. Airline business willing to change policy.
You forgiven?
Yes.
David also said that if he ever came face to face with any of the security officers that removed him from the flight, He wouldn't be mad at them and would let bygones be bygones. He said that the guys were just doing what they were told.
What would you say to those men who pulled you off the plane if they were sitting here?
I'm not angry with them. They have the job to do, they have to do.
Oh,
If
he's
they
so
don't do it, they
charming.
may lose the job.
Oh, he's so beautiful.
I'm not angry with them or anything like this.
Oh, he's
But
so
their
fucking
job.
beautiful.
Hopefully the part about them laughing afterwards wasn't true, but anyways. Dr. David Dow has
Holy
moved
shit.
on from this incident. He's since retired from the medical field and now works with charities around the world. And well, you've made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought
Yikes.
about this video down below in the
What a
comment
sweetheart.
section, and let me know who or what you want me
Oh
to
my
talk
gosh,
about
she's such a
next.
beautiful
I wanna give a
sweetheart.
major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out.
I might be miffed. Even afterwards. That's wild. That's absolutely wild. Ooh, technical documents. Did I get them? Technical documents weren't an item earlier. Now they are. So also looping back through. Y'all ever wonder just why it feels so damn silly?
If you've watched YouTube Shorts or TikTok in the past
Sometimes.
few years, there's a decent
Okay,
chance
a
you've
lot.
come across an individual known as Jin Kid.
No.
You speak of
I
dragons
don't
as
do
if I don't
things.
have an entire hold of solitude to look after. I don't have time for fairy tales.
Jin Kid is the creator of the massively popular Skyrim in Real Life series, essentially short
Bless.
sketches where he role-played as various NPCs from the game. Jin Kid's
Fucking
series would
bless.
go on to spawn an entire genre of NPC role-playing videos, with many now making similar videos of their own to this day. He was the picture of internet success, with well over 1 million followers across YouTube and TikTok, and hundreds of thousands of upstart creators trying to mimic his style.
I cannot teach you that shout because I do not know it myself.
But behind all the viral videos and characters portrayed in them was a deeply disturbed and violent individual. In October of 2021, Jin Kid's meteoric rise to social media stardom would be cut short after he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder, not in Skyrim, but in real life. So how did Jin Kid go from silly niche social media sketch creator to wanted criminal facing life in prison? Ali Nassar Abulaban, more popularly known as Jin Kid, was born in Staten Island, New York on the 18th of May, 1992. His mother was just 15 years old when he was born, and according to her, Ali had a difficult childhood, being often picked on by his father, who was physically abusive towards him. At 14, he was diagnosed with ADHD, which reflected poorly on his school performance. Following high school, he went to college for 1 semester before dropping out to pursue a career in the Air Force. It's here that he met his future wife, Anna, while he was stationed in Okinawa. While a seemingly loving relationship, issues with it cropped up very early on, as he was discharged from the military due to allegations of abuse. Despite this, the two of them would have a daughter together, and Ali would return back to school to become an IT network engineer. Ali first started creating content online as Jin Kid back in November of 2018, that content being singing and rapping. His first notable release was a remix of the song Arms Around You by XXXTentacion. To his surprise, the remix eventually reached around 15,000 views and had positive feedback in the comments. Motivated by this, Jin Kid would continue releasing music, eventually producing original songs of his own. He would go on to create an entire album, in fact, which I must admit has a rather hilarious album cover. As you might expect, given the topic of this
I like the
video,
album cover.
music would not be the creative endeavor that catapulted Jin Kid to success. Rather, it would serve as more of a stepping stone to his true creative foundation.
My like kind of shit memory, if nothing else, can separate the art from the artist, because I'm probably gonna forget something at some point and just be like, what the fuck? How did we get here? My dude's like, what? The
Clearly
fuck?
showcased that he was at
How'd
least
that get
capable
here?
in this regard.
I'm looking for a great warrior. Oh, great warrior.
Balls, brother.
Not make one great.
About a month after the Star Wars video, he took another crack at acting, making a comedy skit doing an impression of Tony Montana from Scarface, where he gets progressively more into the character as the sketch goes on.
So why the fuck are we? Okay. Go, okay. Look at this. Okay.
What?
Okay. What the fuck is my gun? What the fuck is my gun?
This was Jin Kid's first video to blow up, getting over 100,000 views, a huge milestone for any new creator. It was at this point that he decided to combine his knack for impressions and his musical talent to create this, an original song sung entirely by him doing a Tekashi 6ix9ine impression. This video was another success, getting over 100,000 views. The lyrics tell a seemingly imagined story about a guy in an unhealthy relationship with a woman that he was cheating on. Seemingly inconsequential for me to mention. However, I'd argue that this entire song could have been a form of projection, with Jin using Tekashi 6ix9ine as a mask to tell a story about his own personal life and relationship with his girl. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We still have to talk about Skyrim. Sometime in late 2019,
I'll run through the story later if
would
y'all
upload
want.
the first installment of Skyrim in real life.
I'm pretty sure we did it. It's
Ali
all.
acted like a
It's so
Skyrim
tedious.
NPC, capturing the various quirks, eccentricities, and buggy behavior of the many NPCs found throughout the Skyrim game.
Very
and
buggy
pretty much
because it's
every Elder
Bethesda.
Scrolls game.
You wouldn't call it Bethesda if it weren't buggy. The B's for buggy.
Very impressive.
Bethesda.
Now, where did I put it?
The B's for fucking buggy.
There it is.
Not a buggy
that's
like
all
you
I've got.
ride.
Take care.
A buggy like they ride or die
Sorry,
for. They
need
just
something?
want bugs in their fucking game. I don't know what's up with them. I don't understand. Back in my day, we didn't want bugs in every fucking game.
Though this is a
But
fairly
Bethesda,
common type of skit
whoever the
nowadays,
fuck
Ali
runs
was
the
one of
fucking
the
like
first to do NPC sketches like
part of
this.
that company,
And for his novel creation, he was
They want
handsomely
bugs.
rewarded. Though we
weird.
can't see what kind of numbers it was doing on TikTok, it got over 600K views on YouTube, becoming by far his most popular upload at the time. Ali was quick to capitalize on this success, and the very next day he already had a second episode ready. It blew past the last one, getting 1.2 million views on YouTube.
You try mercenary work? I'll suit you. Hey, watch it. Something going on? You said it.
I mean,
his TikTok account was
Yes,
blowing
please.
up at an unprecedented rate, and he would accrue an impressive 941,000 followers in short time. Though Skyrim IRL was by far his most popular series, he still continued to produce other content like impressions of Tony Montana, John Wick, and other kinds of characters.
Okay.
Oops.
So
wrong
watch
way.
my back. This is not Call of Duty, man, okay? That won't be necessary. Okay, tough guy. Is this the right place?
Come on, Pally Dan. Come on, Pal Dan.
For the most part, he was uploading these clips to TikTok, but he was very much active on YouTube and Instagram as well. These three platforms serving as the trifecta hub of anything that would be Jin Kid content.
Okay. What can I get? Hey, handsome. What the fuck you call me? Sorry, man. I'll have a venti dolce caramel macchiato with no ice. What the fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Get him your one.
Ali had everything you could want as a growing creator. He was getting shown love by the YouTube and TikTok algorithms, and even received praise from media outlets who commented on the creativity of his Skyrim IRL series. Even more impressively, his Scarface impressions
carrying
actually
too
caught
much?
the attention of some big-name Hollywood
That's
actors, including the legendary Stephen Bauer, who played Manny Ribeiro, Tony Montana's right-hand man in Scarface.
Now he's
The point
carrying
is,
too much.
Jin Kid had it going on. A thriving online presence with hundreds of thousands of fans and a great real-life
What's ours
job to
at?
fall back on if things
Ooh, it's
fizzled out on
400.
social media.
Oh,
And
I
with
don't
all
have
of that
power armor right
stated,
now.
Now we approach the question. How did Jin Kid fuck all
Lame.
of this up? Well, it's a pretty crazy situation that actually does involve Jin Kid hacking and spying on his own family. And with that said, before we move into this segment, I want to talk about today's cybersecurity sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is a VPN app that I personally have used for many years now. I travel quite a bit and have to access unsecured Wi-Fi networks when I'm trying to work. And you can bet your bottom dollar I'm using Surfshark when I'm on those things to protect myself from hackers, people trying to get my IP. We don't want none of that stuff. You got to keep yourself protected with Surfshark. Surfshark has a 30-day money-back guarantee, so literally sign up, use it for a month, and if you don't like it, you get the cash back in your hand. It's a risk-free deal. So Surfshark is great. It lets you change your location to virtually anywhere on Earth. They've got 3,200 servers in over 100 locations that you can pick from. This allowing you to be even more anonymous online. Having a VPN at the ready is always a good idea in general, and you can get pretty creative with them if you want to. Like, let's say a website is trying to block access in your country. Switch to another country and get to it. Same goes for streaming apps like Netflix, Hulu, and the rest of them. If there's a region-specific piece of content that you want to watch that's not accessible in your country, just change locations and you can watch it. So with that said, it's time to secure your privacy with Surfshark VPN. Sign up with my link in the description to get an extra 4 months of Surfshark. That's surfshark.com/wavywebsurf. So let's begin to discuss how everything started to go wrong. Do you remember Ali's wife, Anna? She's featured in a number of Ali's videos, either holding the camera or occasionally playing a character herself in the content. Though not a major part of his channel, she was involved in the video production process to some degree. While the two seemed happy together on camera, their off-screen relationship was apparently not so harmonious. When the two were living together back at Ali's mother's house in Virginia, the mother has gone on record testifying that she often heard them argue. At the time, she didn't think much about it, believing it to be nothing more than the bickering of a young couple. Though it appears more was at play, as around the time of Ali's initial blow-up on social media, him and Anna had gotten in a dispute that resulted in Anna floating the idea of getting a restraining order against him, though it seems Ali's mother eventually dissuaded her from doing this. Associates of Anna have also spoken out about the brewing discord in the couple's relationship. According to Anna's friend, a woman named Julia, he was a domineering figure in the relationship, all but forcing Anna to work on the videos with him. She was supposedly quite isolated, with Ali seemingly not allowing her to have any sort of friends of her own out of jealousy. Though as many troubled partners do, the two continued to stick together. The couple eventually moved to San Diego in February of 2021 at the behest of Anna, who wanted to live closer to some of her friends from Japan. The move wasn't exactly smooth sailing, and at some point, Ali became addicted to drugs, including cocaine. According to Julia, the Skyrim IRL creator became jealous of his wife Anna, who despite her initial fears actually began to thrive socially in the new San Diego environment, something that she wasn't able to do back in Virginia. Jin Kid, growing more and more possessive of the woman, wanted her to always be on the sidelines. And seeing that she was forming her own social circles, he would step in and start actively prohibiting her from going out with friends unless it was like explicitly permitted by him. Anna's friend Julia has also recalled an incident involving her and Anna returning from a gym workout and finding an irritated Ali waiting for them. She witnessed Anna and Ali get into a heated argument, an argument that boiled over into Ali throwing things at both of the women and accusing Anna of cheating on him. She says in this argument that Ali demanded Anna to have more sex with him, arguing that because he had helped her move to the United States, he basically owned her and she was like his slave. Anna had thus far chose to stay with Ali for the sake of their daughter, as she was worried she would get deported or lose custody if they split up. Though likely seeing how dangerous the situation had become, she tempered her fears and ended up calling the police and reporting him for domestic violence. When the officers came, Ali recorded the entire interaction, which the police found unusual. Quote, "Most people don't record their conversations with the cops," a responding deputy is quoted as saying. Though in fairness, I'm sure cops would like if you didn't record them, but we're still gonna fucking record you, dog. With no physical injuries present, police wouldn't make an arrest.
Lol, bruh.
Speaking of recording things, Ollie started publicly humiliating Anna on social media, recording her during their arguments and
very short
commenting
clip.
things like, "This is what a bitch looks like." Around this time, Ollie was also facing trouble at his real-life military IT job. In July of 2021, he randomly stopped showing up at work without any announcements. Later that month, he requested short-term disability, which was granted. When he returned, he was on good behavior for a while, but he quickly fell into his old habits of drug abuse and physical abuse. With trouble in both his personal and professional life
might call
and the
it a
turmoil
waste.
surrounding
I might agree
everything,
right now.
it was obvious that this marriage wasn't going to last. The straw that broke the camel's back was when Anna found out that Ollie had been cheating
shit
on her.
happens. Well,
And
to what
this
I'm doing
was
in
the
game.
final
The
transgression.
cheating part is
She could
abhorrent.
stomach no more. Anna
be
began to try the
heartbroken.
process of separation. She moved with her daughter to a friend's house, leaving Ollie by himself in their apartment. She also would go through with getting a restraining order. However, after Ollie offered to move to a hotel, she moved back into their apartment, with him not there. But even with a restraining order
Yeah, it was a big
against
ass
him,
waste.
Ollie the Gin Kid would continue to torment his former lover. In the early morning of October 21st, while Anna was out of the apartment, Ollie
That
snuck
sucks.
in, taking their daughter's
It's okay.
iPad
We
and
can walk
connecting it
back
to
there.
Discord voice chat in order to record and
fuck,
spy
brother?
on Anna. He also ransacked the apartment, which Anna would eventually notice when she got back and have to clean up. Their daughter was getting out of school soon, and Anna, not wanting the child to see the chaotic aftermath in the apartment, well, she decided that she just needed to clean everything up as fast as possible, and in order to do that, she needed help. With Ollie secretly monitoring her, Anna calls up a male friend named Rayburn Barron and asks him for a favor, that being if he could help
Going the
her
wrong
with the
fucking
cleaning of
way.
the house. Ali, hearing Anna calling this man, becomes enraged. He jumped into his car and sped towards the Spire apartment complex where she was located and takes the elevator up to the 35th floor where the
Oh,
room
there's
was
Sam.
at. Ollie was seen
He's helping
entering
me
the
out.
apartment, after which he found Anna, pulled out a
Yeah, good
pistol,
man,
and
good
started
man.
shooting at both her and Rayburn. Ollie shot Rayburn 3 times before pointing the gun at Anna and shooting her in the forehead. Both would die from the man's cold-blooded attack. Right after the shooting, Ollie contacted his mother, revealing that he had just murdered his wife. The 6 social media star then immediately went to pick up his daughter from school. Thankfully, the child wouldn't be harmed, and a few hours later, he was caught and arrested by the police on suspicion of murder. He confessed just 5 hours after the killings took place, and was charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree. Despite the confession, he pled not guilty. News of the event quickly blew up on
Your
social
sister's
media.
in
The
Sanctuary,
attention
I'm
led to
sorry.
requests
I'll
for
send her
interview,
back.
with Ollie eventually accepting a request by Fox 5. While he was open about the case, what made the interview interesting was just how emotionally volatile he was throughout.
But what were you thinking?
And then guess what? Right here. Right there. We're in babies.
Interestingly, he also expressed regret for the shooting, although not for the reasons you might think.
And this whole everything, it's my craft, it's my baby. What should I do? I wanted to be an actor. I was right there. The weekend before all this happened.
Y'all knew what we were doing. I just don't want to get caught being shady.
Yes, even though he's on live television, he can't even feign remorse for killing his own wife. All he could think about is that he lost his career and woe is me. Just in case there was any confusion about whether this guy was a good dude or not, during
Armor.
a later
Power
interview
suit.
for a documentary, he apologized to
Power
his
armor
fans
suit.
for not being able to make more content and issued no
Content?
apology to the families. His priorities were with making fucking
Content?
Skyrim role-playing videos. The preliminary hearing took
Content?
place in January of 2022, and according to an attorney present, it quickly turned explosive after a detective had described Anna and Rayburn's relationship becoming
We
more
get to make the
romantic.
great content
This led to an
song later.
outburst from Ollie,
That's
who
fine.
started throwing expletives at the judge, complaining about how he never wanted this for himself or his daughter, and how his life was effectively over. Again, he's more focused about his own life than the ones that he coldly
over the
took
great
for seemingly no
sea.
reason. The process of justice dragged on for the next several years, with Ollie trying to sow doubt with bouts of incompetency and just seeming extremely crazy throughout all of it. The court ordered a clinical evaluation for him, during which more of his childhood trauma was brought to light.
No, I won't.
According to the examiner, Ollie claimed to have been beaten by his father using an extension cord, which caused welts on his back and trauma. Whatever the case, on May 1st of 2024, the trial started in earnest and was heavily publicized. Ollie was facing 2 life sentences, with the prosecution making the case that this was first-degree murder, while the defense argued it was voluntary homicide or a crime of passion. The prosecution was allowed to make their points first, and throughout the week, they painted a picture of Ollie being an abusive husband. They interviewed a number of Anna's friends who testified to Ollie and Anna's relationship, that relationship being toxic, according to them.
This whole Scarface act was very common back then as well. He just always had to be better than everybody else in the room. He spoke down to a lot of us. It actually kind of made me distance myself toward the end because I just couldn't stand being around him. He made everybody in the room feel uncomfortable. Just very physical and verbal.
Another friend tried to explain the reason Anna was scared of being deported was partially because Ollie had directly threatened her with it. One of the friends cited earlier, Julia, she recalled an incident during which she picked up Anna from the apartment. In anger, Ollie followed them in his car, got ahead of them, and tried to brake check them and swerve them off the road. She called 911 over the matter, but decided not to press charges, hoping that just the police coming would scare him from doing it again. More hauntingly, the prosecution presented all of the recordings of the incident, including the moment the actual shooting occurred and the aftermath.
Oi, that's fucking tits.
Because I believe in you, and I don't want to see any of your go to waste.
Fuck.
As these clips played, Ollie cried, although it's hard to say whether he was feigning grief or feeling actual emotion here. After the prosecution made their case, it was time for the defense to step up. Since they were trying to prove that this was a crime of passion, their main goal was to give the impression that Ollie wasn't in control of his faculties due to mental illness at the time of the crime being taken place. They also tried to say that the coke addiction had something to do with it. They argued that he actually had no intention of killing anybody by going there. It's just whenever he walked into the apartment room, he was so enraged and it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. In order to help their testimony, they called several witnesses, including Dr. Lehman, mentioned earlier, and Ollie's mother. When his mother came to testify, she actually blew him a kiss before sitting down, and then promptly broke down crying, believing her son to be innocent. She detailed the relationship as being more mutually toxic, with both of them being physically abusive to each other. She also pleaded that he was suffering from mental issues due to severe childhood trauma, which Dr. Lehman further confirmed. However, perhaps the craziest part of this trial is that Ollie eventually took the stand himself. Now, this move is generally discouraged by any solid attorney, as it's an easy way to completely burn yourself in the eyes of the jury as you expose yourself to a prosecutor's cross-examination. However, given he had already been caught dead to rights, he was basically banking on the idea that he could sway the jury by humanizing himself here. It was like a Hail Mary attempt. So how did it go?
Slapping.
Her friends?
Slapping Anna.
I would never do that in public. I never did that.
He spoke about his abusive childhood, saying, among other things, that men in his culture were supposed to be strong and patriarchal, while he was much more similar to his mother.
You're supposed to take place of your father. You're supposed to be the father when he's not there or at work or things of that nature.
We get to fuck up the enclave.
However,
it makes sense
I was
now.
a lot more like my mother.
They're traitors.
And that posed a lot of problems.
He talked about his ADHD and his struggles with self-worth, and he also went into his military career, detailing the incident that had led him to getting discharged.
Well, I had learned that there was a house party that I was not invited to. And I show up, and I see one of my staff sergeants sitting down, and I sat with them, I had a beer in my hand, and it had been really troubling me as to, like, why am I not fitting in? What's wrong with me? So I said, hey, Staff Sergeant, can I ask you a question? He goes, sure. I was like, why does it seem like nobody likes me? And he goes, it's because you're a terrorist. You're a terrorist, Abdullah.
In regards to Anna, he argued that he was not nearly as controlling as the prosecution had made him out to be. And he said the most he would ever do was use a firm tone when speaking to her when he was frustrated with the woman. In general, he spoke very little about the actual allegations he was facing during his testimony, and instead threw a giant pity party for himself, making a bunch of excuses. Whatever he hoped to achieve, he was now about to be grilled by Cross, and it went worse than you can possibly imagine. They ruthlessly questioned him, mentioning a number of incidents where Ali had been violent with Anna and other people. This included a time in July when he punched her multiple times and then convinced her not to go to the police with it. They then covered Julia's claim that Ali had attempted to run her and Anna off the road. He would confirm that during the end of the relationship, Anna often leaned on her friend Julia for support when her and Ali were fighting. On the day of the road rage incident, he was fed up with them commiserating with each other, so he got in his car to fucking stalk them and follow them and try to hit them.
Swerve near Julia's car to scare them, right?
No, I pulled up to the adjacent lane. And,
Okay.
Side by side. And I told him to pull over.
Where did I put the majority of our weapons stash? I guess.
Yeah, we were just, I was behind her the whole time.
Institute?
And then at some point,
Probably?
I moved to the left lane to be window to window.
I think. Easy teleport. Let's go check.
I swerved in front of them to try to stop them, yeah. I did. It is scary. I was trying to, get Anna to come back with me.
And Anna did not want to come back to the apartment with you that night, right?
Initially.
She made that clear to you, right?
I think
Besides
Julie can come with
Anna
us
and
here.
Rayburn, the people that he was most frequently violent with were individuals in his own family. Sometime during Ali's mom's divorce, she was in contact with somebody named Mr. Sharma, an online individual, and they supposedly became romantically involved. This upset Ali as he felt like he was cheating on her dad even though they were getting a fucking divorce.
That made you mad, right?
It hurt the family, yes, including me.
You slapped your mom when you found it out, right?
No, I didn't.
Anna saw you slap your mom.
No, I didn't.
Anna saw you slap your mom, right?
She did not see that. I shoved her.
You shoved your mom.
I did.
So you didn't slap her, you shoved her.
No, I shoved her.
Because you were mad at her for cheating on your dad, essentially, right?
She admitted in a very vulgar way in front of my dad that she, yes, so yes.
You're mad at her, right? Because you don't like when someone's cheated on, right?
That's correct.
Without getting too deep into the nitty-gritty, the prosecution did an excellent job in calling him out on his bullshit. All Ali could do was come off as a complete narcissist. In the end, his testimony only hurt his defense, and by this point, there was no doubt where the jury was going to go. On the 29th of May, the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, with each charge getting a gun enhancement. Once the ruling was read and the time came to put the cuffs on him, he broke down in court. The date of sentencing was set for the 6th of September, where Ali gave one last plea for mercy, apologizing to the families of the victims and everyone else involved, while reminding everyone that he was mentally ill and needed help. To no one's surprise, the plea fell on deaf ears. When the judge laid down his sentencing, he was merciless, striking out any mitigating factors and refusing to remove the gun enhancements.
So the bottom line here is he will die in prison. He will never be a free man. He will take his last breath there. Please.
In the end, he was given 2 life sentences without parole and an extra 50 years for the 2 gun enhancements. As of today, his TikTok has been deleted, although his YouTube channel is actually still up. About a week after the sentencing, someone uploaded a video to his channel titled Murder or Manslaughter, sharing about 14 minutes worth of clips from the trial, concluding with a still image that said, "This was a crime of passion. I have no idea who had access to his account. I'm thinking that it could be his mom, but I don't know. Needless to say, the commenters under this video were not impressed. In the world of social media, it's easy to get lost and deceived by what you see on screen. Looking at Ollie's videos, you would have thought he was a funny, likable, and easy to get along with guy with a good sense of humor. And there were certainly hundreds of thousands of fans around the world who felt that way, not knowing anything about the dark secrets that laid beneath. Much like some of the enemies in the video game itself, this Skyrim IRL actor was a straight up monster, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy that he's spending the rest of his life in prison. And well, you made it to the end. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys.
We made it. We did it. We succeeded. We made it. We got there. We survived. Together. Like teamwork does. I'm proud of us, y'all. We did it.
In 2022, I published a video telling the
I
story
need to head to
of
Sanctuary now.
YouTuber Zayzef, a
And
self-described
then back, so we'll have one
incel,
spare.
RuneScape addict, and internet troll. Most known for a video he uploaded 7 years ago titled "I Got Hugged by a Girl."
I had to cancel a
I
thread.
want to tell you something that happened to me today. I got hugged by a girl. She was my cousin.
This girl hug video would turn the kid into a living meme of sorts. And for many
I thought it
years,
was cute.
Zayzef, real name Alexander Rudenko, was revered as an underdog, a McLovin-type character who vlogged and documented his many embarrassing attempts at getting a girlfriend, openly sharing these efforts with the fan base who, despite the guy's creepiness, appreciated Zayzef's honesty regarding his suboptimal standing in the realm of women.
Have you ever wanted to be my girlfriend?
Will you be my girlfriend? Will you be my girlfriend? No? She said, "Oh, don't touch me." And then with her water bottle, she spilled the water on me, and I was all wet.
I need to get a girlfriend before I die of loneliness and depression.
Can I have your phone number?
I have a boyfriend, I'm sorry.
Aw, dang it.
Zayzef was so
Oh, I need to
incompetent
go to
in his
the old
dealings
vault.
with those of the opposite
Oh, there's
sex
stuff to
that
break
many
into.
speculated that he could have been acting as a character intentionally,
My game
you know,
crashed.
amplifying his creepiness in videos for
Give me a
comedic
sec.
purposes. But then 2018 happened.
And is arrested after trying to meet up with
God damn
a
it.
13-year-old girl for sexual activity. The two met over social media, but little did he know he was actually meeting up with an undercover Roseville police officer.
In this year, any notion of Zayzef not being a creep would be thrown out the window when he was arrested for committing the cardinal sin endeavored upon by many a disgraced YouTuber, attempting to meet up with someone he thought was a minor.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
Yes, the once
Oh,
thought
it's
to
Mr.
be
Cupcakes.
innocuous incel through social media would make contact with
Gross.
someone who he thought was a 13-year-old girl
Fucking nasty.
and would allegedly make plans to meet her for sexual activity. However, when he arrived, the YouTuber wasn't met with a minor, he was met with an officer of
A
the
major
law,
league
a
pitcher?
Roseville City policeman, in fact,
Oh,
and he
that'll
was
do.
promptly booked. Abstaining from admitting guilt, Alexander's plea in response to the charge of contacting a minor with the intent to commit a specified sex offense would go down as no contest, and he would be sentenced for his egregious plot, made to serve 364 days in
didn't say it
jail
was
and a
there.
stint of probation. Following this disgraceful
guess maybe it
deed
did.
and time in the slammer, Zayzef completely abandoned his once bustling channel, leaving behind a fan base who now hated him and a cursed backlog of videos, the contents of which became even more unsettling in light of his, at the time, recent arrest. Other than a few Yu-Gi-Oh! Live streams on a second channel, all things considered, it looked like Zayzef's story was over. Maybe his encounter with the law shook some sense into Alex, and perhaps now he would be content in fading away from the public consciousness, thankful that his crime didn't land him serious prison time. That's what I thought, but boy was I wrong. Much has transpired in the world of Zayzef in the 2 years since I last spoke about him. Alleged activity that has landed him behind bars not once, but twice, with the registered sex offender now facing over 10 years in prison for allegedly committing crimes very much similar to his original indictment.
I want to show you who we're talking about.
Brother.
26-year-old Alexander Anatolievi Rudenko from
Brother, don't do
Sacramento
fucked up
County.
shit.
He was already a registered sex
You'll get
offender,
hugs.
now accused of assaulting 2 teen girls, one just 13 years old.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. How
It
did
is exciting, I
Zayzev
know,
go
right?
from his quiet post-2018 incarceration Yu-Gi-Oh streams to a cold jail cell for the second time? When Zayzev was released from jail in 2019, he returned to a place of great familiarity, his childhood bedroom at his mom's house. Alex's probation had little stipulation around internet use, and he would quickly slide back into some old habits. Those, of course, being excessive online gaming, and later in 2021, posting videos to YouTube. There were several live streams containing Yu-Gi-Oh! And RuneScape gameplay posted around this time, all of them being broadcasted to the relatively obscure Zayzev Live channel, which was Zayzev's backup channel. While Alex did not speak in these videos, they are still significant in that it makes clear that he was very much active online after the incident. And while certainly meeker in presence, it seemed, despite his shameful criminal conviction, the guy still felt himself an individual worth following. Alex would post streams infrequently for some time. However, no real following would ever materialize, and the live channel struggled to break just 1,000 subscribers. The viewer counts were even more underwhelming. With his name besmirched, few sought out the registered offender's new content, and seeing this, a discouraged Zayzev would become infrequent with live streams, turning more private in regard to his online activity, and beginning a period of elusiveness after uploading a Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream in January of 2022. One might naively think that after slinking away from these streams, Alex had come to the conclusion that he needed to leave the online life that had brought him nothing but trouble behind him, and maybe take a new path, stepping into the real world and getting an actual job and some friends. But anyone familiar with this self-described incel know better. Sadly, what we find is that Alex continued rotting at his mom's apartment, gaming near constantly isolated in his room. And even more unsettlingly, he had allegedly begun dabbling in the world of underage girls once again. On August 30th, 2022, Alexander Rudenko was arrested in Sacramento County, California, now charged with a crime even more serious than his solicitation of a minor charge from 2018. Authorities were accusing Alex of sexually assaulting not one, but 2 underage girls, aged 13 and 17 respectively. In total, he was hit with 5 suspected sexual abuse-related charges, including lewd acts with a child under 14, sodomy, and oral copulation. While it's unclear to me exactly how Alex came into contact with these girls, the media has reported that police...
I don't mean to be pedantic, but sodomy and oral copulation are the same goddamn thing. Okay, now I apologize for being pedantic. It's the worst time to be pedantic about something, but can I be fucking honest, please? Sodomy and oral copulation are the same goddamn motherfucking shit-kicking what the fuck the goddamn piss fucking thing. It's not for the immediate thing of reproduction, so thusly it fucking is. So, yeah. Again, terrible time to be a fucking pedantic shithead. Absolutely egregious timing. That said, I'm fucking right. Okay, cool. I'm glad we talked about that today. So, again, what's our little takeaway here, right? That sodomy and oral copulation are the same goddamn thing. Why? It's without the intent of reproduction. That's why. Okay, cool. Again, terrible time to be pedantic about something like this. Absolutely egregious. Complete fail. But it irked me.
had been monitoring Alex for some time, stating that he was known to frequent public parks and public spaces around Sacramento County. I think the implication of this statement from the police is rather obvious. Alex was swiftly put behind bars, but was controversially given a $135,000 bond, and the registered offender accused of another crime related to child predation was once again free to walk the streets, only serving a day in jail. While he would, of course, have to eventually go to court, the Roseville community was outraged at the decision to give him bail and let him walk. Like, why the fuck is a registered offender getting hit with the same shit allowed to walk away? The news of Zayzef's arrest and the ludicrous circumstances surrounding his situation would be covered by the local press, who went to Alex's apartment complex to interview concerned citizens, and most notably, Alex's own mother. An individual who many, including the reporter, felt were enabling Alex.
If I don't pee, I might explode my G. Bladder, bladder, bladder,
Antelope a day after being arrested for sexually assaulting teens. The address is right over here. What do you make of that?
Bladder, bladder,
It's not right. He shouldn't be here, plain and simple.
Ernesto Hernandez, a father of three, concerned to say the least. Rudenko is accused of sexually assaulting teen girls, one 17, the other 13 years old. Should people be worried about their children out here?
Oh no, I'm living here for 5 years with him.
I went to his apartment. His mother answered the door saying her son has autism, doesn't communicate well, and there's no proof he did anything wrong. But these charges, did he touch those little girls?
Can we
I don't know.
stop using,
I have no idea, but
can
I
we
don't think
just
so.
like
Maybe
stop using ASD as a
those
reasoning
girls
for this?
has to be responsible for
Like,
them
you can
too.
talk about what specific symptoms
Mom, it's the minor's responsibility. Real classy.
But you don't
Despite
need to
the
be
outcry
like,
from the public, Zayzef
it's just like, honey, not every person with ASD has like poor dysregulation and punches people in the fucking titties, and not everybody with ASD has like considered in a way and such that they now deem it appropriate to do such a thing. I don't know a better way to like try to take account for people saying a wide array of disparate shit. I think that's the most all-encompassing way I can aggregate all of the disparate ass bullshit that motherfuckers say. I don't know for sure, but we'll see one day. Bladder, bladder,
Doomer
bladder,
playing
bladder,
Yu-Gi-Oh
bladder,
game.
bladder, bladder,
Typically,
bladder.
I'd see some titles like this and assume them to be ironic, but I found that with Zayzef, things that he says or do that appear ironic are typically just his actual thoughts. Like before, these streams were non-commentated, with Alex remaining tight-lipped regarding his current legal situation. However, around this period, Zayzef would for the first time speak to someone in a public capacity regarding his original 2018 crime. This conversation would occur on the YouTube channel John Drinks Water. During a November 22nd of 2022 stream,
I
the
forgot where I
host
put a
takes
weapon.
a call from a viewer in
That's
chat
wild,
who is
bro.
none other than Alex himself. He was apparently a
That
longtime
is
fan of John's
bananas.
content and decided to break his silence, speaking somewhat candidly with the streamer. This call is significant in that it gives us some insight into Alex's perspective on his previous 2018 crime, and if he was remorseful for what he had done. And given some of his statements, that didn't appear to be the case.
Did you go to jail? Yeah. How long were you in jail? What was that like?
1 year.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was not like violent or anything. Nothing bad happened over there. It was just really depressing and boring. But yeah, I get to read like books and watch TV sometimes.
Wait, aren't you like a sex offender or something?
Well, yeah, now I am.
So are you allowed to do a live stream?
Yeah, I'm still allowed to be on the internet.
Okay. What's the story with that? What's the details and what happened with that?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about that. But it's just, yeah, it was like a sting operation. So then I was pretending to be an underage girl, you know, like presenting. Yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
So if somebody looks at the sex offender map, you're on it, I guess?
Yeah.
Like forever?
I'm not sure if it's forever. It's at least 20 years, I think.
What's your deal? What
Bladder, bladder, bladder. I gotta pee.
Might be. I have the mind of a child, I guess, if that counts as autistic.
Sorry, say that again?
I said I have the mind of a child.
Zazef, a convicted offender awaiting his second trial related to an alleged sex offense, had very much become a black-pilled incel doomer, a deeply disturbed individual with a troubled existence. And this isn't me playing mind reader, as Alex essentially confirms it himself. Remarkably, the live streams I mentioned earlier and the live chats from within them are still archived by YouTube. Watching these streams, you'll find Alex typed many messages in chat, communicating silently with the handful of viewers that tuned in. Reviewing these streams in their respective chats, you can get a glimpse into his desolation, with Alex describing himself as a black-pilled doomer, insinuating a deep depression.
I gotta pee. My G, I gotta pee. Bladder, 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 bladder. If I don't pee, I'm gonna explode. Dee doo doo dee. Bladder, 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 bladder. Oh yeah, waiting for like. Yes, we're gonna wait a little bit to update this. I want it to be automatic. I don't really care which sort of automatic. I want it to be automatic. I'll take it. It's cute. Besides, it's Enclave painted up, so it's fucking adorable. Looks like the fucking Enclave. Yes. Bladder, why are you like this? Why can't you explode on your own? Dee doo 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 dee. Bladder. Bladder, bladder, bladder. This is still the fucking Wavy. This is still Wavy doing shit. Wavy's just letting this person cook on my screen. Why do people try to like pick up dates in YouTube chat? Does that work well? Oh, it does 13 more damage? Oh, that's not bad. Extra flame jets, the shearing shish kebab. Oh my gosh, yes please. That just sounds so pretty. I have to do
Honestly, these streams with Alex chatting are some of the most depressing videos I've seen online. On the surface, these don't look like much, but when you really consider that Alex is essentially just typing into a void right here and is at this rock bottom state, there's something deeply unsettling about these streams. Just watching this guy wallow in isolation in a dark room, essentially opining about his shortcomings as a person and coping about being an incel to an audience of no more than 5 random strangers, it's sad, really. After viewing these stream chats, some of you out there may be tempted to feel a bit sympathetic for Alex. Well, what I'm about to disclose next might change things for you. In June of 2023, Alex's time in the free world would finally come to an end after he was once again arrested, now facing a new slew of charges surrounding minors.
It's not right. He shouldn't be here, plain and simple.
Nothing's changed since that outrage. Rudenko got out on bail for allegedly assaulting a 13-year-old girl and a 17-year-old girl. And just this week,
again, arrested for possession of child porn.
On June 28th, Alex was brought in, with authorities alleging that he was in possession of child sexual abuse material. The previously convicted offender, who was out on bond, still fighting his second round of charges, now had been hit with a third set of disgusting allegations. This would obviously violate the terms of his bail. No longer allowed to rot in his bedroom at his mom's house, Alex would soon find himself in a cold jail cell as he awaits trial for both his alleged 2022 and 2023 infractions. And this time,
I'm putting my
thankfully, there
authority
is
away
no
for a
new
bit. No, I'm
bond.
not.
About goddamn time. Getting Alex to trial has been easier said than done, as on numerous occasions, doctors have seemingly deemed Alex incompetent to stand trial. A brief look at an online court database with updates surrounding his cases seemed to suggest that the legal process has been mired by Zayzef's apparent bouts of incompetency. Though what has been established in court is Zayzef's plea in regard to the allegations, not guilty. Yes, it appears the YouTuber intends to fight the charges pressed against him in court. Zayzef has even issued a message to the public from jail that was published to YouTube by the channel Shock City, where he alleges the police set him up in regard to his charges.
Hello, this is Alex Rudenko.
I gotta pee.
I'm going to jail right now because of a big misunderstanding. I hope the victims find it in their hearts to come up with the truth about me. I know the cops might have manipulated them to say stuff about me that isn't true. They're trying to give me over 10 years. I'm never going to be able to get a job. I'm never going to be able to get a family. My whole life is ruined while everyone
Never
else
gonna be
in this
able to get
situation
a family
sitting at home,
is sounds detached from
Those of you that are familiar with pedo hunter style
growing
videos
past
are likely
looking at people as
familiar
an
with the
object.
sort of excuse that Zayzef
No,
is
I'm
giving
not
here.
sure. I
And
don't
while
know
I'm not
shit.
saying that
It's
he's
just like-
lying or anything, I'm skeptical of the excuse to say
shocking.
the least.
It's all.
Zayzef's spiral from cringeworthy kid to registered sex offender and alleged reoffender has been quite the spectacle to witness over the last several years. Despite being given numerous opportunities to turn his life around and several slaps on the wrist, Alex has still managed to find himself back in jail. So the question remains, will the cycle continue? Well, if Alex is found guilty of his alleged crimes by matter of him being in prison, I would say that the cycle wouldn't continue. However, if Alex beats the allegation and is released to rot in front of his computer screen again, the story of Zayzef will continue on. And let's just hope the darkest chapters are behind us. I'd like to give a big thanks to the patrons for supporting this video. Wavy Web Surf out.
I could have
Peace.
taken this. But I'm stealing that next time. I'm taking his battery. I want that. Well, I don't need it. I guess I can get my goddamn own. There's our ride. I mean, okay.
From a
Vess will be
portly
proud of us.
Punisher with a Comic Con murder plot, to a redneck Raven cosplayer kidnapping a teen, to a Japanese Joker truly fed up with society, today we'll be exploring the bizarre underbelly of the cosplaying community, discussing a handful of eccentric crimes committed by some of its more unhinged, costumed characters. Anime, gaming, and cosplaying conventions can be some pretty stinky places. Might want to stop the stench with today's sponsor, Mando. Mando is great. It's a high-performance whole-body deodorant that you can put virtually anywhere to stop a stench. And this stuff smells fantastic. I've
Anywhere?
gotten mad compliments since I started wearing it. They have 4 different
Taint
scents that are all
odorant.
unique. Bourbon Leather,
cures the
Clover
taint,
Woods,
it makes
Mount
it
Fuji,
healthy.
and Pro Sport. There's an unscented variant as
Turns
well.
the
So one thing that I really like
taint into a
about Mando
towel.
is that you really can just put this anywhere. Like, let's say you have some package disturbances down there and you just have one problem spot
It is
you
for
need to
the
hit.
taint.
You put
Oh,
a droplet
lol,
of this stuff
lol,
in.
lol.
You're good to go.
Is
Keep
he
a tube of
giggling
this in your
'cause he
car.
just,
You
like,
won't
touched his
regret it.
wiener?
Mando is clinically proven to stop odor better than you just using a soap and nothing else. There's been an experiment that has revealed 12 hours
the mayor's
after a
office,
shower,
right?
a man's gooch odor level was a 5 out of 10. People
Alright,
that
based.
wore Mando after a shower, it was a 0 out of 10 12 hours later. Now that's impressive. This product
What?
was created by a doctor who felt like people were handling body odor incorrectly, and I have to agree with him because there's, you know, more places than just your armpits
use
that smell.
perfumes.
There's plenty
Use
of crevices around the body that can put up some stank. For a limited time,
Antiperspirants.
Mando has a variety of holiday bundles available.
This is why deodorant is a lose. Antiperspirant is a W. Because why would you just put perfume on yourself when you can, like, chemically encourage the bacteria that are growing in that area not to poop? Because their excrement, their waste, is what's stinky. Their waste is stinky. Is that another one of our power armors that I've littered in this map? There's like a lot of them. There's like fucking. There's a lot. There's a lot. I got a tinkle. We're going to Sanctuary. I'm a BRB. I hate to AFK react. We're having a very wavy, chill and play games with me day. It was bound to happen. BRB. I'll keep singing at you. Don't worry.
The story begins in January of 2019, when the annual Anime Los Angeles convention was set to take place at the Ontario Convention Center. Anime enthusiasts attended the event, with many showing up in elaborate outfits, cosplaying as their favorite characters. One such individual was Matthew Toyotome, also known as Ninja Lee. He was a part of the Power Rangers cosplay group and usually dressed up as the Yellow Power Ranger. Taking a look at his social media, Matthew was quite the peculiar figure. Aside from the Yellow Ranger stuff, he often posted photos of himself wielding replica firearms, LARPing as a covert secret agent of sorts, with him hiding behind trees and taking tactical positions behind walls and trash cans. Though odd, his behavior was innocuous. Matthew's true slide into criminality is born out of an unhealthy obsession. The man began developing feelings towards a woman in his cosplaying circle. Her name was Julia. Julia was a member of Matthew's Power Ranger group, and she dressed up as the Pink Ranger. The story goes that Matthew would eventually make his romantic feelings known to Julia, but she wasn't interested and politely rejected his advances. At this point, you would expect that he would simply accept his losses here and move on with his life like a normal person. But if he did, we wouldn't be talking about this guy, would we? Matthew was furious about getting rejected. His anger simmered and boiled over into a full-on hatred towards the Pink Ranger that politely rejected his advances. The deranged man started plotting his revenge, a plan that he would eventually execute during one of the night's festivities at Anime LA Con. On January 16th, Matthew strolled into the parking lot of the Azure Hotel and Suites, where Julia's vehicle was parked. In surveillance footage that was later publicly released online, you can see the man casually smoking a cigarette. Later in the clip, he walks over to her car and pours gasoline all over it before proceeding to set it on fire. As Matthew quickly left the scene of the crime, flames engulfed the surrounding cars in the lot, causing massive amounts of property damage. This also resulted in the hotel's fire alarms being triggered. Authorities were called soon after, with hotel customers even being evacuated. Local news outlet ABC7 interviewed a hotel patron named Hank Lugan, who had this to say.
Like one of the police officers, when I cut into one of the cars, this is crazy. I think one of the people that we actually know, their cars are like completely melted.
While nobody had been physically injured, 7 different vehicles in total sustained some form of damage. Despite the fire, police were initially hesitant to classify it as an arson attack, though their opinion regarding this matter soon changed after being provided footage of the guy literally creating the fire by the hotel manager. When questioned, Julia and her at-the-time boyfriend quickly identified Matthew as the individual in the video. The man was soon arrested, being charged not just for the arson attempt, but for his obsessive stalking as well, being given and held on a whopping $250,000 bail. Julia would make an Instagram post detailing the ordeal, thanking everyone for their support and asking for contributions to her GoFundMe, which eventually raised over $15,000. Some of the other victims of the fire also asked for donations, with the entire cosplay community rallying together to try to give what they could. This guy was clearly a disturbed individual, and I'm thankful that his incel rage only resulted in property damage and that nobody was
Welcome back from that. I'm cleaning up my
worse.
desk because I haven't done that yet.
Redneck Raven
I ought
cosplayer
to.
gets prison.
As
Teen
otherwise I'm
Titans is a
disgusting.
classic superhero show in the minds of both casual and hardcore cartoon lovers. Adults and children alike found the characters layered and dynamic, with Raven possibly being the best example within the show. Our next subject was a Raven cosplayer who not only fails to emulate Raven in just about every way imaginable, but this Titan ironically would help in the kidnapping of a teen. On November 4th, 2022, an unnamed teenage girl was abducted by a then 22-year-old man named Kobe Jerome Jordan. He had allegedly picked her up in his truck late at night, bringing her to the home of a woman named Molly Michelle Jarrett, who lived in the town of Pansy, Alabama. Another woman named Destiny Starr Lewis was also present throughout this entire ordeal. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, this kidnapped young girl had initially gone with the man willingly. To this day, it's unclear what the girl's relationship to these three adults were, and if it is known, it might be hidden for privacy purposes. However, it can be reasonably assumed that she was on decent terms with them beforehand, making what happened next all the more shocking. The girl was taken to an abandoned building in Jackson County, Florida. Keep in mind that Pansy is close to the border between the two states, meaning that they hadn't actually traveled that far. This is where the pleasantries seemed to stop, with Kobe binding her limbs with duct tape and brutally beating her. The trio then dumped the teenager at a seemingly random spot nearby, driving back home to Alabama soon after. The young girl was fortunately able to break free of her bonds and got out and found help. A report had already been filed after she was spotted by a nearby resident,
to eat the
with
Takis
the
with.
teen's testimony resulting in
Because
an
you never hear about
investigation being
Taki
launched.
consumers
Given the fact that the victim
having
knew
Cheeto
exactly,
fingers.
you know, who
It's
the
'cause we're
perpetrators
cautious.
were and where they lived,
We're the superior
it
person.
wasn't exactly difficult for
We're the
police
superior
to track
snack.
them down. While this story is pretty crazy on its own, it was photos taken after the perpetrator's
blanket was all fucked
capture
up.
that garnered the most
There we
attention
go.
by the press. In a Facebook
Bladder.
post published by
Bladder.
Florida's Jackson County
Bladder.
Sheriff's Office, photos of the deranged
just
criminals
peed.
were
I just
showcased.
peed.
And in one of them,
I
you can
just
clearly see here that Molly is
peed.
sporting a Raven cosplay, the costume being worn during the perpetration of the crime. To this day, it is somewhat unclear as to why she was wearing this Raven cosplay. If I had to take a guess, I'd say maybe them being from South Alabama had something to do with it. The juxtaposition of such a serious criminal offense being carried out by someone wearing a half-baked Raven costume caused many in the comment section
had to,
to
like, tell a
mock
friend
the
hello.
individuals responsible, with the
Known
story
her for many
becoming
a
a
fucking years.
full-blown meme of
Absolutely.
sorts. Bizarrely,
Just a
Molly's
fucking damn
photo was
good
even
friend who's been there
featured
for
in
me through
official
so
news
fucking
coverage
much,
of the
really.
situation, adding to
Like-
its absurdity.
Two are behind bars tonight after being
Let me
arrested
think.
for kidnapping a girl in Jackson County, Florida. Colby Jerome Jordan is
Homie's
accused of
one of the
kidnapping a
few
girl
people
Friday evening. The
to
two
have
then
like
met up
seen
with
a
two
stray
other
kitten with
females,
me,
one of whom
and we go to
is
like
Molly Michelle
be
Jarrett.
helpful
Despite
and
all
render
the
aid
jokes being
unto the
made
kitten.
at the criminal's
Right?
expense, the authorities
That's how
weren't
cool
laughing.
homie is.
At least publicly.
Mhm.
In March of 2024, all three individuals
Mhm.
responsible for the kidnapping were officially
Mhm.
charged. While they had initially pled not guilty in 2023, it appeared that their tune had changed as the legal case proceeded. The fact that they had crossed state lines also didn't help their situation, with the incident being considered a federal crime. In the end, Kobe was given 7 years, Destiny was given almost 6, and Molly, the redneck Raven, was given 11 with no chance of parole. They're currently serving out their sentences, hopefully never being able to cause harm to any more innocent teens again. For now, she'll be Azarath Metrion sitting her ass in prison.
Azarath
Deaf
Metrion
superhero
sitting her
attacked
ass
by
down in
real-life
prison.
villain. Ray Sean
Goddamn,
Pitt,
brother.
or Ray for short, was a local
I should have been dropping
phenomenon
shit
in
at
Florida.
Sanctuary, I guess,
As a
huh?
deaf person,
Well,
Ray
fuck.
has sadly had fewer opportunities in life, often struggling to find positive ways to channel his energy. He was adopted by his father, a man named Rusty
Oh, that's
Pitt,
just too
and
many
his wife
fucking
Angie,
wood.
all the way
Okay.
back in 2004.
Paladin
And growing up was a
dads.
battle. Ray struggled with a lack of social skills and often
just-
lagged
he's
behind
good now.
as a result. To top it all off, his adoptive father unfortunately passed away when Ray was a teenager, making his life even more difficult. Though a publication known as the Daily Commercial reported that things began to look
Azarath
up for
Metrion
Ray
sitting
after
that
a
ass down in
kind-hearted U.S.
prison.
military
More like it.
veteran befriended him and gifted him a Superman costume. Ray was a big fan of superheroes and kung fu movies, and this costume allowed him a way to become his larger-than-life role models in a way and channel his creative energies. At 20 years old, Ray, donning his gifted Superman costume, began standing on a street corner next to the highway in his hometown of Mineola, Florida, performing action moves and shadow boxing
Florida
as
man.
cars passed by, doing so purely to entertain the public.
Sitting that ass down.
Despite an occasional mean-spirited person
sorry.
making fun of him, most of the local residents found his presence to be positive, eventually dubbing Ray the Mineola superhero. Overall, it was a positive experience for him. It provided him with an opportunity to express himself, all while becoming a well-known and frankly beloved member of the community. However, this would change in the summer of 2017 when Ray met 26-year-old Tyler McCorvey. This deranged individual, for some reason, had a desire to fight the deaf superhero. According to later witness reports, Tyler was seen mocking Ray's disability before physically assaulting him. The incident was described by a woman.
I know that, like, people have said, well, the story says, but the story said a lot of shit. You can't convince me that, like, you know, Europe and Asia, all of Afro-Eurasia is fine, and that just the Americas fucked themselves up. Like, we have no feedback loop to close. We have, like, the stipulations. So, like, my little headcanon is the rest of the world is, like, actually just doing pretty alright. And just, like, laughing their fucking shit cockles off at, like, the remnants of the states. You know? Like, that's my headcanon. Is that it went to the ye olde world. The new world became the ye olde world. Right? That's my little headcanon here. That's what I've been thinking. Now, you have no fucking canon shit to prove otherwise.
The man screamed at the top of his lungs, even going as far as
You have
to dunk his
stipulation
head
from
into a
Anchorage, but
toilet
that's
while
it.
claiming he wanted to die at the police
And you
station.
have no new
According
reports.
to WESH News,
So
he
you
was
can't prove
eventually
it.
charged with 2 counts of battery and aggravated abuse of a disabled adult. Despite the upsetting nature of this story, there was a silver lining to it. Ray didn't let the incident stop him from pursuing his hobbies as a superhero, and he went right back to the same street corner
Where is this
soon
bitch?
after to continue his work shadowboxing and entertaining the public. Because of this and the viral nature of the story,
Smart
Ray
soldier
became
is
a
always
sensation
prepared.
overnight, with
Damn
hundreds
right,
of local
brother.
residents
Damn
showing
right.
their support for him on social
Oh, this
media.
brother
A
can't carry
Facebook
shit.
page was
God damn
started
it.
in his honor, and
God
many
damn it.
passers-by gave him drinks and other gifts while he stood out dancing in the hot sun, with cheerful people honking at him as they passed by. I do
Okay,
want to
good.
clear one misconception that I've seen about this story online. The majority of news outlets that have reported on this story claim that Ray was autistic. Just know that according to Ray's mother, this guy isn't autistic, he's simply deaf. As simple as that could be, I guess. His mother, Angie, claimed that he had developmental issues, but denied that it was the result of autism. Though regardless, he was
Pedantic
still a
mom.
disabled
We love
adult who
pedantic
had been
mom.
unjustly victimized. Thankfully, the community came together to support him. While the criminal in this story isn't actually the cosplayer, I did want to include it. The Mineola superhero story is a nice reminder that sometimes strangers can band together to make a positive impact on someone's life. These people came together to support an at-risk individual who they beloved in their town. While it's unclear exactly what the Mineola superhero is up to today,
already looked
a
through all
video
this.
has been posted in recent years showing that he's on the same street corner performing his signature moves. Obese Punisher gets busted. One of the most iconic anti-heroes to come from comics is the Punisher.
Spooder
The Punisher
Moon.
took matters into his own hands, often
Instead
killing
of Sailor
criminals
Moon,
as a
it's
part of his
Spooder
own
Moon.
brand of vigilante justice. However, the fictional character unfortunately served as the inspiration for a potentially deadly crime
Sailor
that took
Mercury will
place
make it all
back in
better.
2017.
Homie will keep
Matthew
everyone in
Sterling
line,
was a then
since
29-year-old
everyone else is
man
being
who, for
fucking
some
weird
reason,
anyway.
developed a hatred of the actor Jason David Frank. Frank being best known for playing the iconic 90s iteration of the Green Power Rangers character. While his logic was a bit unclear, it seems Sterling's rage was enough for him to want to take matters into his own hands. Matthew Sterling
Bottles would be
hatched a
nice.
plot to show up to the 2017 Comic-Con event held in Arizona while dressed up as the Punisher, and he wanted to shoot Jason when he was there, the actor being a scheduled speaker at the event. Matthew also planned to kill any
Where do
police
I get more
officers who tried to
cryo?
stop him. The overweight
What the
Punisher
fuck?
purchased real firearms and an
You're gonna need
assortment
more
of other
cryo.
weapons. He geared up
Just
and
so I can
traveled to
fuck
the
with this.
convention, arriving on May 25th. The thing is, since realistic guns are worn quite often at cosplays, nobody really gave him much of a second glance. Surveillance footage shows the portly Punisher walking around freely, going up and down the halls without any interruption, though he would eventually draw some attention. The details of how this man was stopped were covered extensively in a lengthy article by the Phoenix New Times. According to this publication, Matthew had avoided numerous security checkpoints and entered the convention with his guns without issue. Officers had become aware of his presence due to a disturbing tip they had received from an acquaintance of him. Apparently, he had been messaging them on social media about plans and had made numerous concerning posts as well. After hearing about this, authorities entered the con and tried to find him. They soon would find Matthew and approached him to detain, but they struggled significantly when trying to subdue him. This was due to the man's enormous weight. Eventually, though, this guy would be brought into custody. After he was arrested and questioned, it was clear that this guy was more mentally deranged than anyone could have predicted. He seemed to believe he was the actual real-life embodiment of the Punisher. The guy was completely nuts, saying that he had actually previously stabbed Jason Frank, the Green Power Ranger, 15 years ago, and wanted to finish the job. And no, he did not stab Jason 15 years ago. The guy was cuckoo. In true Punisher fashion, he also stated he believed corrupt police officers needed to be killed and that he was the man to do it.
I'll take that.
After
It
an
looks pretty bad.
investigation, it was also discovered that Matthew
If I
Sterling
sleep,
had
will
set
this
a
still be here?
reminder on his cell phone to kill the Power
Let's see.
Rangers actor on that day of Comic-Con, setting it as like an alert in his iPhone. This bro had the fucking alarm setups for it. Obviously,
God damn
this
it.
was a lot to take in for the media who was reporting on this case. While the incident was certainly very serious, the bizarre nature of his claims, combined with his unique look, caused some onlookers to find the whole ordeal somewhat
Turn
funny,
around,
including
turn
myself. A
around.
local news outlet
I'm
seemed to
ready.
subtly mock
I
him in their
overslept my
report, making
flight.
multiple references about
Ah.
the guy's weight.
This guy, as you can see, Matthew Sterling, is a big guy. And
I'll
we can
sleep
see
in
him
the
from
brig.
several angles on that day as he walked through the Phoenix Convention Center for Phoenix Comic-Con this year. That struggle is not captured on any of the center's cameras. You can see Sterling is
Comic-Con's a
massive
lovely
in
place to be.
size. It did take some time for officers to take him into custody.
Jason the Green Ranger himself would soon respond to the incident. In an interview with the NBC News affiliate, he said, "I've already forgiven him. Do I want him to serve jail time and get mental help? Absolutely." The convention director also made a statement to Facebook claiming that the event was now upping its security measures. This included banning props of any kind in an effort to prevent weapons from sneaking through again. This resulted in a significant amount of backlash from attendees in the comments, with many feeling that it was an overreaction. Why don't you ask Jason Frank? I think he would say it's not an overreaction. I think anybody looking at this
You don't have any
rationally would say
cryos.
that it was probably a pragmatic
You have
choice to
ECs,
ban the
though.
fake replicas just for this con. While Sterling initially pled not guilty in court, the proof was undeniable. The real question, though, was this guy
I need
culpable
plastic.
considering his mental health? Given the fact that he was clearly mentally ill, his lawyers sought an insanity plea on the basis that he didn't know he was doing anything wrong when perpetrating his deed. In an article by AZ Central, it was revealed that an initial psychiatric evaluation determined Sterling might have had schizophrenia. During the trial, his lawyer, Dwayne Cates, stated, "His psychosis seems to struggle between being Batman and the Punisher, which is significant because Batman does not kill anyone while the Punisher does." In late 2020, Matthew Sterling was
Wow.
sentenced to serve
They know
over
their lore.
25 years in a mental hospital,
Nice.
where he remains today. In the end, it was fortunate
Lore
that he
people
hadn't
for the
actually
win.
harmed anyone and that he was caught before he could do any real damage. The Japanese Joker attack. In 2019, the Joker shocked the world with its dramatic and unique take on the iconic supervillain. Instead of being a criminal mastermind, the humble yet insane Arthur Fleck was portrayed as a mentally ill loner who committed heinous crimes after completely snapping when society pushes him to the brink. Now, you guys remember this with a lot of chatter about would this movie cause real-world violence, and for the most part, that proved not to be the case. But an incident did occur in 2021 that very much mimicked the actions of the supervillain. In October of that year, a then 24-year-old man named Kyoto Hattori boarded a Japanese subway train. Without warning, he pulled out a knife and began attacking passengers. He then would start a fire using lighter fluid that he had on hand, causing smoke to fill the entire car. Passengers can be seen in videos of the incident running in terror, climbing out of the subway car windows after it had come to a stop. Panic and confusion ensued, with the suspect soon being apprehended by authorities. In the end, he managed to cause minor injuries to 16 people, with one 72-year-old man being hospitalized after it was revealed he was stabbed. The ordeal caused quite the media stir, not just because incidents were rare like this in Japan, but because the guy was dressed like the Joker. Footage later surfaced of Kyoto smoking a cigarette while riding in the subway train car, seemingly fully LARPing as the Joker. When questioned, he claimed that he idolized the Joker and had wanted to kill as many people as possible. Apparently in true Arthur Fleck Joker fashion, Kyoto claimed that he had been driven to this violence after hitting a breaking point, with the stress of society and drama in his personal life resulting in him hitting rock bottom. According to an article by the Japanese news company FNN, he had been devastated with grief after his girlfriend of 9 years broke up with him and married someone else just 6 months later. And after that, he went Joker mode. He had also been transferred to a different department at his job after making a mistake, causing him to become borderline suicidal. When asked in court why he chose to imitate the Joker, he stated this: "I wanted to become like him. The Joker doesn't value human life. He doesn't think anything of hurting people. I thought I couldn't commit murder unless I had that kind of feeling." It's an interesting case study, with the bizarre nature of the crime causing it to gain even more attention. The BBC released a think piece on the situation soon after, analyzing the cultural reasons as to why the event occurred, and commented on Japanese society in general. The article makes a point that several other similar attacks had occurred in the past. One particular incident from 2008 is mentioned when a man drove a truck into a crowd of people and began stabbing them. His reasoning for the attack had been similar to Kyoto. He faced pressure in his personal life, seemingly became suicidal, and then took his frustrations out on society. When questioned by the author as to why he dressed up like the Joker, a Japanese criminal psychologist had this to say: "He is a distorted attention seeker. By dressing up as the Joker on Halloween night, he thought he will stand out more. By acting like the Joker and saying he looked up to him, he can get more attention from the people. I don't think he decided to copy the Joker because he saw the movie." Kyoto Hattori was eventually sentenced to serve 23 years in prison, with the incident still remaining a topic of discussion in Japanese media even to this day. And well, you made it to the end. Let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. And I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Nova Online has been very busy. The last time that I covered him was way back in July, and so much has happened. From Nova being caught in yet another Discord scandal to being fired from numerous jobs. The past 5 months have been very interesting, and we're going to cover it all here in this video. For those who don't know the story of Gabriel Gage, I highly recommend you go check out my previous videos on him, but a quick rundown would be that Gabriel is a TikTok content creator who is infamous for his Wingstop reviews, as well as numerous controversies that he has found himself in, some of which
the
have
Wingstop
been
reviews are
pretty
famous.
awful. And it seems like history is repeating itself, because we would discover that Nova was making the same mistakes that had landed him in hot water in the first place. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. We have to start back at the beginning of July. Gabe was known to frequent a karaoke bar where he liked to sing and let off a little bit of steam. But he had made the fatal mistake of revealing the location of this karaoke bar to his TikTok audience. The bar would be flooded with phone calls telling them all kinds of stuff about Gabriel, the guy who was singing karaoke occasionally, and this would eventually result in his ban from the establishment, posting these somber words to his TikTok. "There will be no karaoke videos for the foreseeable future, as I am not allowed there anymore." This was effectively the end of Nova's long-running karaoke series, and he would have to move on to different forms of content to keep his viewers engaged. During this time of experimentation, Nova noticed that people really enjoyed his workout videos, despite the fact that the comments are full of almost nothing but criticism on improper form when lifting, his usage of the workout supplement creatine, and of course, filming in the gym. But Nova didn't care because these videos were doing much better than the majority of his catalog. But those weren't the only videos that were doing well for Nova. He had also started visiting what he called a kava bar. To my understanding, Nova would drink a cocktail made of both kratom and kava. This mixture will supposedly lower anxiety, depression, all of those bad emotions.
That sounds like a lot.
But both
is going
kratom
on
and
there.
kava have been known to have addictive qualities, and when taken in high amounts can hurt you. So would you like to know how Nova's chat reacted when they found out that he was doing this? They were absolutely thrilled, and would use the comments section to encourage Nova to do more dangerous stuff. Nova's comments section does have some people that are fans or posing as fans, but the majority of people are just saying the craziest stuff. And this was well before Nova's controversies involving minors. His comments section has been against him since the Lemon Pepper Wings review, and as time has gone on, it's only gotten worse. Nova was rolling out new series after new series, and soon after discovering the success of his kava videos, he would find yet another form of content that would keep his audience engaged.
How good are gas station showers? Let's find out.
There.
Awkward fail.
We shouldn't be here. I just happened to be here.
Okay, that start was pretty awkward.
I put
but I got in.
Oh, I put fucking glow sights on this earlier. We didn't have glow sights earlier.
I did see Shoko show do this. So we're gonna test how good these showers actually are.
Home
Because I
skillet
wanna prove
vest.
to you
This
guys
is
that I do
torment
shower.
you.
So it looks like they do give you soap. And fresh
We have
towels
a
as well.
suppressor on a shotgun,
Go
on
ahead
an
and test
SMG,
the water pressure.
not on this. And this doesn't take one either. Everything is suppressed up.
Decent pressure on the water.
Ready to get
I'm gonna go
blessed
take a
up.
shower. I'll be right back.
Meh.
Oh my god. That felt so refreshing. I also like the fact that there's a fan
Spooderman.
here, so I could just dry off a lot faster, and it feels so
Spooderman
amazing.
online.
Now, the $1 million question. Y'all are probably asking how much I paid for the shower. And the answer is $18. So now let me share my final thoughts. $18, I do think it is a bit steep, but hey, I do think that if you need a shower in a pinch, it's worth it. And plus, that shower is much better than the one I have at home, so...
This video
It
would
is in
be
time to
so
watch that
successful
happen,
for
yes.
Nova that he would soon film a part 2, criticizing the previous gas station's water pressure and cleanliness.
supposed to have
Nova
one left.
had grown quite critical in his reviews
misplaced it
as of
last
that
time.
He would visit
We just need
mom
to
and
get the
pop
tab.
restaurants around the area and give
Get more
them
plastic.
poor reviews, or sometimes not even mention their name because he said it was that terrible. I think a prime example of this would be a review of a sushi restaurant that Nova did, where he just absolutely trashes the establishment.
What is good, y'all? It is Handover Kadri. I am once again doing this video as a voiceover because they were playing copyrighted music inside of this restaurant. After a night out at the Kava Bar, I went to the Shiki Restaurant and Oyster Bar, or Hibachi Bar, something along those lines of the name, in downtown Coeur d'Alene, and I started off my meal with a onion mushroom soup, which
Ooh,
I
onions
wasn't
and
a huge
mushrooms.
fan
Onions
of. There
and
just wasn't a whole
mushrooms.
lot of flavor going on, and Me personally, I preferred that miso soup that I had gotten at that other sushi restaurant I went to. Yes, I'm talking about the one that gave me food poisoning. Then next up, we have this house salad with a oriental dressing. Let's go ahead and try this out. Me personally, I loved the veggies on here. I just wish the dressing could have been a little bit better. But even with that, I still preferred the salad over the soup. It just had a lot more flavor.
Anton Ego is the secondary antagonist of the 2007
She has
Disney
nothing?
Pixar
I
animated
have
feature
nothing if
film
you ask that.
Ratatouille. He's a cutthroat food critic who was made infamous for his scathing reviews and cold exterior. This was the man that people were likening him to in the comments section. The part that I find the most interesting is that Nova will post this scathing review on Soup and Salad, and the next video will be him reviewing Packaged Tuna, and he nearly gives Packaged Tuna 10 out of 10. You can never really tell which way a Nova food review is gonna go. If you need proof, look no further than the clip I'm about to show you.
I know some of y'all are questioning the overflow whipped cream. They overfilled it.
No,
and
I
it caused
wasn't
a huge
questioning
freaking
this.
mess on the table, so that's not good. Nope. Maybe I just didn't mix it up enough. Tasted flavorless. Still not good. Is it just me, or does it just taste like club soda with almond milk?
I have no clue.
Is this worth it?
No one knows but you.
Nova had absolutely no issue criticizing small businesses, big corporations,
gonna be worth a decent
anybody
amount.
who he thought had
Not
served
bad.
him a subpar item. And he carries this attitude over into his content as well. For those who don't know, Nova was hosting a podcast called The Hour of Joy. Episode 1 was a scathing criticism of myself and many other YouTubers. Nova and his co-host sat there for an hour criticizing how I had covered him in the past. So I was very curious as to what episode 2 would look like. I'll admit I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. The second episode ended up being over Daniel Larson. Another thing a lot of people don't know is that I run a podcast every week at 6:30 Eastern Time, right here on this channel, and me and my co-host Smokey MCC will often talk about Daniel Larson. So I assume that Nova's plan was to become the next big podcast in town, that he would steal all of our viewers by providing a superior form of entertainment. But the Hour of Joy episode 2 was almost unlistenable. The Hour of Joy was more like a half hour of joy, and then 15 minutes of Nova up doing things away from
I've been
the
geek
microphone.
silly all
If I'm
day.
being honest, the
Fight
Hour
me.
of Joy was eclipsed by the Instagram that Nova used to promote it. The Instagram started out innocent enough with Nova just promoting the Hour of Joy and posting a couple of videos, but it soon became clear that someone else might have some form of influence over the account. Nova was not happy with myself as well as a great many other YouTubers, so he would post about us on his Instagram. But eventually these posts got absolutely wild. Nova would start promoting violence, making racist statements, and wishing a number of nasty things upon myself and other YouTubers. I can't include any of these posts because they were crazy. Nova denies making them and said that he was hacked, but as I previously stated, this would eclipse the Hour of Joy. Another hot topic of discussion around the community would be the state of Nova's house. While all of this Instagram stuff was going on, Nova was pretty oblivious to it, so he would continue to post his regular content, which has now grown to include cooking videos. And during these cooking videos, people began to notice the state of Nova's home, which we would see more and more of as the months went on. Nova had made this video at the request of his manager, and we got a good look at the state of Nova's cooking appliances. Nova has always been reluctant to give tours of his home. He has been asked time and time again, always saying that he won't for reasons that he will not specify. But if you watch enough of Nova's TikToks, you'll get a good look around the house, and don't worry, they will be included in this video. But for now, there were things far more pressing than ravioli food reviews, because the trolls had once again located a place that Nova frequented. This time they would call the gym and complain about him filming. They complained so much that he was kicked out and had to find a new gym, saying that because of this he would be stepping away from TikTok for a few days, only to post a video of him drinking kava hours later. His trips to the kava bar were getting more and more frequent, and his comments section was loving it. So Nova was emboldened to make more content, and it's this that would give us another great look around the house.
Got it to work, but before I play, look at this beautiful green color. This is absolutely beautiful. Alright, I'm putting in the record now.
Stand by for landing.
Hi.
Oops, I forgot to turn off the wires. I forgot to untie the wires.
Not only did this video give us a good look at Nova's living room, but it was also the beginning of Nova's collection of vinyl, which would become another reoccurring series on his TikTok page. It would also be around this time that Nova would realize that his manager was a troll. The Instagram with all of the crazy statements about myself and other YouTubers was most likely ran by this individual. They're the ones that asked for the Alfredo cooking tutorial from Nova, and I also believe that they're the ones that came up with the Hour of Joy in the first place. Nova stated that he wanted to rebrand the Hour of Joy as a solo project, and that his manager was a troll. But this only seemed to make the problem worse, because people would contact Mormon missionaries and send them to Nova's home. After this happened, Nova would make a video about it, showing us his new Book of Mormon and stating that he had never felt so close to the Lord.
I just befriended
thanking
them.
The trolls that had sent them
I never
there,
joined the
and
faith or showed any interest
proclaiming that
either.
This was a
I just
new
was nice to
chapter of his life. We
I'm
would
getting
not hear
patient.
mention of this again after.
I told them I was good, but thank
and
you.
Nova would go right back to producing the same kind of content that he had. One thing that he particularly
then I asked if they wanted to hang out.
enjoy was listening to music, often posting about his record player or speaker. Well, one night when I was live streaming, I was watching one of these
It's easy to just be
videos,
kind.
and I noticed something in the background
that
that
hard.
was quite intriguing. Nova would make a video stating that he was eating his lunchly, watching Talk Tua, and listening to the thick of it. But in the beginning of my video, I paused and noticed what I did. There are these brown speckle-like stains all over Nova's wall and on the corner of his bed. When I noticed this, Nova was in chat, as he will sometimes do to either threaten me or insult me. And I asked him what these stains were. The reply I got was no comment, and then I never saw him for the rest of the stream. I don't know what these stains are, but they certainly won't be the last ones that we'll cover in this video. I think Nova didn't care much because he was currently focused on producing the next episode of The Hour of Joy.
Hey all, it's Nova Kadri. I just wanted to let you know, Hour of Joy will unfortunately be released 1 day early! That's right. Something is actually going to be early for once. I did not procrastinate. I got Hour of Joy done. And, yeah.
For people who have seen my previous video on Nova Online, they would know that the Hour of Joy used to have a co-host, a girl that Nova referred to as his social media manager. She was the person talking to him during the first episode of the podcast, and her disappearance was very sudden. Nova proclaimed her a troll and didn't elaborate much from there, but she would later reveal that she was only 15 years old, and that Nova knew this, confirming it with DMs that they had between each other. She described Nova as flirtatious towards her, and that, like I said, he was full aware of her age. Nova wants his audience to believe that she was just a troll.
King Cobra JFS would not be satisfied. King Cobra JFS would be disgusted.
Manager and podcast co-host. The Hour of Joy already had so many issues, and this was the nail in the coffin, in my humble opinion. And many other YouTubers made videos on the situation, causing Nova to go into panic mode, trying to distance himself from the Hour of Joy as much as possible by renaming the show.
Hour of Joy is no more. Hour of Joy is now officially KiwiCore, where we delve deep into the inner core of lol cows
Homies
and
just
see how they
ripping off
originally became lol cows in the first place. Anyways,
Homies just ripping off of people who read Kiwi Farms. That's it.
Stop the press.
That's all. That's all. That's all. Just like ripping off of people who read. So I think another way to put this is, it's like Swoop makes a VOD, right? And then instead of doing your own research, you just make a whole VOD based on Swoop's VOD, right? What? Like that. You got a just like that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Look out for the first
We're not
episode
gonna
of
see.
KiwiCore coming out the 14th.
Nova was trying to do everything possible to distance himself from this most recent
Get off of my
controversy.
workbench.
By renaming his podcast KiwiCore, he thought surely people would drop the issue of his minor co-host, but they did not, and this is something that Nova is still reminded of to this day. As I stated previously, Nova was in full damage control mode. He wanted to do everything he could to try to turn this situation around, eventually landing on what is probably the worst solution to said problem, a solution that made my blood run cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Discord,
that was kind of funny,
is now live. It's in my solo. Go ahead and join it.
Nova is already infamous online for singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to a minor in an age play Discord, as well as sending a number of inappropriate messages. So starting up a Discord of his own just seems like a terrible idea, made even worse by the fact that Nova did not plan on age restricting it in any way, shape, or form, which allowed people of all ages to funnel into the server. And right off the bat, things were not good. Here are screenshots between a 16-year-old and what appears to be an adult. Conversation like this was extremely regular in Nova's Discord, already reprehensible to allow this kind of stuff to go on under your watch. People were having disgusting conversations, sending NSFW material, and Nova did nothing about it. When one user asked if another one was underage, Nova responds with, "At this point, I don't care." It is so blatantly obvious that Nova knew what could happen and still allowed it to. Even his mods were begging him to make it 18 and up, several leaving when he wouldn't. I stepped down as a mod because I don't agree with the way—
Y'all, where did I put the fucking snipper? Hold up, hold up. No, it's gotta be in the Pridwin. It's gotta be the
Seems like
Pridwin.
some people don't want to keep it
has to be.
restricted to 18 and up only for some reason. For some odd reason. Nova was the owner
If my
of this
power goes out, it's not my
Discord
fault.
and had
I paid the bill.
100% of the say
It's not my
in
fault.
making it age restricted. As you've seen, multiple mods begged him to do so, but Nova wouldn't listen, and it seems he failed to give them a reason as to why he wanted the server to remain unage restricted. Already what we've seen is enough for a controversy. There is weird behavior going on in his Discord, and he's doing nothing to stop it. But one night, things would get so much worse. During a voice call in Nova's server, some extremely inappropriate things happened. Illicit materials were being shown in this voice chat left and right, with numerous different people being involved in this. And there were minors in this call, exactly what Nova had been warned about and exactly what he had failed to prevent. Though Nova himself didn't do it, it was under his watch in a Discord server that he was owner of. The same server whose mods were begging him to make it 18 and up. And how he handled the aftermath gives a pretty good window into his character. Nova wouldn't even address the situation.
I would like to just grandstand and take a moment to say I find it reprehensible someone tried to defend sending photos of someone kissing in our Discord and whinge about why they were about to get and then got banned. There was not much whinging. There was one ban, then two ban. And the other person whinged while the other one was getting their name typed.
Situation until hours later, claiming that he was taking a nap, and when he returned he still had no intention of shutting down the server. Let me read you a couple of posts that Nova made in the aftermath of this situation to the very same Discord that all this had occurred in. Where the Kentucky Fried do I begin? Oh yeah, I know. Hey Kiwi Farms, if you're reading this, you, and I hope you burn in the deepest pits of fucking hell. Anyways, back to being on topic, the behavior in voice chat today is absolutely unacceptable, and I'm sorry it wasn't taken care of sooner, as I was taking a nap. But we are keeping the server on lockdown for a few days, until all of you can learn how to behave. Everyone who was involved in the NSFW scenario will be banned with no appeal. Once again, I am so sorry you all had to go through this.
Hey guys, after the whole Discord situation today, I think it's best that I not open up another server right away. I'm probably gonna wait for about 1 or 2 months before I try again, because that server got hacked not even a month into its opening, and oh my god, and then a disaster. The truth comes out in the end eventually, guys. The trolls are soon gonna be found out to be wrong. Novine Universe, signing off.
Another post from hours later reveals that he has no intention of deleting this server, only starting a new one. Alright, so talks of the mods and I making a server for everyone 18 and up are in the works. This server will remain the same, I will just not be as active as the other one. His solution to the Discord debacle was to simply start another server, and this one would be 18 and up, with absolutely no intention of deleting the previous unage-restricted server. After being told time and time again it was a bad idea, even after all of this, he still didn't want to delete it, and I never heard mention of him wanting to. Everything that happened regarding Nova's Discord would be covered on my podcast, Too High for Stupid, every Wednesday at 6:30 Eastern Time. We even booted up a special episode because there was so much that had happened in the past couple days, and after merely analyzing the situation and reading a few screenshots, Nova had a bone to pick with me and my co-host Smokey, making this post to his Discord server. You know, the same one where all this terrible stuff had occurred. To everyone coming from Kiwi's stream, just know I'm about to ruin their whole careers. Watch out, their time is numbered. Nova's threats weren't really of much concern to me. I was more worried about the horrid cesspool that was his Discord server, and how many more people were going to be exposed to its grotesque nature. But in what seemed like divine intervention, the server would be hacked. Remember how I said Nova had no intention of deleting the Discord? Well, he really didn't, and it took people who quote-unquote hacked into his Discord to do this. To this day, Nova still intends to start another Discord server, and it's a terrifying concept because it seems like every time he's been involved in Discord, it's gotten worse and worse. So I really don't know where it could go from here. But I do know how Nova handled the aftermath of this situation. situation by raging against anyone that covered it. He blamed the whole situation on hacking and trolls, but even if it was, he still allowed all of this to happen under his watch. And then of course, his co-host being a minor.
How are you gonna work out while looking at your phone? What the fuck is going on here? How the fuck are you gonna work out while looking at a phone?
Things would
That is
not
fucking
get better
weird.
for Nova after the Discord
Okay, I run
debacle.
while
There were
sometimes
more
I
people
pull my
than
phone out when
ever
I'm
that
running,
were angry
so I'm
with
talking
him,
a
and
lot
it
of
would
shit.
start to affect his real life more and more, losing yet another job.
Where
Nova
the
made the
fuck did I
decision to
put this
post
thing?
a TikTok of him with a Subway uniform on, quickly revealing the location of his
What the
employment to
fuck
everybody. He has done this
have I
before by
done?
wearing Walmart items, another
fuck is this
establishment
shit?
that he was fired from. Still yet to learn that people pick through the background information in these TikToks. His financial situation would grow so dire that he would take to TikTok,
I've been
begging his
everywhere. Where the
audience
fuck did I
to
put
help him
this?
find a job.
This is only going to be an 18+ video.
Okay, I've been a lot of
for now
places.
because this doesn't really apply to people under 18. But hey, guys, if
This
you're
is
in
bananas.
the Spokane Valley to Coeur d'Alene Circle area, I am looking for a.
It's that I put the fucking Gauss rifle somewhere and I don't remember where the fuck it is. Oh shit, dude. I have gotten lost. I got turned around. Maybe it's here. There's a chance it's here. Fuck. I need to buy more of the vertebrate things. I have more, but they're not here. Fuck.
See you return safely from the incident.
There's one at that location, awkwardly enough.
You're looking to pick a fight? I'll help you end it.
Bless you.
New job. My email's in my description. If you're a manager at any place, I'm desperately looking for a new job. Or if you work at a place you know is hiring in those cities, let me fucking know. I am desperate for a job right now. Anyways, yeah, I'll hear from any of y'all soon.
Eventually, Nova would find this new job and go back to producing more content on his social media platforms. He uploaded the first episode of Kiwi Core, an exact one-for-one copy of The Hour of Joy. There's nothing really of note in these podcasts. He's mostly just talking about random people from around the internet, many of which I cover here on this channel. He also started posting more videos about health and fashion, which were a big hit.
Quick question. Why do I look so much better clean shaven?
Because you showered.
Ammunition or weapon mods.
Ah, yes. Okay, so I just straightened my hair, and I freaking love this look so much.
I don't put time into my appearance much.
Oh, yes.
I just kind
He
of
would
chill.
also develop a love for the
I'm a fucking
franchise
goober.
Harry Potter, playing over 1,000 hours of Quidditch on
Some
his
days I put-
Steam,
some
and
days I put
proudly
time into it.
displaying his
A
Harry
lot of
Potter
days I just don't
items to
fucking
his
care.
TikTok
I
audience.
kind of get it, but I don't get it.
Revelio.
Get me on a day when I'm happy I did my
Wingardium
eyebrows.
Leviosa.
Then I'll get it.
It does have in real life Lumos, but crazy. I just don't have the batteries installed yet. Is that 97?
No, for real. If you get me on a
It
day where I'm
is.
glad I did something, then I'll be all about it. Right now, though.
Anyways, that was one of the
Good
few
luck.
things that I got from Barnes and Noble. Let's get to
Barnes.
it. As I already mentioned, the Harry Potter style wand with the illuminating
Barnes
tip that you
and
can actually get
Nobles.
Lumos in real life. Another add to the music collection, 1X by 3 Days Grace, which I'm actually really well getting into. And
Good
we've
for you.
also
Found
got
a good hobby.
this Hufflepuff overpriced $25
Bad
$dollar
hobby.
pen. That's Washington for you. And then I also got these Quidditch stickers because I'm really big into Quidditch right now. And finally, we got these little mini little bookmarks. They're technically page clips, but they serve the purpose of a bookmark. And you bet I'll be using that Hufflepuff one a lot.
While a great many people enjoyed these videos, I was far interested in some others, particularly the ones that showed us around Nova's house. Like I said earlier, if you watch enough of Nova's TikToks, you'll see the whole home. And this past month, we've gotten a pretty good look of it. So we're gonna start off with some of my favorite rooms,
Put it in the
first of
Discord
which
channel,
being
I
the
guess.
kitchen. An amazing and wonderful place where Nova crafts all of his amazing food reviews.
I may not click on half the things you send in chat, but I will see the things in the Discord, right? So put it there if you want me to see it. That would be super cool. I want to see eyebrows get ripped out. That sounds funny. It sounds really funny. Just an eyebrow.
Not long left.
An eyebrow laplasty.
Total cook time,
An eyebrow
18 minutes.
laplasty. Let's
Effort
go.
level, 1 out of 10.
There would also be more images of Nova's home leaked from when the Discord was active. So this is another angle of his kitchen. I believe we saw this on a live stream one day, but that is the dining area. Then we quickly move on to Nova's room, probably the most interesting room in the home. Here is a video Nova made dancing, promoting his new YouTube video on his channel. But this is not the only look that we have at the room, actually quite the opposite. There were also images of it from different angles leaked on the Discord server, revealing the state of his desk and floor. But Nova himself would give us the best look of all of these when he posted a new type of series to his TikTok channel. It would be of him flexing his 3 different methods of recording, running them all at the same time to give us certain perspectives of the same video, when in reality all they do is give us a good look around his room. Here's some of the footage.
Oh no, please no.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am filming on 3 devices at the same time. If you're in the device that I am holding, then you are being recorded on my iPod. You can see it in the reflection of my Google Pixel. Guys, if you are being filmed on the ring light, then that means you are being filmed on my Google Pixel 9. And now, let's go over here. If you are being filmed over here, then you are being filmed on my 1 - 10 Pros. Bring it up here. It's actually called a OnePlus 10 Pro, but I was so disappointed with OnePlus that I decided to give it the nickname 1 - 10 Pro. Anyways, I figured I should flex a little bit just to make this video over a minute.
No one knows what you're on about, Bess. Make it make
Show
sense.
this to the OnePlus 10 Pro, my most expensive vinyl in my collection.
Oh, that on Discord?
Then to my iPod.
Okay. I'm guessing you mean Discord.
And finally,
You
my
said
Google
GIF,
Pixel
I thought.
9.
Yeah, you said
this
GIF.
vinyl is worth a lot.
Oops.
And it's the most
That's
expensive
Clips
one in
channel,
my collection.
I guess. Depending on the like
Anyway,
site, but yeah.
guys.
It would be in this video that I discovered what many had already noticed about an object in Nova's room.
The wall?
And that would be his bookshelf. A piece
Oh.
of furniture that seems determined to defy physics. When you look at a video that Nova posted way back in April,
The blood wall
the
is something
bookcase was
else.
just fine. But over the course of these past 6 months, it has been absolutely changed. I believe both due to the weight of the things that he is putting on the shelves, his poor construction of it in the first place, and the weight exerted upon it
There we
by
go.
this pile of items in Nova's corner.
Ooh.
If anybody can tell me what bookcase this is, I would be really interested to know down in the comments section. It seems like the
okay
most
then.
durable bookcase I have ever seen, and I kind of want to own one myself. The Immortal
Skill issue.
bookcase was extremely interesting to me, and I
Well-
talked about it at length during one of my live streams. Well, Nova must have caught wind of this, because only a couple of days after people really started talking about it, he decided to disassemble it, claiming that he had broken it during a Kick live stream, disassembling it and replacing it with a newer
Found it.
model. But life wasn't all new bookshelves and no controversy for Nova Online, because he would lose yet another job, and once again go to his TikTok audience seeking employment.
Hey, 18 plus fans, I'm looking for a new job. Again. I guess Walmart wasn't the right fit for me. And yeah, here's all my, that's my Walmart vest. But hey, Walmart wasn't the right fit for me. If you guys live in the eastern Washington, northern Idaho area, between the,
that's a lot of stuff.
between Spokane Valley and Coeur d'Alene, hit me up on my email. My email is in my, bio, so. Guys, I'm desperately looking for a new job. Hit me up if you have an opening. If you're like a boss or a manager who's just looking for new employees. I'm willing to take any job at this point, just let me know.
Nova did eventually find a new job, but this one seemed a little different, with Nova having to wake up really early in the morning. So what better way to start your day with coffee? And Nova had the terrible idea of putting his Keurig in his room.
Please
Excuse my crazy hair.
Thank you.
It's 6 o'clock in the frickin' morning. But today, we will be trying Death Wish coffee for the very first time. Because I've got work in about 3 hours. And I want to make sure I'm energized, because I just pulled an all-nighter. I'm also going to be using my brand new Keurig for that. So, I already filled it up with water. I'm going to be putting the lid on.
Oh, while in combat.
Let's make some coffee. Got my pot?
Got your pot. It's 420. Happy 420, y'all.
And we're going to push the 8-ounce button. Wait for that to brew. Nothing like the sweet smell of coffee at 6 a.m.
Toasted.
He claims to have not only stayed up all night before going to this job, but that coffee is going to fix it. I'm sure that Nova has lost some jobs due to trolls calling in, but some of it's got to be on him if this is the type of stuff that he's doing. The reason I make such a big deal about the Keurig in the room is that it's a fire hazard. Chris Chan had one in his bathroom, and it was responsible for burning down nearly half of his home. So God only knows what's going to happen if he doesn't move this thing out. But other than that, I don't really have anything else new on Nova. This past half of a year has been absolutely damning for his character. First, he gets caught hosting a podcast with a minor. Then he opens an unage-restricted Discord server, and said server was responsible for some pretty terrible stuff. He lost a job almost every month, and his reputation is worse than ever. 2024 has revealed a lot about Nova, and I highly doubt that next year will be any less controversial.
Hello, guys and gals.
Oh, I
me,
pushed
Mudahar,
E.
and you know what? I'm gonna be honest, man. I think piracy is kind of based when it comes to preserving old video games. Now, before we go into it, I need to address the YouTube community guidelines here, okay? Now, if you go to the YouTube community guidelines under external links policy, okay, I'm already giving them the speech, YouTube, okay? Legal, do not commit piracy, okay? Don't download illegal games, movies, music, whatever off the internet. I'm not even joking here, okay? Piracy is wrong, okay? It takes away a product from, don't do it, okay? Just don't do it. It's illegal, okay? It's stealing.
Prove it.
All right?
Is it illegal?
As per most countries' DMCA-like policies.
I don't believe you.
But anyways, if you look at YouTube's TOS, they'll tell you you can't link to anything adult. You can't link to any websites that install.
Unless you're serving an advertisement, then you can serve adult content on YouTube all you want, because ads get away with it. Weird. Shouldn't do that. Maybe they shouldn't be allowed to.
Links to websites, apps, or other sources that give unauthorized access to audio content, audio-visual content, video
I only
games,
link to YouTube and NIH
streaming
and Reddit.
services that normally require payment.
But
So
okay.
yeah, you know, it's on the same
I'm
bullet
just
point as
giggles.
links to websites
Load.
that seek to raise funds or
Human
recruit
wealth.
for terror organizations. Yeah, there's 2 no-nos on YouTube, and you just read them. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, all of the legalese aside over here, I want to talk about video game ownership, okay? Now, obviously, I talk about this throughout my channel's lifetime, but one post that I saw from Peanut Butter Gamer actually really resonated with me, okay? And I feel like with me and him, maybe it's an age thing. You know, we're both older people compared to some of the new young kids on the block, and we come from a time when buying a video game was a physical affair, okay? I remember buying cartridges that I gave blowjobs to just to make them work on the old Sega Genesis.
Giving the carts
all right?
blowjobs.
I remember bricking up a PlayStation 1 disc going,
I had to grab cartridges.
God, that I would see the PlayStation
From my
logo and
Game
actually be
Boy.
able to play the video game that I wanted, right? I mean, whew.
DSN
Let me tell you,
color.
when you're on Siphon Filter 2 Disc 2 and it's not working for a brief moment, you get them heart palpitations when you're that young. But anyways, he said, recently realized I no longer own Minecraft because I didn't merge my Mojang account to my Microsoft account. So he buys the game 15 years ago, like we all do,
It was
okay,
$2.
on Mojang.com, if you're as old as me, and they unpurchased it from me. I don't even know how this kind of thing is even legal. Now, I'll tell you how it is legal. Typically, a lot of these companies have like fucking mega novels of legal work. Like, we're talking crazy end-user license agreements. We're talking tons of agreements that pretty much have it stipulated that I guess they can take away the license at any given fucking moment. Now, do I think that that should be legal? Absolutely not. And there's plenty of channels like mine, like Lewis Rossman, like, Ross from Accursed Farms. There's plenty of channels, plenty of content creators that understand the value of buying a fucking video game and owning it, okay? Now, before somebody conflates it and says, you don't technically own the game, you own a license. I know I own a license, okay? I know when I purchase a disc to anything, I own a license to use that software. And I'm not conflating it with me owning Minecraft as an IP. I feel like that's a weird conflation that I've seen recently, and I just want to nip it in the ass right now. So obviously, Austin says the gaming industry is increasingly moving to a future where you no longer own the games you buy. Happens all the time. I can't play my 2-year-old version of NBA 2K because I shut the server. Your first problem was buying NBA 2K. Okay, that was your first issue. But anyways, I'll let that slide. I feel like there should be more pushback.
You should have got a
on
tissue.
this. There should be, okay? There should be. All right, god damn. Before people go, but Muda, you're crazy, okay? Just get over it, old man.
Hello there, guys and gals. It's me, Mewtwo, Shahar.
I buy digital games, but I wish we had more ownership of our digital media, right?
No, I fucking
There's a lot
won't.
of good platforms like GOG,
Goober,
where you can pay them $60 and get access to an installer.
I have become the parody.
You can install games to your system.
Install games to my system. What?
Service, install a fucking third-party launcher, or do anything above board. You can just install, click the exe file, and
I
never
meant to
have
say
touch the
install
internet
games,
again
and I said
for a
install
purely
games.
single-player experience.
God damn it.
Other platforms like Steam don't work that way.
Did I do it
Other platforms
again?
like Epic don't work that way. And I feel like a lot of people are dumb
I
enough
give
to come
up.
into comments and go, well,
I'm not
you buy
allowed to
games
speak
on
anymore.
Steam, but you're out here talking about game ownership. Yeah, no, I'm not saying Steam is perfect. It clearly isn't. You can go to GOG and purchase a fucking game
They said they'd
like
throw
Fallout,
down
for
for
instance,
us.
and own it. You can own the actual. You can burn the installer to a Blu-ray drive and keep that shit forever. I downloaded all my GOG games and stuck them onto my own cloud server, meaning that if I ever need to play games like SWAT 4 again, I can just pull that shit right from my cloud and install it without ever touching GOG once again. So again, when he actually goes down, there were some comments that I found that literally hurt. They sent you a few million emails about it leading up to it. Which is true. Actually, Microsoft, when it came to Minecraft, when Microsoft acquired Mojang, they wanted you to effectively migrate your Mojang account to your Microsoft account. Now, I did that, unlike Austin, meaning that my Minecraft purchase from 15 years ago or whatever ends up actually attributing to my Microsoft account. And that's the account that I use to play Minecraft in today's day and age. Obviously, Austin didn't do that, meaning that he had actually ended up losing his account because he failed to actually migrate it. And I'm sure that
so I
if
guess
he
we're
went
getting
through
it
the
this way.
customer service support section, he could. But I would think that, unfortunately, in his case, it might be better for him to just spend the $15 again, or whatever the fuck the Minecraft license is, than dealing with the headache of Microsoft support, or any support team in general. Now, of course, one person says, YouTuber has to spend $30 a second time in 2 decades. What a tragedy. Now, that might be one of the most
weird,
I know I can't use that word, brain dead things I've read on the internet. Because here's the funny thing. If you buy a license, you should basically be allowed to keep it, all right, for the foreseeable future. Now, the thing about it is, that's just Minecraft in this situation, but it's one small symptom in a much larger problem. Now, one of the most interesting and amazing initiatives that I've seen in the world of gaming is Stop Killing Games, and I've talked about this for quite a long time now. This is an actual, movement pushed by Ross from Accursed Farm, a beloved YouTuber who creates some amazing YouTube content like his infamous Game Dungeon series.
But I won't
where,
do anything
for some
effortful.
reason, Ross can pull out literally the most obscure fucking game that I've never heard of and show it to an audience of people that are absolutely willing to just consume some of the most obscure games you can imagine. I'm one of them. But here in this initiative, it's a consumer movement where they wanted to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games that they sell to customers. Now, one of his big videos was talking about live service games being effectively a scam, which is true. A lot of game services that distribute a lot of these titles that are connected to online services effectively have a time limit associated. So I want you to understand this really quickly. Let's say you buy a video game right now. And it's a purely single player experience, meaning that you're not really interacting with other users, or you can play the majority of the game completely offline.
Little bro is stuck in the car.
If the game has an internet connection associated. So meaning that, at some point down the road, the gaming company associated can actually terminate the online services, meaning that the game you buy is effectively useless.
Oh, fuck, hell yeah.
Now, that game, The Crew, that we constantly talk about from Ubisoft as an example of this, is the perfect example. You buy a video game for $60, sometime down the road, in the near future, Ubisoft just pulls the cord on the servers, and the game becomes an effectively useless brick. Meaning that for people who enjoyed that game, they'll never be able to play it again because their purchase was effectively forfeit. Now, at no point on these games does Ubisoft go out and say, you're not actually purchasing the game, you're actually renting it. And basically, it can effectively be up to us to terminate this game whenever we feel like. We'll give you notice, but once we tell you we're getting rid of this game, there's literally nothing you can do against it. You can't refund it, you can't get some of your money back, it is just effectively a fucking brick. So Ross made Stop Killing Games, which is such an amazing, easy petition that if you go to it, especially if you're in the European Union, guys, it's so easy. You can literally pick whatever country you're in. So if you're in from Ireland, for instance, click on the Ireland section, follow all of these simple steps, and you too can make your fucking anger known to the government so that they can at least investigate companies like Ubisoft or really any gaming company and at least tell them, stop killing your fucking games, okay? Simple as that. It's literally that simple. Now, I guess a really good example of this is what happens when a game is not completed on a disc. So, for instance, if you've never played the new Indiana Jones, Great Circle game, you are missing out on one of the best action-adventure games in general. Not just a great Indiana Jones game, but an amazing action-adventure title. So the thing about this game is, unfortunately, it does not come completed on the disc. So I was actually going to go pick this up for the actual PlayStation 5, but thanks to a channel known as Retro Game Future, he decided to do this himself. Now, if you look at the box, right next to the PEGI rating, you're looking at Connexion Internet Necessaires, meaning that you're going to need the fucking internet to play this game. Okay, so, all right, you might be like, all right, well, what does that even mean? That means if you put this goddamn game in your PlayStation 5 without an internet connection, it installs around 20 gigabytes of content. Now, to give you an idea, the actual Blu-ray disc drive of a PlayStation can store up to 100 gigabytes. So if you just took away those massive HD textures, you could actually fit the entire game on one disc. And if you were Microsoft, the indie company that they are, you could probably also stick a second Blu-ray into this and just have both of them serve as the actual physical media containing the textures and the core game. Plenty of titles do this. Games like Cyberpunk 2077. Games like, believe it or not,
it's me, guys and gals, Mewtwo Tahar. They sampled genetic material from Mew, and used it to create me, those Team Rocket scoundrels. And now I dedicate my entire life to hunting down sickos on the internet. Call it drama. Between talking about games and mauling about GTA 6. Because unless we complain, they'll never remember they announced a game.
What happens is, now that you have this physical disc, you put it into your system,
hello there, everyone. It's me, Mewtwo, the 151st of the Gatomons. Who's your favorite Meowth?
Or the PlayStation, it is effectively a useless brick. Now, this hurts even more when the game is good. Indiana Jones is an amazing game. And you might be like, but Muda, the discs don't contain the games. What are you talking about? Well, if you go to doesitplay.org, great guys, friends of the channel,
Thickums.
these guys showcase an amazing statistic.
Yeehaw,
For instance,
partner.
93% of games actually
Yeehaw, partner! It's me, Professor Oak, here to go to Mrs. Ketchum and give her something she hasn't caught already. Gonorrhea! Woo-hoo! Gonorrhea, brought to you by Professor Oak. Professor Oak, certified to try to shovel all around the bevel. Woo-hoo! Wee-oo! Well, hey there, everyone, it's me, Mewtwo here. And I don't think it needs to be said, but just in case it needs to be said, don't go screwing no weird Al Yankovics, you hear me? Yee! That's what I call filthy. Y'all should always get a clean bill of lading before you take a boat inside your gazebo.
getting a little too liberal with giving us shitty media. Games like Hogwarts Legacy, hell, even games like Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition doesn't even contain the fucking DLC for PS5 users. Like, what is that even? You need a code to access that? Get out of here. Now, when it comes to old games like this, right? Again, the context
when this happens, and it has for a long time, people need to have old consoles just to play the old games. It's so sad. You have to have something with it on it. Like a lot of the Wii Shop shit, you have to find some hardware that has it on it or somewhere that is like made it accessible. Or hopes that reverse engineering has caught up,
video game
right?
piracy is kind of based in this regard. So to show you, when it comes to Indiana Jones, this is a crack NFO from the company Razor 1911. Now this is a pretty infamous hacking group that's been around since before I was born, and even some of you were born. And they actually ended up cracking, again, this Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. So by downloading this cracked version of the game, pirates are able to somehow preserve this amazing title without the help of Microsoft specially. See, they're not giving us proper physical releases, and they're tying this behind online digital storefronts that are fleeting as the years go by. So by having a cracked version available, in some capacity means that, for better or for worse, on the PC, this game is a preserved experience. The same cannot be said for consoles. I mean, what kind of a world do we live in where you have to break the law in order to preserve your games? You know, people say buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. You know, the thing about it is that, look, there's a lot of people that pirate simply because they just don't want to buy video games, or they don't want to spend money, and they think they have access to pretty much,
or they can't afford it
without paying, right? And in that case, it's pretty shitty. But if buying video games in the current era is effectively just one giant fucking rental, then how can you not say that piracy doesn't have a world? If the service that we are currently engaging with is so bastardized and predatory against the user, then extreme measures like piracy in this situation are probably the only stopgap to preserve some of the best titles in history. I think it's only software that really has this issue, like video games. Like usually with movies or with music, there are ways to preserve that media no matter what, right? Like you can always screen record all of your Blu-rays and store them onto your hard drives as backups. There's a lot of music that you can just, again, record onto your system or rip audio files and store. But you can't really do that with every single video game, especially when those video games are tied to complete online services that...
Hey Vess, we can afford to put suppressors on everything.
That software is effectively inaccessible. Some of you guys may enjoy the games Destiny 1 and 2, and the problem is because those are effectively tied to online services, without server emulators and some access to the physical media, there is eventually going to be a point where accessing those games becomes completely impossible. You will lose content no matter what. Speaking of video games that literally are alive because of piracy, this is a game franchise known as the Chronicles of Riddick. Now, you probably watched the movies, and I'm not crazy for the movies, but I love these video games.
I'm not crazy for the movies
In fact, it's probably amazing and lucky for me to actually own the physical copy of this on my PlayStation 3. But if you're on the PC, literally 18.4 thousand people have asked to preserve this video game. In fact, it's because of an old version of GOG's, version of Escape from Butcher Bay that I was actually able to download and play this game on modern hardware and a PC. Literally through piracy, I was able to actually experience and keep this game alive. No company sells this anymore, okay? Vin Diesel ain't selling it, Midway ain't selling it. It literally is because of video game piracy that we're actually allowed to preserve and keep this game going forward.
I want to just
if this
tool
was
up the
tied to
armor
an
piercing
online
one
service
instead,
or
I
some
think.
fucking nonsense where the game was never completed on a disc, we probably could never play an amazing title like this ever again. You know, piracy is one of those things where I feel like for a lot of companies, it actually is beneficial, especially for indie titles in certain cases where people can be drawn for excessive sales. So there's a YouTuber known as Seth Zine Talk, which if you've never seen his content, he covers a lot of older PC games. Not just older PC games, but he's just a, this is a gamer that's like me, okay? He made a video on a game known as Star Sector back in 2019. Now, I ended up watching this video a while back, and this game is a pretty simplistic, it's a pretty simplistic, space game in terms of its visual design, but don't let that hold you back. The amount of content and the amount of things you can do in this world is insane, okay? You want to be an organ dealer? You absolutely can. Want to be a black market god? You can. Want to be an honorable fucking pirate? You can. Want to be a merchant? You can. It's an amazing title, super open-ended. All made by the smallest of development groups imaginable. Now the thing is, in his video, he gave his CD key for the game away. Meaning that if you wanted to try this game, and I actually did use his CD key to play the game briefly, probably like 7-8 hours, and I loved the game so much that the next thing I did was just buy my own version of the game. And, if I can just throw out my CD key, I probably will too.
Maybe I'm wrong,
just for
but
you
I'm doing
guys
it.
to grab and play if you want to experience the game for yourselves.
Oh, wait.
Now, the developers
Oh, no,
for
I am
this
a
were
bad
super
fucking
cool about
fit. I'm
it.
a
They were
failure.
like, all right, great.
Never mind.
These people
I'm a
are playing
failure.
their video game, and they enjoyed their video game enough to the point that they bought it, like me. Now, I'm sure there's
Never
some
mind.
people that are
I
using
failed.
Seth's CD key, and they'll probably never buy Star Sector, which is, again, the negative aspect of it. But
Oopies.
because
I
of
suck.
piracy,
I coulda checked.
and because of the awareness raised by this YouTuber alone, with 8.9 million views on this one video game, I'm sure it led to some serious good sales for this group. And again, that's really the key with a lot of successful indie games, right? When there's a mutual, healthy relationship between the audience and an influencer, and again, showcasing this, it can be very beneficial, okay? But the point is, piracy probably did lead to a lot of positivity for this game.
Oh,
now,
just
look,
in general.
piracy is a complicated subject, but I really wanted to talk about it in the context of it really saving a lot of modern video games. There's a lot of video games that I enjoy that, frankly, are living on borrowed time, just because of the way that companies are handling their DRM. A lot of online services are being required. There's a lot of, I want to say negativity, right? There's a lot of fear that comes from what's going to happen 20 years down the road when my son is going to be like, or daughter, or what my children are going to be like, I want to play Chronicle of Riddick. I want to play shit like Star Sector. I want to play shit like Indiana Jones. And because of how servers are operating down the road and how these companies treat, their software and licenses that are handed out to people, it makes me wonder if these games are ever going to be completely available, right? We're long past the days of Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, where we have ISO files for effectively every single game from entire console generations. We're at a point now where video games are kind of a tough bastard to preserve. And it's only gonna get worse unless we fight right now. And I think the fight is important, especially if you're somebody that really, really, really loves the world of video gaming. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Bye, Mr. Ordinary Gamers. Bye, Mr. The Ordinary Gamers.
I'm very obese, as you can
Mr.
see.
The Ordinary
Caden
Gamers.
is a Minecrafter, Roblox role player, internet troll, and obscure YouTuber who has been creating content online since he was a literal child. And he's currently accused of setting fire to a congressman's office.
Frustrations over the TikTok ban motivated an arson at a congressman's Wisconsin office.
The suspect said he felt the TikTok ban violated his rights.
Your eyes and ears don't deceive you. That is indeed Caden in that mugshot, and he's facing some potentially serious time if convicted. But let's pump the brakes for a second. How did we go from this?
I like making stupid videos. It's like, it's my entire personality.
And this.
Hello, my name is Casual Chaos. I'm really fucking fat.
To this.
19-year-old Caden Stakowitz of Menasha, now charged with arson,
a
terrorist threats, attempted
very
burglary,
robust
and criminal damage.
Surname. Stack.
Not much is known
Just
about
collecting
Caden's early
stacks.
life before he started using the internet, but we do know that he's been online for a long time.
I found
Caden's
another hardened
YouTube channel,
submachine
Caden
gun.
TMG, features Minecraft
That's
gameplay
nice.
videos from all the way back in 2014. Making him either 8 or 9 years old at the time of publishing some of his first content.
47.
Caden TMG is about what you would expect from a Gen Z kids YouTube channel from the mid-2010s.
57.
Don't believe me, he's
Goes
got
up.
a 14-minute fidget
Nice.
spinner comparison and review video on there.
Oh my gosh, this is way too many fidget spinners, guys. Okay, here's the first one. Let's see how long this
It does
is.
even more damage.
And at the risk of making the Zoomers watching even more
Oh, wait, no, it
nostalgic,
doesn't.
there's
It
even
just
a
has an
video of
attachment.
him playing
I want that
OG
attachment.
Flappy Bird with his cousin on mobile.
And I'm pretty sure I can take it. I don't know,
These
but I'm gonna
random
try to take
videos
it.
soon transitioned into a more focused gaming format. Caden, likely inspired by the large Minecraft Let's Play channels of the era, began posting reviews of Minecraft servers regularly. Exploring and discussing user-generated servers of games would become a passion for Caden. He really seemed to enjoy the community element and
Scrap.
sparking up friendships through a shared fandom
Scrap.
of weird gameplay
I
mods.
should have taken
I
that.
completely forgot to do a server review on Josie server. So welcome to a server review on Josie server.
It would be this passion for community-made game mods that would lead Caden to the little morsel of online notoriety that he did achieve prior to the perpetration of the alleged arson attack. Oh yeah, Caden was actually somewhat known online before the incident. And for what, you ask? Well, he was a known member of a Roblox SCP role-playing community.
SCP
and ironically,
for the win,
he was
bro.
a moderator in charge of maintaining ethics.
Ethics Committee L. Ethics Committee L.
Side note, if you're ever playing Roblox
Ethics
or
Committee
any sort
L.
of online game, you should probably have a VPN like
Ethics
Surfshark
Committee
VPN, today's sponsor. Surfshark keeps you anonymous online,
Ethics
masking
Committee
your
L.
IP so hackers,
Ethics Committee
advertisers,
L.
and salty
Ethics
gamers won't be able to track you
Committee
down and
L.
collect your personal data. They've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so it's
Ethics
risk-free to try.
Committee
Surfshark
L.
also allows you to
Ethics
change your server
Committee L.
location at will. They've got over
Ethics
3,200
Committee
servers
L.
across 100
Ethics
countries. There's plenty to choose
Committee
from. A lot of
Ethics
streaming
Committee
apps have
L.
region-specific
LL.
shows or movies. Well, with
Ethics
Surfshark, you
Committee
can
L.
change your location to
Ethics
that region
Committee
so you have
L.
access to it. The Black
Ethics
Dragon dropped
Committee. Oh, I
mithril
could
battle
make it.
axe and some dragon
Yo, I can
bones
transfer
and a
it.
black
Oh,
beehive,
that's
of course.
bananas.
So
Oh,
with that
that's
explained,
just
click the
fucking
link in the
dope.
description to sign up for Surfshark
That's
today
murder.
and get 4 months free.
Yo,
That's
brother.
surfshark.com/wavywebsurf. Now let's get back to the Roblox SCP role-playing part of the story. So we all know what Roblox and role-playing is,
Bless.
but for the employed and sexually active viewers watching, I'll do you a solid and explain what SCP is. SCP
Secure,
stands
Contain,
for
Protect.
Secure, Contain, Protect. The best way for me to describe what SCP and the SCP Foundation is this.
I can
It's
do it.
essentially a
I can do
spin-off
it.
of Creepypasta,
I can talk
a
about it. I
fictional
can-
universe
okay.
wherein the government works to contain monsters, each of which
It's
have
not the
different
government.
abilities, traits, and
It's a
methods of
it's a
killing or
it's a
hunting
corporation,
people.
a system, an organization that predates government and has subverted governments. Ethics Committee L.
The collective
Ethics Committee
SCP
L.
universe.
Oops, sorry.
SCP monsters are typically contained
Ethics
within a
Committee
top-secret
L.
vault-style facility,
They're not
and stories tend to
monsters,
involve
they're
government
SCPs.
staff meeting a brutal end while attempting to study or experiment on the monsters. Good example is SCP-173. If you were around back in the early days of Let's Play YouTube,
You have to look at them
you
or else they'll
definitely
come and
saw
break
this
my
thing
neck.
in a YouTube thumbnail alongside
my neck.
PewDiePie screaming.
What are you doing here? Fuck you! I'm sorry, I like your nipples.
SCP is legendary
I'm
in the
sorry,
horror
I still
community,
haven't
so
seen
naturally
PewDiePie bots.
countless games have been
I
made
want to,
based off
one
of its
day.
premise, including several fan-made Roblox games, one of the most popular being Area 14, a game that Caden Stackowicz would play frequently.
Welcome back to another Let's Play episode of Area 14. Now this is actually not a Let's Play episode, I lied. Today we're just going to be pointing out all of the flaws that Area 14 has.
The idea with these Roblox SCP roleplay servers is that members essentially had set rules and roles for players, the end goal being to create, as realistically as possible, a simulated SCP
Our
world
weight's
within
fine.
Roblox.
We
You had
just
guys
need
that would
to
play
get our
as test
power suit,
subjects who
power
were
armor.
forced
We
to
have
interact with monsters.
a lot of cells.
People played as
We're
scientists,
loaded up on
soldiers,
cells.
researchers, etc., etc. And you could get demoted or promoted based off of, you know, I guess, in-game performance. You get the idea, and anyone who has ever played a role-playing game of any sort knows just
I
how
should've
fun
named
this
it.
kind of thing can get when everybody's in voice chat and in character. It's about as immersive as gaming can be, but it only works if everybody plays by in-universe rules and they don't break character, and that's where Caden comes into the fold. Going by the username Cup of Toad, Caden mostly played on Area 14, but according to those who knew him, he wasn't picky. He played on just about every popular Roblox SCP server out there. And he didn't just play, he rose through the ranks, becoming famous in these role-playing communities. As a result of his dedication to Area 14 and other servers, Caden would become a head moderator for a Roblox SCP role-playing ethics committee, which sought to enforce the rules and laws of the game, which is pretty ironic considering, well, you know, part of what contributed to Caden's fame within the discords and communities ancillary to Roblox SCP role-playing was his sense of humor. While he was in part responsible for maintaining community ethics, the guy didn't shy away from trollish behavior, making lighthearted jabs and satire videos directed at other players. There's a whole series of videos on Caden's YouTube channel where he just roasts random users from the servers that he played on, with Caden mocking these players using exaggerated voices and caricatures. I have no idea the context or quarrels that spurred him to clown on these fellow players, but they're
my power
funny-ass
armor's in
fucking
here.
videos regardless.
Hey guys, I'm Cattle Official. I didn't get accepted in the Site 17 moderation team.
Even though I resigned from the ethics committee. And I resigned from the ethics committee. I'm really fat and stupid.
No, I'm five but less than 35.
That's what I get for using my hands.
You can tell I'm a scientist because I have the green head thing.
Hello everybody, my name is Bloodhound. Now I am massively fucking obese because I oversee the ethics committee.
Yeah, thanks to these videos and his
Based.
heavy community involvement, from what I understand, everyone in the
That's
Roblox
only
SCP
truth.
community kind of knew who Caden, aka Cup of Toad, was. Over time,
I
he
don't
climbed
know
his way
anyone
up
anywhere.
to become a head community mod, and even went as far as establishing an official wiki for the Roblox SCP community. His dedication to this niche game mode and his
Yo, we are
close-knit
fucked
community was unmatched.
can't get up
and
anymore.
It's this innocuous
Oh, shit.
passion and Caden's relatively positive online reputation that makes what happens next extremely difficult to explain.
Well, goddamn it.
Something was apparently
Stimmies.
stirring within Caden. According to
Oh,
sources from within the community, Caden abruptly stepped down from his role in the Roblox SCP Ethics Committee sometime around mid-2024. An unexpected move. Maybe he got bored, maybe he just didn't like the way things were being ran. We don't know for sure why. But this is kind of a big deal in the context of Caden. It would be like, you know, me or you quitting a job. It was almost as if he was
Birds.
clearing his slate
We never
for
hurt
something
birds.
big.
I'm just pointing to
Enter
them.
the TikTok ban.
Has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it.
In the spring of 2024, the United States Congress passed a bill which aimed to ban TikTok in the United States. The stated reason for this was that TikTok and its parent company ByteDance was giving user data to the Chinese government, who was then using that data to spy on Americans who posted to it. Though, as all of you know, this ban didn't go into effect immediately, it wouldn't be until the next year where we saw the real possibility of TikTok actually disappearing for good. Flash forward to January 2025. ByteDance had failed to appease the U.S. government, and TikTok had not been divested from China as Congress requested. Headlines began popping up. TikTok to be shut down in the United States in a matter of days. Something that once seemed impossible was actually happening, and the dawn of the final day for TikTok was actually among us. Now, what does Caden have to think about all of this? Well, despite him not having a notable TikTok account or any real skin in the game
knew what
here,
you were
it
getting
seemed
in
he was
for.
pretty upset about this entire ban situation.
I now think that I
veiled in his
misused that
signature
phrase.
brand of satire, there have been Discord messages uncovered
Y'all
that
know what you
seemingly
buckled
show
up
Caden
for.
speaking out against the
It's your own
ban.
fault.
These comments being issued to Discord in the time before the ban's implementation. Our government intentionally and near unanimously agreed to ban a media platform because they couldn't control it. XOXOXO. I love
Well, they just
American
can't
free
be the
speech.
ones to get the ad
Our
money,
government is
so
not
they're
corrupt,
salty.
buddy. Stop trying to imply it. Glory to the United States
They
of
just wanna,
freedom.
like,
Here in the United States,
make
you always
more
hear people
money
say, you know,
for
if
American
you have a problem
businesses.
with the way things are going in the government,
Now, if you
contact
asked,
your
do
local
they work?
representative. Well, it appears
I don't know. Like, I still want to run for like office at some point because, like, who doesn't like local policy? First off, and then also, yo, the gyms, I want to use their gyms. I just want to run next to people and like, okay, think of it this way. I fart when I run sometimes, so it could be hilarious or it could be super serious. You never know with me. Ethics Committee L. Ethics Committee
In the hours
L.
following the TikTok ban,
Do-do,
Caden
do-do.
allegedly drove to his local Quick Trip gas station
Wallow.
in Menasha, Wisconsin, and filled up a
Trade.
can of gasoline. With the highly flammable liquid in his possession, the Roblox role player
Things I can't break
reportedly
down.
spent the next 40 minutes driving to the neighboring city of Fond du Lac. His target destination, Congressman Grothman's office, the elected representative in charge of the area. And this congressman voted yes to the TikTok ban. When he got to the office, Caden allegedly used his gasoline to set fire to the building, setting the rear of it ablaze. Unfortunately for Caden, this wasn't a Roblox SCP server where you could just no clip out of the situation. According
Shit.
to reports, no
Why
one was
not?
present in it at
I like
the time.
when I can no clip
but
out.
regardless, a fire was running
When in
rampant.
doubt, no
the
clip
police
out.
arrived
That's
shortly
what I
after
say.
and actually managed to catch Caden at the scene of the fire. They arrested him on the spot. He was put in jail and demoted to Class D for you SCP Robloxers out there. Later, Caden reportedly explained that he had tried peaceful protest in the past, but felt as if he had run out of options.
Don't get
According
put
to
into
the
D
complaint,
class.
Stakowitz said,
Don't
quote,
get put
"In
into
the
a mobile
past, he had
task
done
force.
peaceful protests,
Both of
but
these
believes
sound
that
like death
peace isn't
sentences.
an option anymore.
Go to
So he
research.
set fire to
Love
Congressman
yourself.
Grothman's office because he, quote, voted yes to have TikTok shut down.
I suppose in today's world, you know, things just keep getting worse. And rather than just call my office and saying, let's open up TikTok, he decided to try to burn it down.
The funniest part about all of this was Caden's protest was done completely in vain.
And as of today, TikTok is back.
Yep. As you all know, the ban was reversed about 24 hours from when it was put into place. A message on the app
There's
literally
our
said something
workbench.
like Trump did some shit and saved TikTok.
gimme.
Womp womp.
Gimme.
Needless to say,
Get off.
Caden was fucked and probably
Get off.
felt pretty stupid as he sat in a jail cell
Get off.
awaiting his fate. News of the arson soon hit the
Get
internet,
the
and the story went
fuck off of
viral
it.
because it was connected to the TikTok ban. Then some people
Your
made
mayor's
the
a
connection
simp,
that
okay?
Caden
I wanna
was
kill him
involved in
for
the
other
Roblox
reasons, though.
SCP community.
Get off,
Online friends that
get
knew
off,
Caden
get
spoke
off,
out in
get
regards to
off.
his character,
Get
and
off.
you really get the feeling that
Get off.
absolutely nobody saw this
Get off.
coming. I was in the same community with him. He was never the type of person I would have expected to do such a thing. I talked to him personally and played the game with him a lot. He was generally a chill guy, except for maybe taking his Lego Ethics Committee editor job too seriously at times. He did make satire videos of the community members on his YouTube a lot also. As a dude in Area 14 who's legit talked to him, the guy was super nice and really funny. Thought of him pretty highly. He randomly was unable to be contacted for a while, and we never knew why. But when we did, oh boy, did we have a field day with it. Sad way to throw your life away, but at least he's the first guy in the SCPF genre not to be exposed for predatory behavior and instead just straight up arson. This situation is unusual because typically you'd expect to find a deeper rabbit hole of radicalization, but with Caden it just doesn't seem to exist. There's no breadcrumb trail of him posting to edgy forums or watching radical political streamers. Bro was really just that upset about TikTok being banned and made an extremely ill-advised decision. To exemplify this further, in an interview published to Schleppington's YouTube channel, one of Caden's online associates had nothing but good things to say about the guy, though they would confirm he seemed locked in on this TikTok ban issue.
Do you ever have like a conversation with this dude where like he kind of like expressed like being disgruntled at, I don't know, the government, the TikTok ban, anything relating to that?
Yeah, like, you know, the past week or two, he seemed like really upset about TikTok stuff.
Ethics committee.
Really? I think he was gonna firebomb something.
How upset was he? Like, was he like screaming like upset, or was he just like the government type of upset?
Yeah, kind of like screw the government. Not like, you know,
why can't you put a scope on this?
This guy in the interview says that Caden barely used TikTok to begin with, so it wasn't a matter of TikTok being unusable that
we are
bothered
going to
him.
suppress everything for the lulz.
It was the actual principle of what he saw as people's freedom of speech being limited that upset him. It's an understandable gripe, but setting a building on fire is definitely not the way to display your frustrations here. To be honest, it's actually kind of shocking how many people came to rally behind Caden. I mean, it's not that many people, but still, I've seen nothing but good remarks about this guy in the wake of the arson arrest. There's even a Change.org petition advocating for his freedom. Bro is like Luigi Mangione, but for Roblox chuds.
What the fuck, brother?
So with the community reaction out of the way, what's in store for Caden legally speaking?
Goddamn, bro.
Caden has been charged with arson, attempted burglary, and criminal damage to property, though an initial charge of making terrorist threats was later dismissed in court. The most serious of these charges is arson, which is a felony in Wisconsin and could carry a prison sentence of up to 40 years, depending on the severity of the damage and intent. Attempted burglary and criminal damage to property could also add additional prison time and fines if he is convicted. Currently, Caden remains in custody at Fond du Lac County Jail on a $500,000 cash bail. His future depends on the legal proceedings ahead, including the possibility of a plea deal, trial, or additional charges being filed against him. According to a recent report by Wisconsin News NBC 26 published in March, it appears Caden has pled not guilty to all counts by reason of mental defect, which was admittedly quite surprising to me. I'm interested to see how that works out in court. One thing I find funny about all of this is that if
there's an unused television mount behind them in that last scene.
To the congressman's office, he would have found that the TikTok ban was reversed. And maybe that would have prevented him from going on his alleged arson attack. Whatever the case, I'm sure the Roblox SCP community will have their eyes peeled in regard to the outcome of Caden's legal situation and, of course, his fate. Will the former ethics community mod beat the charges, or is he in some deep shit? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And well, you made it to the end of the story. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Bye. Y'all. I'm interrupting the autoplay. I'm seeing what it does on its own. Okay, yeah, no. That's actually great. Add to queue. To the watch later. Yikes. I heard a loud sound again. Gosh golly gee willikers, my dudes. Gosh golly gee motherfucking willikers. Sorry. I'm not it's not what I'm looking at that made me laugh. It's that I couldn't help but laugh. You know? Okay, cool. I'm gonna need to have said that soon, I believe. Oh. Ugh. Alright. Hold on. Harumph. Okay. Got it. And I found Game Boy, old Game Boy tent. I found, well, not old Game Boy tent. I found Game Boy content that isn't necessarily old tent, but it is not the present tent. You know? Alright, hold on. I feel like that's what we call
High
salvation.
voltage may cause mortal damage. So the Game Boy screen's not great. It's got no backlight and it's got a lot of motion blur. And that's why people are upgrading to modern LCDs nowadays. But what if we could do something a little more period? This kind of looks like a Game Boy, right? I found this thing on AliExpress. This is a CRT display out of a video intercom. It's actually brand new. It's never been used, although it was not made recently. Before plasmas and modern LCDs and stuff took off in the mid-thousands, CRT was king. A CRT is essentially a vacuum tube that shoots electrons at a layer of phosphors to make them glow the right amounts that you want. This particular layout is pretty weird. Normally the electrons fire at the back of the phosphors and you see the picture on the front of the phosphors. Whereas this one, you're looking at the back of the phosphors through this glass and the electrons get steered down at it. But anyway, should we try and fit this into this? I think it could work. Screws out. And what do we got? Alright. Been a long
I put
time
the
since I've
recon
been
scope
inside
on
a
it
Game
and
Boy.
everything. We're about to go be
Separate those two
shitheads.
bits. Motherboard out. So here's what's in a Game Boy. This is the motherboard. This is where everything happens. This barely has any electronics on it at all. This board's basically a controller with the display and speaker attached, and then they just wire straight to this board. And even the motherboard itself is fairly simple. We've got the CPU here, which has a lot in common with the Z80. We've got 8 kilobytes of work RAM, 8 kilobytes of video RAM, and an audio amplifier. And that's it for the chips on here. Everything else is just accompanying componentry. I do have one big problem though, and that's that this LCD has absolutely nothing in common with an old TV, and this takes the same video format as an old TV. And sadly, the easiest way I found to overcome this was to buy a modern LCD conversion for the Game Boy, which included TV output. So I guess we're going to learn to install that as well as connect to a CRT. I do like that it came with an aftermarket shell though, because this one looks trashed. Espedito, something. That's all the electronics for it. And look at this. This is an actual replacement front PCB. This replaces this entire thing. This is just a generic LCD, which they've turned on vertical. Installation of this kit looks fairly straightforward. Ribbon in there. We do have to remove the speaker from the other front PCB. That solders onto here.
We're light enough
Other
to
end
get
of this
our run
ribbon
on.
goes into this one. These
No
brown
bullshit.
ribbon cables are very fragile, so I'm actually going to remove
We'll soon
this
have another level
from here while I plug this
that I'm
in.
putting
I
into
don't want to tear
robots.
that off. That would be a very bad thing. These ribbon connectors have a tiny little flap that clamps the ribbon in. Now let's flip this over and plug this back onto here. I'm going to use my benchtop power supply just clipped onto the battery terminals because putting batteries in right now is not possible. Let's see what happens. Well, we got
I'm
something.
sleeping in my first
Doesn't look
ops
very
house.
good. I wonder why.
Because he's dead. Because I killed
can
him.
see why.
Because he's a bitch.
Because I'm very silly. That's
'Cause
why. And
fuck
hopefully
him.
I didn't kill anything just now. I didn't pay enough
I killed
attention
our
to what was
first
going
op in
on.
this game.
And I've actually plugged this in upside down. Oh dear.
After I killed
this
all
is
his
not
dudes.
a good start. Power on. Oh, that
No,
is a
man,
good
I
start.
had to do it.
That's awesome. But we're not going to use that screen. I want to use this guy. However, to do
There we
that,
go.
oh dear, there's options here somewhere. How do I do the options? There we go, OSD. So, this is why I bought this kit. TV on. Oh dear, it's gone. There is something I'm worried about, and that is that every time I turn it on, I might have to choose TV mode again. And let's just find out if that's true. Yeah, that is most unfortunate. I'm gonna have to include this LCD
We have
somewhere,
Enclave
just
armor
so that we can
on,
choose
and he's
TV
still
mode,
happy.
Unless I
That's
can figure out a
weird.
better way of doing it. Now let's see if we can get this guy working at all. It's supposed to run off 12 volts, but we've only got 6 volts in the Game Boy. This is a buck converter, which should be able to supply us 12 volts from 6 volts.
or
This
down.
connection
Ooh,
here
up,
is connected
buck
straight to the
converter.
battery terminal when the power's on. So we're going to use that for our 6 volt feed, and straight off the negative battery terminal for ground or negative. Now what should
need to
happen
fix
is with this all turned on, where's the power switch? Oh, we're on already. I should get 12 volts across here. And there we go, 12 volts. So this should power this CRT if it has enough current capability. We'll find that out when we try it. This CRT came with no information whatsoever, and it's got all these wires. After a heap of research, I did manage to find this diagram, which is a bit blurry, but it'll suffice. And it turns out this whole bunch of wires here is just for the brightness and contrast controls. You need to supply your own potentiometers for that. I managed to find these two in my junk. They're the right values. This one has had engine oil leaked into it, but it seems to measure up okay. So we'll give that a chance. They are huge, but it's all I've got. This other connector down here is for power and video, and the middle two are just ground. It's because video needs ground as well as power needs ground, but they're connected together on the board. Well, that smells like burning engine oil. And 2 done. Now, normally this LCD conversion kit wires to the link port on the Game Boy so that you can use that as an AV port. I don't like that idea too much because it means you can't link when it's connected to a TV, but
Oh,
I
I
guess
legit
you don't
am
have to cut the
missing it.
case. So,
Oh, shit.
I don't know. Kind of good, kind of bad. Right down here, there's 2 tiny little circles, which are the AV output pins. Well, it's not really AV, it's just the video output. We've got ground and video. So these are going to connect to my CRT instead of the link port. Then the power wires go onto the buck converter. Now we got to see if it works. Everything's connected back up again, and hopefully when I turn this on, something happens. I mean, to begin with, it will just come up on here, but this might light up white. That's kind of what I want. Oh, it lit up! So it's powering it. Well, let's see what happens if we change to CRT mode. Oh, it's doing a thing. Okay, hold on. There's adjustments for that. This thing's set up for PAL video, and I need to change it to NTSC.
Got it.
Which one is it? Which one is it? We've got
Got it.
H-size, focus, V-hold is
I
over
have
here.
my
This
brain
guy
turned on
should fix it.
sometimes.
Oh, this screwdriver's too small. This screwdriver's too big. Come on. Hey, we got a stable picture. Look at that.
Yes.
We got a stable picture. These things should do not very much. What about this one? So we don't have a contrast control. That doesn't work because my potentiometer is full of engine oil. But I see the picture. I'm happy. I'm good. That's good. With a bit of adjustment, it's looking okay. There's a lot of interference here. These buck converters are actually pretty garbage. So that's generating a lot of noise, electrical noise. You can hear the noise through the speaker too. Might be the buck converter, might be the CRT. I don't know. We'll just leave it like that though. It sounds like a Vectrex. Those are cool. I decided I'm determined to get this thing to boot straight to the CRT. I don't want to use this LCD at all. It's going to be super annoying. So I've been researching this stuff on this board. This chip here is a TV encoder chip. It takes digital video and outputs analog video, which is what this uses. I searched and searched and searched. All I could find was a product description. I really needed to know what all the connections were for this, and I could not find them online. So I just had to go around and measure every single one with my oscilloscope and see if anything changes when I switch between the LCD and the CRT. Eventually I came across this very end pin here, which is very hard to see on the camera, but it's there, I promise. It's currently at 0 volts, which is where that line is at the moment. But then if I change over to TV mode, all of a sudden it jumps up to 5 volts. So there's a chance that this pin alone might be able to make this thing boot straight to the CRT. So I'm going to very carefully desolder this pin, lift it up and see what happens. Well, here goes. No. Does TV mode still work? No. So all I've achieved there is making the CRT not work at all ever. Okay, new plan. I've decided to make something that will electronically press this button down for 3 seconds, click down twice, press enter again, click up once, and then press enter again. Every single time this thing turns on. And the best way I can think of to do that is using a microcontroller, an Arduino or something like that. Except I have no programming knowledge whatsoever, but luckily I know people. So I sent a list of all of the microcontrollers that I've got to a friend of mine, and we decided on this guy. This is actually a Wi-Fi development board, but we're not going to use the Wi-Fi. It's just going to sit there and do nothing. He wrote me a program based on what I wanted, so all I had to do was send it to the board, and now we're going to wire it up and hopefully it works. Now this has a bunch of pins on the bottom. I don't need those, so I'm going to get rid of them. So I've got all the signals and the ground wire connected up. I need to find somewhere to connect the power wire to. Ideally, this thing would like 5 or 6 volts.
Is our power armor
Just gonna have a look at what
Sanctuary?
powers this power light. If I measure straight across this LED, I get 1.75 volts. That's fine for the LED, but it's no good for this board. But if I go a couple of steps back, we find out that these components here are what are stepping down that voltage. So I can go to here and I get 5.66. That's fine. That's straight off the battery, I reckon.
Where's
Now,
our
just
Brotherhood one?
maybe this will work. There's a 50-50 chance that it's going to be clicking that wheel the wrong direction and this is not going to work. But hopefully, even if the menu comes up, that'll be great. Or just the LCD doesn't work at all. That's right. What if we go all the way back in time and put this screen back on? Then what happens?
I think I know where it is.
I am worried. This board here takes the battery voltage, whatever that is, it can be anything from about 2 volts up to 6 volts, and converts it to 5 volts for the logic board and minus 19 volts for the old LCD. Thankfully, the schematic for the Game Boy is available online, so I managed to figure out that this power board is not outputting the 5 volts.
But if I go inside, I lose
I don't know why that's decided to die on me, or even if it's a problem with the motherboard still and it's just pulling this down. I'm just going to wire a jumper across it at the moment. We won't have any voltage regulation, but I'm using my benchtop power supply, so I can just set the 5 volts manually for now. The minus 19 volts isn't required because we're using a new LCD, not the old one. Okay, the game gonna boot? Ooh, something smells hot. It's not good. I don't want hot smells. Ow! Okay, think we're in for bad times. The part that's getting warm is the CPU. It's an important thing that should not be getting warm. My power supply still says no now. That CPU is dead, and that's really, really disappointing. Yeah, the CPU is dead. Dead CPU. Well, even with no CPU, I can test whether the LCD thing's happening and all of that. Yeah, so I've got no image, obviously, because the CPU's not running, so the whole thing's not running. And this power board works now, so it wasn't the power board that was at fault. The CPU has fried. Seems like the Arduino didn't work either, so that's great. Well, after a whole bunch of back and forth with my programmer friend, and me figuring out exactly what one notch on this wheel does, watch this. Still garbled, because we've got no CPU. Yeah, look at that. It switches to the CRT without me touching anything. All right, now on to the biggest problem we've got, this guy here. I do have a whole bunch of Game Boys for spare parts, but not a single one of them has a motherboard. None of the complete Game Boys I have are ones that I want to take a CPU from. And that's where this guy comes in. Now, before you get all upset, because this is a really nice one, I'm not getting rid of this one for good. I'm just going to borrow the CPU. I've got a really nasty condition one on its way from my friend Osti at King Kaiju Collectibles. Once that arrives, I'll take the CPU from that and put it back in to make this one a nice working one again. But what even is this? This isn't a Game Boy. This is a Super Game Boy. This connects to a Super Nintendo, so you can plug your Game Boy games in the top, and then you get to play your Game Boy games on your TV. Or in this case, on a terrible reversing camera LCD. Inside the Super Game Boy is this SGB CPU. It's nearly the same as the DMG CPU that's inside a Game Boy. It does do some stuff that the original Game Boy won't use, but it can solder straight onto the motherboard and it'll work flawlessly, except you miss out on the Nintendo boot screen, which does speed up boot, which is good, but I like that pling at the beginning. I just don't have a choice now. Even for desoldering, you want lots of flux, and then a bit of hot air, and we'll see if we can lift this straight off. Whoa, that came off very quickly. And we cook it down onto the Game Boy motherboard. Once it's cooled, I get my microscope out and realize that half of the pins aren't actually connected, then it's time to solder those all down by hand. This could be the first time that it works properly, booting the game and switching to the CRT. The game will start running before it gets to the CRT, but hopefully that's okay. Please, please. It works! Yes! That's so good! Oh man, I was so worried when that CPU stopped working, but I've just saved it. Alright. We gotta do some assembly. Oh, actually, there's one more thing. I need to know if this board actually boots without having this LCD connected. Ready? Oh. Yeah, yes it does. Excellent. Okay, that's so good. Well, I want it to look something like this. So first we're gonna have to do some careful modification of the case.
I'm in love.
Now we're not covering the screen, except for kind of a little bit of an issue, is that this board goes in here somewhere, and that's going to cover the screen too. However, there's stuff on there that I need, so I guess I'll just be careful? There's a few things I'm going to have to reconnect now, but that's okay. A few traces to uncover so I can solder to them.
Yeah,
got some pretty
they were really
wire
fucking
this time.
sparse.
There we go. Now I can put the controller parts together. D-pad.
What were they, like 1 layer, 2 layers?
Start and select.
Shit was fucking weak sauce.
I think that was probably glued in originally. How about if I just misalign the keyway? That should make it nice and sturdy in there, I think. Yeah, there we go. So now we've got our little Game Boy controller. Now, is it going to fit on here? There's quite
Make
a
it.
large gap there. It's modification.
I do love the sound.
Yeah, there we go. And this will go on top. I'm going to take the board off the back of the CRT just so that I can sneak these wires through. After that, I'll put it back on again. I don't want these wires to touch this heatsink, so I'm just going to jam them through this A button, and that'll keep them safe. Well, we can attach this now. A little bit of hot glue. Cover up this bit here because that's not really safe to leave exposed. Now that I've attached that together, I probably need to thread this through somewhere. Would have been much easier beforehand. Ooh. Oh, check that out. I got it
Nice.
through. Excellent. It's not really where I wanted it, but that'll be okay. Now that's just sitting for now. I'm not going to glue it down yet because I need to know the wiring. Now the back, this is going to be a challenge. I mean, I'm going to use one of these for a start.
You'll
I'll put
never know the
motherboard where it's supposed to
wiring.
be. I reckon I'll even be able to use the original power switch there. I want to run this off AA batteries. It'll probably run for like 3 seconds, but I want to do it. Power board's going to have to relocate back to where it started out. Ooh, I just saw a spark then. Nothing's connected to power
Yep.
though. Must have been a capacitor somewhere. Hopefully that's not what killed the CPU last time. Just horribly tacking this back onto the other side because I can't be bothered clearing out the holes and doing it properly. Now we can come back here. Stop running away. Now I can stuff this board back down in where it belongs. Well, the video board seems like it wants to go
Niceness.
here, so it's glued there now. And this board wants to be here. Ooh, I hope I don't short anything out. Let's just be careful when we push this down, I think. Oh no! Oh no! I did a mistake. I've glued this board down and I haven't attached these wires to it yet. I hope that they're all available on the top. I had the foresight to take photos of both sides of this board before I cut it up, and I'm so happy that I did because it means that I can find most of these places from the photos and not have to get to the other side of the board. The last one is the speaker, and I hope I can still take this board out. So using the schematic, pin 3 on this audio amplifier is where this blue wire needs to go. There's a little through hole here which I can connect to, which gives me better access than trying to solder to one of those tiny pins. And that's it. That should be the wiring done. I just need to figure out where these things are going to sit. Making some more space, more space, more space. Ah, it hit my hair, which hurt heaps, of course, being hair and not having nerves and all. Ooh, I think I found space. Hot glue for you. And I'm a little bit worried about using hot glue for this guy because it gets kind of warm and it might de-hot glue itself. So I'm just going to use double-sided tape instead. It's probably going to still lose its stick with heat, but at least I tried, kind of. Maybe you can have some hot glue too. So I've got a slight gap to fix on this side too. I wonder if I can just carve out the other half of the casing like I did before. So hopefully, there's lots of hopefullys in my videos. I like being hopeful. A little bit more trimming is required, maybe. Cut out for the headphones. I still don't know where these are going to go. I didn't even think of that until right now. Are they going to fit in here somewhere? I don't even know. Here we go. This is looking like a thing. That'll sit there. This will sit over here. Maybe I can hide up here. Yeah, that's a good spot back up there. Before I do the final assembly, I want to see if it still works. I think that's important. This is the first time we've run this on batteries, so I'm not certain that it'll work. I'm just really hoping. On. Oh, that's not great, I'll be honest. I'll see if the batteries just aren't strong enough. Hey, see if Energizer Max Plus is better. Oh, oh. Yay, it's running off batteries. Whoa, let's turn that off before I use up my whole 1/2 of 20 minutes. It's assembly time. For some reason the AC adapter plug doesn't really line up. Might be because I don't have any screws in the motherboard. Just a suspicion that I've got. Got a connector here, which may fit. Yep, I'm going to just leave that in there while I glue it all together. And then it should all be fine, right? Gluing in the motherboard, gluing in the everything. Glue, 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 glue. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hot gluing myself. Seems to happen every time. Don't want to hot glue the volume. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I've hot glued myself a lot. This is enough for this video, alright? That's the last hot gluing myself. No more hot gluing myself this video. Ah, I've blocked up the headphone. Oh, I've hot glued myself again. Ooh, I do need to check that the controls work. Looking good. Start
Wow,
works.
winner.
I can duck. That's good. I can't really test up. But if
Sometimes
all
you
the
just
others
gotta
work,
do
then it
it.
means that it's probably fine.
cool when you
Yeah,
suck
every button
again.
works. It's kind of fun
Like
playing a Game Boy with an
yourself
external
again.
controller. I should really shorten these wires, but I'm hoping I can just jam them down in here instead, because that'll be easier. And a bit of hot glue. I actually did manage to fix the
thought there
pot
was
with the
one
engine
over
oil in
here.
it. All I had to do was crimp one of the terminals a bit better. So we're keeping that in there.
Oh,
Now
well.
I've still got this mortally dangerous box sticking out the corner here. I really need to cover it with something. I reckon this will probably do it. Ooh, I need to go even closer, I reckon. Yeah, excellent. No more mortal danger. Well, probably. Got a few stringy bits to pull off before I'm happy with it. Look at this masterpiece. How good is that? It is a little bit of a handful, I'll give you that. But how good is it? Wait a minute. You gotta have this on there. Except it's not dot matrix anymore. It says CRT. Yeah. Put the bottom one on too, shall we? There. That's how you know it's Game Boy. Got the Game Boy bezel. It actually kind of looks better. That's amazing. The screen's gone a little bit skew-if, but it's still actually better than the dot matrix display. And most of that interference we saw before doesn't even seem to be there anymore. I wonder how long the battery lasts for. Hoping I can at least finish a couple of levels. That would be excellent. This is actually going okay. I kind of expected this to only last a minute or so and then switch off. But it's actually, I mean, I'm on level 2. Oh, there it goes. Now it's boot looping. So the battery life isn't very long. Well, I'm glad I left that AC adapter input because 4 batteries is not enough for this thing to run. They're actually kind of warm too, and they are good ones. They're expensive ones. So there it is, the CRT Game Boy. The screen is legitimately good. It actually looks better than the original dot matrix screen, and you can play in the dark. And it looks even better in the dark, actually. Look at that. It's got at least a couple of minutes of battery power, and if you've got really big pockets, you might even be able to put it in one of them. It even has a constant buzzing noise through the speaker, regardless of whether the volume's up or down. It has so many features. Alright, so there's tons of reasons why nobody made any handheld game consoles with CRTs in them back in the day. But I just did, and I love it, even if it is quite a bit crap. So I've been collecting video games forever, and I'm still buying stuff all the time. If you want to see everything that I get, I post a photo on Floatplane. It's only $1 a month, and I'll see you there. Links in the description.
Has it ever happened to you that you really like a character in a video game or
Only
a weapon
waifus when
or
Jedi Elden.
whatever, and
I
you
miss my
really want to
Elden
make
time.
them work at a gameplay level because you think they're
I might
super
sneak
cool
in
and
some
all, but no
Elden.
matter how hard you try,
It's been
they
a
are
minute.
just mid. It's no secret that not all characters or weapons in a game are gonna be equally viable. Some are simply way more broken than others. And the one you like may simply not be well suited for all situations. This very same thing happened to me recently in Elden Ring, and it's not that I fell in love with this weapon, but I really thought it had potential. Obtained after feeding your favorite dodo for the 7th time, the Visclo Great Hammer is a great hammer with a few unique yet deceiving properties that simply make it stand out from the rest of its siblings. When I was watching a Stilovsky stream a long time ago, I noticed an overleveled Phantom dealing a fuck ton of damage with the Ashahor. Like, it pretty much reduced steel to atoms every time. Granted, this was a max level Phantom with probably 99 in every stat, but still, it piqued my curiosity enough to see if the damage could be even remotely replicated in lower level brackets, and how useful the weapon could be in invasion scenarios.
Why? This is sickening!
Well, it turns out the thing can deal high damage at level 200 with a mix of 70 dexterity and 54 strength.
Team weapons
I
are
mean,
fucking lovely.
1500 damage is no fucking
It
joke.
crashed.
The damage can be boosted further if you increase your
Alright.
fate as the project.
So, since it crashed, what are we gonna play? We're gonna play games. You know that we're gamers here? One might even say that we're just your everyday run-of-the-mill gamers. Okay, I'm torn. So, Hyperlight Breaker has been really fun. KSP was fun to pick up again. I really missed KSP. That is like such a good game. It is so good. Inzoi is great, but I've not been in a very Inzoi mood. But I want to play Inzoi, but I've not been in an Inzoi mood. And I did just mention Belden Bling, and I wouldn't mention wouldn't mention Belden Bling unless it were fun. And well, I would like some Beld. It's been so long. I don't mind failing. Like, I've been playing games with different keybinds.
Projectile part of the Ash of War, not the
Why
Hammer
not?
Slam. The
It
clothing
could be
has
worse.
its own fate scaling despite dealing physical damage. We would need to increase our level, but theoretically, by sacrificing other stats, which I do not recommend doing, this Holy Beast bunk could as well be a pocket nuke. However, if your attention span wasn't ruined by TikTok, you may have guessed by the title of this video that it didn't quite work out as well as I thought it would. While fracturing your local goober's skull in a gajillion pieces with the Ash of War every now and then is definitely possible, you need to consider that we are looking at an Ash of War with a fuck ton of starting frames. Seriously, it may not seem like a lot at first glance, but this thing is really fucking slow. The only times I landed it was because my enemies were not the sharpest tools in the shed.
Somebody.
For instance, in this clip here, I made a group of 3 players in the DLC, complete with a dancing lion Kevin and all. They seemed quite confident, so one of them blindly rushed towards me after losing
Hey, y'all.
sight of me on the stairs.
Hey,
And
y'all.
when he turns around the corner,
I'm just gonna roll again. for a
he's met
little.
with a fractured skull.
And have just, like, a very
Notice how I
chill
had to
vibe.
prepare the attack before he
Okay.
was even in sight.
Beans.
Plus, the only reason he got hit was because he didn't
glad we
seem to
had
be
this
paying
talk.
much attention, considering he ate a point-blank bomba to the face.
Boom.
And he was using rivers of blood, so
Also,
yeah, that was a
guess
self-report on his skills.
Guess what?
More
Y'all are
capable
goobers.
gamers are going to be expecting the Ash of War and dodge it.
Nope.
Because it's a unique skill that can only be performed by this weapon. So unless there's some sort of geographical chicanery going on, I sincerely cannot understand how I could
don't
even
like
manage
this.
to land the
Hello,
projectile
Shaberi.
part against some people.
It's not S.
Take these 2 gamers, for
It's B.
example, in the antechamber
Maybe
to my
C.
aunt's goon cave. Seriously, you just know she does nasty things in that chair. You can tell right off the bat that these 2 guys have been glued by the butthole the whole game when you see them either spam Moonveil with no rhyme nor reason, or use absolutely awful spells that would outright get you killed if you did them when facing anything by yourself. Yeah, it is that bad. So when the goober does it for the 20th time, I just use my Gurrank stick and I not only hit him, I hit the other guy as well. Maybe you can say he couldn't see jack shit because of the Malenia fart cloud, but their performance up to that point really led me to believe otherwise. But anyway, I ended up using a real Ash of War and the Scarlet Sim dude was dead in an instant. And the other guy lasted exactly 10 seconds without him. So, as you can see, managing to land this Ash of War against certain players is not really a testament of
Oh, I thought
anything.
I'd break them.
However, we can say that the fact that the Dulocs will cost $80 is a testament of how greedy corporations are becoming with game prices. The price of the Switch 2 alone will rip and tear your rectum enough already. But at the very least, you don't gotta worry about the game price anymore, because Instant Gaming has got your back. As a website with over 10 million satisfied customers, Instant Gaming spits on the overinflated prices assigned by the man.
Hi. You know what the Gooner is trying to show. There you go. I was fucking around. I'm gonna continue to fuck around. To memorize spells. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. How much do you cost? 24? Oh, you can stay. You're fine. You're lovely. There you go. Flame granting strength. I kind of want to have lightning as an alternative. Because, like, if I don't have a fire weakness thing, if something's immune to fire and bleeding, I'll take lightning out. Magic wouldn't hurt, but I can't. So, fight me. This is achievable. Okay, cool. Give me like a second.
Another thing that bugs me quite a bit is that Yasha
Oh, flame.
Box is not particularly vertically gifted, and it's
Black
not
flame.
one of those short kings we all love. It just means that the slightest elevation will make it miss. Going back to our friends in Mesmer's Gunlair, after swiftly cracking Kevin's skull open, the
Poison.
mage guy does the double moon
Okay,
bolas spell, which I saw as a great opportunity to get a nice clip for the video. Or so I thought. In another invasion against two guys, with one of them using the Fedora sword while he awkwardly
Fedora
slides
sword?
forward holding the wind
Take out
stance.
my lady.
Seriously, this bug was fucking hilarious. Anyway, the thing is that he's obviously going to do the heavy attack where he jumps in and
I think
then
it's 25.
stabs, which I saw as a great opportunity to fucking obliterate him. But remember, the weapon
I'm going
is
back
mid.
to bare minimum and me giggling.
Yeah,
I want bare
not in
minimum
this life.
giggles.
It's also not the best in terms of tracking either, because unless you manually aim it to where you want it to be,
It's
the
just
slightest
funny.
strafing will cause you to
And
jack
nothing
it
else
in
seems
whatever
to make
direction.
itself as fun.
Twice I missed against this gamer
2-5.
that was running directly at me just because I trusted the weapon's tracking. It's best to just aim it manually. And the worst part of all is that while it does deal very decent damage, the difficulty of landing it is still not justified. It's not one of those moves that are nearly impossible to land, pero que te desintegran átomo por átomo cuando conectan. Onda, esta piña de Ralph por lo menos te hace pija si te agarra. At best, it will only one-shot people with low armor and less than optimal vigor. Por suerte, the Asha War does have a fuck ton of hyper armor, so at least you will be trading against anything that's thrown at you while you're casting it. When you take all of these points into consideration, it's easy to come to the conclusion that this weapon's Asha War is just
15.
mid. It's not bad, but it's
15
not
dex.
phenomenal either.
But
22
Remy,
dex.
a weapon
Sorry,
is not
Sterl.
merely defined by its
18
actual war.
Sterl.
What about
We
its
are at
moveset
18
and
Sterl.
other intrinsic qualities?
Me
Using
alegra
that,
que Betty tenga cada día más inteligencia.
All right, yes, that's true. One could argue that a weapon's moveset is always more important than their Asha War because it is what you'll be using most of the time. With our build, we only get 4 castings of the Asha War before we need to start sipping that blue prime. In terms of moveset, no estamos viendo realmente la octava maravilla del mundo. It doesn't
13
really help
strings?
that in terms of length, the Beastclaw hammer is below the average proportions.
Because
Just
then
like you. You will be whiffing a lot of times unless you kinda get used to the range of the weapon.
16 at max now. So,
But it is a
14
great
star?
hammer, nonetheless.
14 star?
So its basic two-handed moveset is
14
blessed by the
star.
hyper
I think
armor
14
gods.
star.
So at the very least, you
14
have
star.
that.
Yep,
Its
let's
damage
go.
capabilities when taking the scaling into account are not
14
bad,
star.
but they're still nothing out of the ordinary. What is out of the ordinary, however, is that when you use it one-handed, you can true combo a heavy attack into a light attack. 2 problems with this. First, the weapon doesn't have any hyper armor when you use it one-handed, meaning that trading with it will not always be possible. And second, the true combo's damage is not really that high, considering the risk you are taking when doing it in an invasion scenario.
having
When you
fun.
compare either the Asha War or the true combo, they both pale in comparison in terms of damage and speed to our special XQC anchor build. It is simply 10 times better. But let's pretend you want to keep going with the Beastclaw hammer. You really like Shingo, so you just keep playing with him. You're probably going to use it one-handed to make use of both the Asha War and the true combo. So what weapon should you pair it with? My recommended choice is the hand axe, because this thing is fucking insane. At one point, I ran into a guy using a colossal sword, which is a bit awkward to fight when using the hammer, so I just whiff punished his attacks with the hand axe. I didn't even bother using the Beastclaw hammer. It's really strong because it will always break passive poison on the first hit, and it only has 13 frames of startup.
I think
It's
that
nuts.
works better.
And
I
yes,
think that
we
opens
will
up more
probably make a
weapons.
video about it in the future. Just make sure to not pay attention to the Vextra
pretty
users'
sure
comment
that
section
does.
because oh boy. For PvP, this weapon has a true combo while one-handed. What do we do with our free hand? I may have a good answer. Enter the Grafted Dragon. Split between physical and fire damage, the weapon has a unique problem among fist weapons for being unable to wield in 2 hands, giving great synergy with the Beastclaw hammer. It's also a quality weapon, deals fire damage and blah 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 blah.
Blah,
Oh
blah,
god.
blah,
Bro really looked at the entire catalog of available weapons for PvP and chose what would be the worst one if perfumes weren't a thing.
Brain.
We are going to talk about it in depth in another
Come
video,
here,
but
baby.
to summarize,
There you go.
low damage. Corto como
It's for
patada de
bleeding. Don't
enano.
question it. Don't you dare. I want to. I want to use it for bleeding. You get off of it right now. You
Like,
don't judge
seriously,
that
it's
Smith
absolute
script
dog
one
shit.
bit.
Onda,
It's adorable.
literal eligió la
You will
peor
let it
porquería y lo
go.
presentó como si hubiese descubierto
It
el
is
apellido de Obama.
important.
Un
It is
capo.
cute.
To say that the axe
It's
is
about to
absolutely
be
the best
fucking
part of this
hilarious.
setup will still
And
be
you
a
have to
massive
just let it go.
understatement. But this speaks volumes
Okay,
of simply how
okay.
good the Beast Claw hammer
Smith
is as a
Grip
whole,
W.
which is really sad because it could have been a pretty good weapon. However,
NG
I
plus
understand that
W.
not everything, or anything for that matter, is made with
I
PvP
can't
in
help
mind.
it, it's
So it's
funny.
understandable why it
Give
turned
me a
out the way it
second.
is. It is just good enough to not be ass, but not good enough to be reliable. The invasion with the guy using the Fedora sword lasted for 9
thought I opened up
cold
this.
minutes,
Never
when I
mind.
could have simply ended it in less than 2 if I used a better PvP weapon.
Whatever.
Like so. Ways of Darkness is also a much better
I even
option in
sorted these
comparison to
around.
Regal Beastclaw, as
I
it is
tried.
much
I tried
faster
to make
and
it
can
less
be used
messy.
as a zoning tool. It may be viable when used
Oh, is it
against
12
Kevin, who
arcane?
likes to mash out of
God damn
hitstone,
it.
como si el
I
cerebro se
think
le
it's
hubiese
12 arcane that I
descongelado de
wanted to go
repente,
for.
but you'll
Hold
find
on.
yourself simply switching to better
Yes,
stuff and
it
wishing
was
you
12
weren't using
arcane.
such a mid weapon when faced with more demanding situations.
Okay. I got this. 12
Beast Claw
Arcanines.
Hammer would have been ass against this guy, and...
Okay.
No, yeah, I guess that's about
Bananas.
it. The whole weapon is just a definition of mid, and it's not the only one in Elden Ring that has this problem. There is a whole catalog of weapons that could as well be considered filler weapons, which we'll talk about in future videos, by the way. Así que denle like, suscríbanse y activen la
Think we're
campanita
good.
para más videos en el futuro. But I think that just speaks about the nature and importance of meta rather than the game itself, even if all weapons could have been made more equally viable. So I guess all we can do now is... I don't know. Try to crack some skulls? Bolas. Okay, both of you are AFK. Well, it's a good moment to test our damage. Let's see. Whoa!
Wow.
Qué rico. Oh, it's Kevin. Love to see him. Okay, bueno. That happened.
Oh, I no longer
Okay.
cheated to one-hand phase. I forgot.
Do it again.
Damn it.
Wow, Kevin, I always love your capacity to mash out of hitstun. Hey, don't throw shit at me. Okay, I guess we can use this. Bye. Nice blind spot gaming.
Just could not be late.
Oh my fucking god. Qué rico.
Massive light load
Hello, Hina.
for the
and
win.
his friend, Fart Sniffer. Okay, we have a name. Abajo. Bueno. Hina is dead. You're just gonna do that? Not a
There.
good idea.
That should show up
If
our
you ask me.
fucking...
Fart Sniffer.
Hold on.
Oli.
Not entirely.
Alright.
Because that's duplicated.
So short.
That's what she said.
I even like the fun that it's so
I know
short.
that the Black Flame, I'm pretty sure, gives us, like, lifesteal. But I don't think that's the way I want to spread
one
that.
down. Tuku. Hehe.
I kind of
Oh,
wouldn't
we got
mind
the
Surge
light
of
roll
Flame.
man.
Pretty
Well,
handy.
light roll man is dead.
It does duplicate it.
Hell no. ¡Uh! ¡Qué rico! Bomba.
Oh, that works.
Huh?
Oli. ¿Qué pasa, Kevin?
There.
Oh,
Fire,
Kevin is just
rock,
standing there, okay?
magic, poison.
Ah, Kevin was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. What a cheeky Kevin.
There we go.
Bomba.
Oh, also fire and bleeding.
Oh,
We have it.
Kevin,
We're stacked.
that was a bomba. I'm so proud of
People
you.
can die now. I'm not killing that
Uh-huh.
thing in Madoodle. They're our friend. I like rolling them.
Well, did I kill him?
You will
Uh-huh.
not hurt them.
I say. Hey, that actually frees me. Weird, if you ask me. Uh-huh. Well, I guess you don't really want
I'm
to fight
bad at
anymore and
actually
you're just
going
smashing.
through this and not just
Oh,
like
you're mumbling.
being a distracted
Goddamn
whack.
right.
Let's just roam around and catch up on stuff. I can go for my second copy of
You're
this.
finally out of FP?
Oh no, I don't want.
Uh-huh.
I do want to roam around more.
Uh-oh. We are in trouble, are we?
I want to go
Insane.
this way now as
If
well.
I ever
I forgot.
find
There we
one of
go.
these lying around again, I swear to fucking God.
Fuck it.
L2,
Just fucking die.
like a loser.
Bitch.
Got 2 L's on your
No.
forehead.
Where's Moonvale, bro?
Lol.
Oh. Insane. Moonbay bro is dead. But how?
That
He
would
has
mean
full mail.
I'm the
It's so
loser,
OP.
and it's been
Hola.
declared.
Okay, 2 of those. It's gonna be a bit annoying, but doable. Yay, true combo.
My keen is my
Okay.
parry.
Let's see if we can get some help from these guys. Oh, yeah, we got some
Stamina.
help from these guys. Uh-huh.
Fire and fizz go up.
Oh, there you are, big guy.
When?
How's it going? You seem to be prepared for fighting. Uh-huh. The one-handed attack does have a nice reach. It's not bad.
Strong attack.
This is gonna be a long fight, isn't it? Yay! He's dead.
Well, Alice, it seems we both got autism, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
I know all the What the fuck?
They got your ass on camera.
Trying to attack like it's other game again.
This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most AP shit ever. This is 4K. How did they get you in 4K?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is most certainly that time of the month, but it's a special time of the month where I have to make more than one video a month on this channel. As you've read by the title, this video is going to be talking about the man, the myth, the man-child, Ryan Gilbert Hayes, formerly known as Real Driller. Now, for those of you who haven't watched my previous video, which was about Wannabe Wizard, I mentioned Driller briefly, and I made some pretty fair criticisms. You know, I was criticizing him as a 21-year-old man. He should know better than
I went the wrong
doxing
way. I got
children
distracted.
online multiple times, and I also criticized him for quote-unquote joking about grooming kids. Now,
as you should,
as a grown adult, you think you shouldn't have to educate someone on this, but like, I'm not even surprised anymore with the amount of shit and the amount of people I've seen on this fucking game. But Driller didn't take this criticism lightly. Matter of fact, he took it to heart. He was quite upset about it. He took to my DMs and he was messaging me all these messages. He even sent me a long paragraph, you know, writing all about me, which I'm flattered. I consider it fan art, but
Hi
made
AR,
some,
reach behind
pretty
shield.
boisterous claims in this thing, saying
I've
stuff
heard them
like, you know, he's
naysay.
saying that I lied or Keys lied about the situation, and that, you know, he hopes I do the right thing before he exposes
I could have
my
grabbed
ass.
the others.
Real Driller, I am fucking terrified. You know, you might, this might work on the minors that you dox. You know, you might scare them, but I mean, you know,
Why can't Tyson
I'm a
in
big boy.
torrent?
You know, I don't really fucking care what some 21-year-old with a midlife crisis, and he just copes with it on Rec Room, has to say about me.
I
At the
can
end of
ride
the day,
torrents
Driller,
here.
everything I've shown in that video is something you've
Now I
done.
can.
But now you're trying to claim that the docs didn't exist, and then the docs was all of a sudden an act of self-defense. You want to sit here and say that Keys lied about the situation, and you're getting Skids to say, oh, hey, but it never happened, it wasn't docs. Really? Well, let's just see what you have to say about it, Driller.
Or have you just heard everyone else's story?
Some guy came moaning about, like, apparently you nuked this server on Discord, which, I mean, just, it's not that big of a deal.
Oh my god. Right,
It's not that deep, bro.
So much shit. Do you want to hear my side of everything?
Yeah, of course. I'm all for that.
Okay. Alright, so before it all kicked off and went to shit, yeah, I was just chilling, as you do, alright? And then I look in Discord and I
split
see
magic.
every single fucking chat has been spammed with Skids docs. Yeah?
Yeah, fuck that.
So then what I do is I delete them all and I ban the guy, yeah? Alright?
I saw that as well.
Then like 5-10 minutes later, in Skids' fucking Discord, Skids has doxed me. Because I'm guessing he thought, well, I mean, I know he does, he thought that it was me who doxed him. Alright, which is fair enough. So then all I did was I was like, alright then, well, if you're going to dox me, I'm just going to repost your dox then. So I was like, that's what I did. And then everyone just started hating on me for literally defending myself. You know what I mean?
Ah, yes. Guys, he was just defending himself. Real Driller, the 21-year-old man, yeah, was just defending himself against a 15-year-old. How was he defending
Oh, that's
himself?
disgusting.
Did he try to go to Skids and clear things up? No, he just posted his nan on Facebook. The kid's 15. He was 15 and you post his whole family online and you post his Facebook with the intention of harassment. And thing is, this isn't the only minor you've done this to. There is multiple screenshots of you
folks
doing
like
this.
these?
This
I
is
don't
just you bragging
particularly.
about it and admitting it to me. You literally posted this fucking poor kid Kyle's like fucking like bloodline everywhere to your community. There was over like 200 people in your community before you threw a temper tantrum and then shut it down. And then you want to sit here and write paragraphs about me to your, once again, shit community. And then you get upset with me when I don't want to be around you because you're doxing children. I'm sorry, Driller, but if I had to mention you in that video because, hey, 21-year-olds shouldn't dox 15-year-olds. And then you want to get him to say like, oh, no, it was fake. You have no proof. You've just admitted it. I didn't do any of this. You literally just admitted it. You've done all the hard work for me. Thank you, Driller. Thank you, Ryan Gilbert Hayes, for your hard work, because you've just made this a whole lot easier for me. Now, another thing I want to address in this video is that, obviously, going after a popular person, you know, wannabe wizard and real fiddler, I obviously have been getting a lot of comments,
on how to play. I was thinking about
comments on my channel. So
Hyperlight
let's
Breaker
read
again.
some of them. Let's try and see what
So
the
I'm
people
super
think
glad to be doing
about me
this.
exposing this grown man doxing children.
This is the best
And we are
way.
starting off very strongly with the most stupid comment I've ever seen in my life from McDonald's Lover 6969.
McDonald's
This is a
Lover
terrible idea. I get Wizard
696.
said some bad stuff, but you've given Predators a huge one-up against the community. I hate
Really?
to break it to you, mate, but
We're in NGP.
Wizard,
We don't need
just because
shit.
I
We need some
exposed
shit,
Wizard and you're
but
one of his fanboys.
Chilling.
I don't understand how that's going to help
okay.
Predators with the community. I make videos on Predators, but at the end of the day, Wizard was a big YouTuber. He was in a movement, publicly attacked me. I know you wouldn't be commenting that, oh, he's giving, you know, Wizard's giving Predators a huge one-up in the community. If he, you know, when he was publicly slandering me, saying I was fucking ruining movements and whatnot. But at the end of the day, he's a big YouTuber and he was spreading neo-Nazi stuff. There's a lot of brain-dead people who still support Wizard regardless of like what he's done. Like, oh, so what? He's spreading neo-Nazism in a movement designed for fucking kids' safety. So what? It's, at the end of the day, McDonald's Lover 6969. I can tell from your name that
My
you were just a
favorite
fat
username
cunt,
so far.
and the only thing that's on your mind is food. Maybe go on a diet, maybe you comment, you know, get some common sense. So the next comment here is from Tyson, which is Driller's other rent boy. I mean, Driller helped build the community, he helped expand the things,
More rent
and he
boys,
did
you
nothing
say?
but an act of self-defense. And that clip is quite obviously a joke.
More jobs for hardworking
Okay.
dudes.
That clip is quite
Woohoo!
obviously a joke, sure. But as a 21-year-old man, maybe you shouldn't be joking to children that you're going to groom them. Because I don't even know if it's a fucking joke. And he helped expand
I mean,
the
you shouldn't be
community, the
joking about
mafia
it,
community,
but,
the great mafia community,
you
which
know.
is riddled with paedophiles. But so what? He helped expand the community. It doesn't
You
matter
know,
what
if you're
he did.
talking
You can
to
run a couple
another
of
adult
events on
that
Rec Room
understands
in
you're not
some shitty
trying to
Rec Room
groom the
bars
other
because
adults,
you're
you
too
can
scared
say
to
you're
go
trying
to
to
one in real
religiously
life.
groom another adult
And then you just,
into joining your
and then you can
cult.
just dox whoever you want,
That sounds
including
fun.
children. Do you
Just
have any
like,
idea how
hey,
fucking
stop
stupid you
trying to
sound, mate?
religiously groom
And then
me
you
into
sit
your
here and
cult.
say, what
I'm
Driller
good
did
on
was an
that,
act of
bro.
self-defense.
Thank you, though.
An act of
Woo-wee.
self-defense. What did the fucking family do? Because I can tell you now, the family, Skid's family wasn't involved in the situation, yet Driller still posted them.
NGP
Same with Kyle.
run.
Literally posted his nan.
Yes.
She makes fucking oatcakes for a living, dude. She literally eats jelly and ice cream because she has no teeth. She's so old. Like, I don't know what... Well, you're gonna defend yourself against some granny, dude? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck did the grandmother do? But yeah, I hate to break it to you, but posting, you know, attacking somebody's nan, getting their social medias and posting them to your
Indeed.
community, over 200 people, you know, doing that to a minor is disgusting enough, but doing it to innocent people, it's even fucking worse, and it can't be an act of self-defense. It's disgusting. Now, last but not least, Father Josh commenting on my channel saying, crazy what people do on this game for an extra view. And then he proceeds to comment, nah, bro, peep this, right? You and Driller were boys, and then you do this. You know Driller isn't the villain you made him out to be in this video. And a bunch of out-of-context clips and pictures making him the bad guy when you know he isn't. Like, he isn't like that at all, brother. Jesus Christ, this guy had a fucking aneurysm typing. Do better next time. Expose the negative people in the community, not the ones like Driller who are trying to do the best for the community. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know that doxing 2 minors was good, you know, within the best interests of the mafia community. Or how about joking about grooming kids to kids, by the way. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna sit here and say it's out of context. Okay, you've just seen earlier. He admits it. I don't think you can get more context from the person himself who did the docs. You know what I mean? Or the person who shared the docs, or however you wanted to put it. If you share the docs of a 15-year-old because you feel attacked, I'm sorry, but fuck you. You're a strange guy. Maybe you shouldn't be allowed online. And if you want to sit here and defend him, you're an even stranger guy. You're just as bad at least. You're gonna sit here and say it was out of context. But Father Josh, this guy doesn't even fucking like you. Literally, he talks shit about you behind your back.
I just went to shit, pretty much. I mean, I fucking left. And then, Father Josh who I was working with, that guy completely switched up for the bag.
Oh my god, Father Josh, he switched up for the Rec Room bag. Oh my fucking god, and he switched up for the Rec Room bag.
I should have switched to Raptor Claw. Or,
oh my god, the coins, the tokens, it's all gone to his head.
Bloodhound Claws.
Driller,
whatever.
You are a
It's been a
fucking
while.
clown. And to the people who want to sit here and defend him and act like this didn't happen, when he's literally admitted to you in this video
I didn't think that I'd do
that
this.
he has doxed
I thought
children.
I wouldn't. I was really hopeful
And he doesn't even
wouldn't.
feel sorry for it. He feels like it was an act of self-defense.
Whatever.
But now he's
Fuck it.
trying to get Skids to say that it never happened. You're a clown. All of you are just fucking clowns who are acting like you're all friends until it all suits you. At the end of the day, I wouldn't have made this a video, but once again, you want to come out here and publicly attack me when I've got somewhat of a reputation to try and maintain. Fuck you, Driller. Stop doxing kids. Stop saying that you're going to groom kids, okay? And then you won't get videos made on you. Simple as that, isn't it? As a 21-year-old man, I expect you to know better. Father Josh, all
I mean,
of
I'd
Driller's
expect
fucking red boys
everyone
who want
to
to
have
defend
heard
him,
that once
maybe
at
get better
most
friends,
and be able
because
to
this
listen.
isn't a good look for you defending somebody who actively doxes children and shows no remorse for it. Not that showing any remorse would make it better, it would just make him look a bit better. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it here first. Driller has admitted to doxing children. He's not sorry for it. And now he's getting people to lie for him and try and cover it. But luckily, he's not, you know, Driller was nice enough to admit it to all of us today in this video. So thank you, Ryan Gilbert Hayes, once again. Shout out to you. And most importantly, shout out to you watching this video, the viewer. Thank you for your support recently. It's been amazing. Recently, we've had a lot of people come over from Foglu's channel. He was a bigger YouTuber and he's actually covered, you know, my previous video. Hopefully, he doesn't pull a wizard and start spewing his neo-Nazi shit to me.
If you want, by the way.
But, you know, he seems like a nice person, so thank you for covering that as well, Foglu. Anyways, all jokes aside, thank you all for your support.
Bartholomew,
thank you for watching this video. And also those who don't like me and have been commenting, you know, thinking of the fucking most stupid thing to comment. Thank you for commenting because it's boosting my videos. So I look forward to reading all of your angry comments in the comment section. And I also look forward to reading all of your support in the comment section as well. Thank you all for watching. Also, as a thank you to the viewer and a present to the viewer, I also have a bonus clip at the end of this video. It's Real Driller, the same one doxing kids, a 21-year-old, talking about this girl which he likes on Rec Room, Scarly Wally. He felt jealous because she was playing with another person. This guy literally got cooked in Rec Room because he was playing with another person. And that other person was ZKR. So ZKR, shout out to you. You cooked Driller. Here's him talking about you and how jealous he is.
We really understand. I don't get it. So please, try and help me here. Understand. Why am I feeling like this?
Maybe because of the fact, like, it's either with a strong bond or for the fact you like her. Those are the two options that you really have here, Driller.
But I don't like women. You're a kid, I might just leave you.
You open your mouth because you know better than everyone, right? My ideas are bad, right? Always. So what's your better idea?
Yeah, he's not bothered at all.
Why am I poisoned? You know better than everyone, right? My ideas are bad.
Hey there, my name is Angry Old Man who is yelling at clouds, and I am prepared to rant about AI because I am officially starting to lose my marbles. Before we begin, I just want to make something very clear. I am fully aware that this will turn me into my grandma. For some elderly people, they could use technology all the way up to computers. They could do all the basic tasks that they would ever need to do on a laptop, desktop, web browser, etc. But smartphones, that was the line. They said, nuh-uh, I'm not going to be a mind slave constantly staring at my pocket computer. Everyone's always staring at their screens, not me. I'm going to continue reading my book. And I'm going to be an asshole to anybody who pushes a smartphone onto me. I'm just going to use my landline and my flip phone until the day I die. I thought that these elderly people were foolish back in the day, but I can say for certain now, they were real as fuck for that. Good job, Grandma. I am not even in the middle of my life yet, and I have accepted that I will be purposefully set in my ways regarding
Damn
this.
right, Grandma.
I am my grandma. Let me give you a pinch on the cheek. Let me bake you some cookies. I'm sure that you've noticed everything on the internet recently has been,
please don't pinch my cheeks, all bruised.
Sucking. It's almost as if creation is being completely replaced with generation, and human creativity is becoming less and less valuable as the days move forward. And it's all because of a little thing called artificial intelligence. It's the future, and the future looks very uncanny and has extra fingers for some reason. And the implications are very sad.
Okay, that
Instagram
works.
AI Studio is genuinely one of the most depressing things that I have ever seen in my life. This is essentially a feature on Instagram that is an AI sandbox where people can do stuff like create their own chatbots. On the surface, it seems pretty harmless and fun. You could talk with Chair and Zoro from One Piece, but once you dive into it a little bit, it starts to get pretty freaky. And I don't mean like freaky in the sexual way. I mean, I'm sure that too. Therapist. I don't like where this is heading. Sister, father, daughter. You know that some sad, estranged parents are going to be talking with daughter because their real daughter won't call them. They'll be baiting them into saying, I love you. Oh man, it's fucking burn it with fire. Pull the plug, please. And a lot of AI defenders think that it's some sort of gotcha to be like, tell me how AI works. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care. I don't care to learn. And I don't care if you think that's a gotcha. I'm being so for real right now. I live in like a tech city, and I keep on driving past like ads for AI models or some dumb shit that just say jargon, just utter nonsense. And I swear to God, it is going to eventually be the instigator of the brain aneurysm that will put me out of commission. Look at this chain of thought prompting AI-powered lookalike audience. I strive to never understand any of that. I just know that if I maintain this goal, I will remain interesting and attractive. Now listen, I'd have a different take on all this if AI wasn't objectively horrible for the environment. Like, it's fine to be dumb and off-putting as long as if you aren't hurting anyone or lighting the earth on fire while you're doing that, right? Just to lightly get into how AI is destroying the environment. It's no secret that AI has exploded in popularity.
It consistently has to,
throughout the
well,
years.
not just
So
AI,
has
even just our
investment
GPU-based
to keep up
computation.
with this
As
new demand. And keeping up
we
with
drive
these crazy
cryptocurrency
demands results in emissions. As of recently, tech companies have just been utterly dumping emissions to keep up with these new competitive AI models and features that literally nobody asked for. Google specifically has increased their greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 50% within the last 5 years. Energy plant consumption has also been soaring, partially because of AI, even resulting in coal plant closure delays. By the year 2040, the industry as a whole will reach 14% of global emissions. There is a huge energy demand, and from that, yet another environmental problem emerges. Data centers and AI server components in general get very hot and require cooling, and how that cooling is achieved is through water cooling.
At least
the heat from these data centers and AI servers evaporates water. Not a little bit of water, a lot of water. It's kind of hard to quantify how much water is used through liquid cooling, but estimates range from about 3 milliliters of water to about a bottle of water for a task as demanding as writing a 100-word email. And even if it's on the lower level, that strain on water sources is undeniable. Water cooling is not a perpetual system. In the world of resource management, that price is wildly expensive for an outcome as frivolous as writing an email for you. This means that AI servers don't only have an energy demand, but they also have an H2O demand. And I don't know if you know this, but So do humans.
There's
Over
also
1
a
billion people
shortage.
do not have access to drinkable water, and nearly 3 billion people experience recurring water insecurity. Another problem is waste, e-waste to be specific. Unfortunately, there's not
the
that
Denver
great of recycling infrastructure
dams.
around discarded electronic parts.
Without El
They
Niños
often
feeding
just get
them,
thrown away.
they wouldn't
and these
have
materials
any.
can be extremely harmful,
They're
not
fed
only
purely
for
by
the environment, but also
El
for
Niño, which are
humans.
becoming less frequent.
So yeah, it's
So
not
that's-
great. And sure, big companies
rough.
are pledging to address these issues, but companies pledge to do a lot of things. Like, why would I believe these companies when they promise that they will achieve net zero emissions and have a replenishing relationship with water when they're shitting the bed in regards to their previous promise? When people tell me that AI will eventually become eco-friendly, it just sounds like a gigantic trust me, bro. As it stands right now, AI is horrible for the environment, and the corrections for this current state of affairs are not coming quick enough. Especially
time they do,
considering
we
that
move
we
them.
are
That's
quite
the thing.
literally watching
Like, they
the
were coming quick
transition
enough,
into
and then we
climate catastrophe
had to
with our
increase
own
the demands
eyes.
to uphold
But nobody seems to care
cryptocurrency
about that.
investments.
What we do care about is AI
If you don't make it more computationally difficult, early investors and even current investors in crypto will soon be having their investments worth less. It devalues it.
Pretend like it's not an issue.
So
The
it's
response is essentially,
multifaceted.
Well, we ought to make it
It's
more
rough.
environmentally friendly, because wouldn't it be cool if it didn't destroy the world like it's doing right now?
I can shit on the crypto more.
Yeah, it would be cool if that were the case. And just like that, we're back to where we started. A lot of people say the research that AI will produce and foster will save the planet. Yet another just trust me bro moment. Plus, it's not exactly like
I
we're
was worried
looking
about.
for the answer and we need to research it more. We already have the answer. We know exactly what will stop a climate catastrophe. But here's an important little tidbit of knowledge that will be a recurring theme throughout this video. Top-down solutions will not fix gigantic structural issues that broken institutions have burdened society with. I will provide further examples and details, but let's move on for now. One thing about AI that has been driving me up a fucking wall is the prevalence of AI art. I found a really weird TikTok account a while back. Check this out.
I don't call it AI art or AI music. I call it I call it pictures and noise.
Yeah, that's pregnant Jesus
or
getting eaten
images
by a snake.
and noise.
And you might be saying to yourself, okay, well,
I'm a goofball.
something obviously went
I'm
wrong
petty
here.
too sometimes.
Surely this entire page can't
I'm
be
not-
just
I am petty
pregnant
some,
Jesus getting
you know?
eaten by a snake and Jesus making that same exact screech every time it happens, right?
Sometimes I'm
Wrong.
burdensomely
People,
petty.
watch these videos. Just want to be clear, this is TikTok, not Facebook. And no, I will not gloss over the fact that Jesus Mpreg content is insane. We got a first-class gooner making these religious videos. In fact, it is crystal clear that AI has greatly
Pregnant
accelerated
Jesus
the
getting choked by a
goonification
snake
of Christianity.
is
But
fucking
hey, that's a topic for a
wild.
different video. Okay, so I may
It
have
doesn't have to
exaggerated
be
a
gooner.
little bit. These
You could just
Mpreg
be a
Jesus
gooner
Snake
and you're, like,
videos aren't
thinking about it too
100% of the content that this page puts out. They also do a couple Jesus.
In the level 1 run, I had the presence of mind to cast Assassin's Gambit before trying to traverse that. So I did not even consider.
Now go and change as I prepare dinner.
Okay, honey.
That's
wow,
wild,
this is so
man.
delicious.
I'm glad you like it.
You really know how to treat me like a queen. Where did you even get all this pork?
I know you will like it. Just relax.
Wait, did you cook my pig? Oh my god, I just ate my own pig.
No, the pig just fed you.
Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up.
Man, why is Jesus so mean?
Calm down, honey. Just relax. Hey, Piggy, we are going to have so much fun. Relax. This is not going to take long. Okay, I will get you another pig. Hey, sir, I
The
want to buy
AI
the best
wants us
pig you
to
have.
depopulate
Come over
the
here, I will show
planet.
you. What about
I
this
guess.
bad boy? Isn't he amazing?
Oh my god, I'm breaking up with you for your brother.
We shall see about that.
I feel more comfortable over here.
You might be saying, Karen, this is obviously a joke. Unfortunately, I really don't think it's a joke. I genuinely think that this is just an unsupervised AI bot scam account that desperately needs quality checks. And I guarantee you there are many other accounts that are just like this that post insane content that are buried in social media sites. Between the videos that I have shared with you and one specific video on this page that is quite literally Jesus having a miscarriage that is so bloody, gory, and graphic that I know for a fact that I can't put it on this video, or else this video will either get taken down or flagged in some way. If I were a Christian, I'd head to the bunker. This is a sign of the end times, baby. Remember when Lil Nas X made a music video where he was Jesus? Remember how pissed off Christians were about that music video? How in the world do they not think that this is like 1,000 times worse? This is the definition of blasphemy. How have they not gone on a quest to destroy every computer in existence yet? Well, let's check the comments to see if all of these respectable Christians agree with me. Vanya says, amen, amen, amen. Sure, maybe some of these commenters are bots, but at least some of these people seem very real. And likewise, you think that the prevalence of scams that use AI photos and videos going around can't actually be that big of a deal because, like, who's falling for this, right? Well, you might be surprised. Lots of people are falling for it. Lots of people are very technologically inexperienced. The state of AI image and video generation is nothing less than a shit show. And I'm honestly not sure that this whole situation
the AI President's Let's Play, right? Why is AI President's Let's Play so good? It's not that it's like good artistic like fidelity. It's not rendering or realism. It's absurdity. We like that it is fucking absurd.
Trust me, I know.
That's kind of it, right? And if AI art is hitting absurd, we are the ones that gave this world Ricky Lake and Jerry fucking Springer. It's not the fault of a machine. We are why MTV had every fucking thing that rocked on it so far. We are why there is Donkey of the Day. Like, I think that it's just doing a good job at absurdity, right? Like, it's so fucking absurd that it's killing it. It's like,
and no, that's not a, oh, cancel AI, let's boycott this on principle type of thing. It's simply responding to a signal. If you use AI slop, just cheap garbage, to promote a product, a piece of content, an event, whatever, you are signaling to everyone that the thing you are promoting is as low of quality as the images or videos that you generate. You are signaling that you cut corners. You are signaling that whatever it is you're pushing must have some sort of catch or be misleading because you are putting as much effort into promoting that as a scammer would to scam people. Because let's be real, AI art at this point is pretty much synonymous with phony products and scams. Speaking of AI art, check out this cursed image. A woman getting deported with an AI Studio Ghibli filter over it. Official White House Twitter account, by the way. And yes, according to the White House, this person is a convicted fentanyl trafficker. Still fucking weird. Still unbelievably strange to put a Ghibli filter over a fascist anti-immigrant justice porn piece of propaganda. If you do this filter thing in the style of Miyazaki art, Hayao Miyazaki fucking hates you. Like, I just hope that you realize that. Hayao Miyazaki hates your guts. Miyazaki calls AI generated animation an insult to life itself. And I gotta say, I love that way of putting it. Taking the words out of my mouth, really, because it's contributing towards valuing a corporate generative aesthetic that will ultimately harm living, breathing artists and cannibalize itself in the process because AI art generation doesn't actually create anything. It's slowly driving workers towards a perpetual gig economy. I just simply don't understand how people logic their way out of this not eventually taking everyday people's jobs, because increased efficiency will most definitely be reflected in cut labor, especially as this technology advances. And finally, it's destroying the environment, which again, nobody seems to care about. An insult to life
we
itself,
talk
you're
about it all
really
the
not going to
time.
get more spot on and poetic than that. Yep,
We're
I
cool
hate
like that.
AI, and I look down on people who use it. I know for a fact that people are going to say, Karen, capitalism is actually the problem here. AI
Like,
has really good uses for research and
running
data
on-
analysis.
It running on my local machine in my house to help me with manuals. Like I give it specific manuals, and all it has to do is help me find shit in that manual. Like that's fine. That's okay. Who the fuck cares?
Machine can screen my body for cancer
It can't
more
do much.
accurately than a human-operated
And it's
machine
not
could. I
rendering a
will take the
game.
AI machine every single time. But I'm sorry. Until that magical day when capitalism is abolished on a global
Okay, mine
scale,
is.
get AI away from the public. Give it to scientists. Give it to researchers. Get it the fuck away from the average person. And I get that the whole point of open source is to share it with everybody, but I don't care.
make it
I've seen what it can
accessible.
do
Don't let it
on
be
a
a
consumer
business.
level for non-research or
Like,
scientific
let it be
uses.
business. Oh, sorry,
and
let it be
is
for
in no
research.
way
Don't let it go into
revolutionary
business.
in day-to-day life. In other words, it is not making our lives easier. In fact, it is slowly destroying our ability to survive.
Right?
Man,
You
can say
cannot
that
get
about all
DET
technology.
without a
with
fucking
AI,
approval.
It's pretty bad, actually.
Just,
it is making
Like we can have our
horrible,
local models,
exploitative,
but just
and
don't give
straight
us like
up
this
frying
weird
our
ass
cognitive
bullshit.
abilities.
GG.
Yeah, I'm not too into the idea of accepting a future where computers will do our
If you can run it
reading,
locally.
writing, art, formulating opinions, and pretty much everything.
There will
for
be no
us.
cluster
Oh, how the
computing for
tables
this
have turned! I
Windows.
thought that they would be doing manual labor for us. You know, so
They are too.
humans can focus on reading, art, various creative outlets in the general pursuit of knowledge. We have done a 180. Sound the alarms, please. If you don't believe me that people are using it to formulate arguments, go to my comment section. I can tell you right now, the AI defenders are putting ChatGPT through the ringer. One of the biggest red flags that I don't see a whole lot of people talk about is the fact that we develop AI to learn
Defend
for us.
yourself.
Like doing our homework and writing our papers. AI homework machines are an exploit within education. Oh, ChatGPT is just like a calculator for students. Aw, what a cute thought. Students are just gonna use it for tutoring, outlines, and note-taking. I don't know what calculator you use, but mine doesn't have a button that writes an essay or does all of my science homework for me.
Then you have a
we all know the
bitch-ass
capacity
calculator.
that it has and that it will get more advanced in the future. We also
All you
know
should
that
do is
all
declare your
students aren't
function.
going to be little angels and just use AI supplementally. Also, you know, AI gets things wrong all the time, but students don't really care. In
Oh, it
general,
does.
you can get
It's
around
really
pretty
shitty
much
for
any
code.
barrier
I
that is
like code
designed to
review
prevent
against
you
it.
from using AI to write papers or do your entire math
This
or science
Invisiwall
homework
is fucking
or
bananas.
answer test questions. The problem here is ultimately the education system.
God
It
damn
is a
it.
cruel, hierarchical, shame-lined horror show that favors wealthy and privileged youth that obviously does a really bad job at preparing the future generations. I think that in general, communities of education professionals understand that the system is very flawed, but many people think that it's the best system that we have, or maybe even just the only system that we have. And their position is essentially, okay, well, it kind of sort of works kind of, even though it fails people. But now that AI is here, yeah, the system is going to fall apart. Everyone is going to cheat, students are going to start failing in-person tests like crazy, and standards are not going to get met. You might say, even though AI is broadly an exploit in education, it can still help students who are failed by the education system make their way through public school, maybe even onto
No.
earning a college degree. Again, top-down solutions
Not
do
without
not fix
supervision.
structural issues. If education institutions figure out a way to integrate AI into curriculums, the education system as a whole will remain still very much broken. Students who have
And
a
it
hard
will
time in
stagnate
school will
and
not
cannibalize
magically
itself.
start learning once a robot starts doing their schoolwork for them. Because with the way how things are currently set up, academic success is all about grade, not knowledge. And that is a fundamental issue. Public school is equally for academic preparation and preparation for navigating
H.
bureaucracy.
Preparation
Turns out, students don't really like that. It's not a
Preparation
structure that
H.
many students can engage with. And that's not even bringing up the fact that many students are failed by lack of school district funding and lack of resources for neurodivergent and disabled students. And stuff
we
that
didn't
affects
have
their
that at all.
personal life in
No, we didn't have that so hard. They only the only space they had was the anger management one. And so I just got the fuck beat out of me just trying to go to school and learn. I stopped caring about school.
to apply themselves and retain what they learned. And that is currently very difficult for many students with or without AI. If we don't fix the education system, or at the very least find a solution to the AI
I just didn't do
problem,
homework.
we are
If I had a machine that could fake my homework, I would have just thrown it at the teacher because I wasn't gonna do it and I wasn't gonna get the grade anyway. So if I could just put it through a machine thingy to just throw it at them, even though I know it's still gonna fuck up, that's whatever. Unless I was in the mood to write other people's work and mine, I wasn't in the mood to do it, period. I kept up with the curriculum. I just didn't fucking care. That shit was garbage. Who the fuck gives a shit?
Now it doesn't just feel
Skip
like
out on
that.
that shit.
It's slowly becoming
I was mad.
exactly
They wouldn't let me
that.
skip grades to get out
Professionals are going
faster.
to have
Then they
no
wouldn't let me
idea
drop
what the
out.
fuck is going
So
on
I
at
just
any
stopped
given
doing it
moment.
altogether.
Speaking of
Fuck it.
professionals,
Fuck
workers
it.
heavily
Hell no,
relying
dude.
on AI to
that
function
shit.
within a professional environment does not sound super exciting to me either. Oh, entire industries use AI for everything. It's just streamlining productivity. I save so much time that I can spend on myself. I'm sorry, that just sounds like a long-winded way to say you don't want to write emails and you're slowly losing the ability to read. It's almost as if the entire defense of using AI to do normal things that adults should be expected to do is to say, okay, but have you considered the fact that I'm just a little baby? And this is by no means anti-lazy, bootstraps, make work as hard as possible take from me. This is a don't get complacent with growing useless take. You want to have leverage as a worker. If you don't have leverage, you will get canned in a heartbeat. I strongly encourage you to not have the position of, no, you don't understand. I'm actually happy that every day my employer thinks that I grow more useless and that I will eventually be replaced by robots. I do not have a single ounce of sympathy for AI users when they whine about potentially giving up AI. Y'all have lived without it for your entire lives. AI is not really comparable to unethical and environmentally damaging concepts and systems that have been forced upon us through rigid infrastructure and things that are outside of our control. Cars, for example. Yeah, cars are bad. Please take public transportation if you have the option. But we can understand that this is very complex. It's silly to expect everyone to cut cars out of their lives. Imagine being a human being who needs to do human being things like obtaining groceries, going to work, running errands, while living in a place that has little to zero walkable infrastructure. You simply cannot exist without a car unless you are fine with walking 12 miles or even biking 12 miles to go to the post office. On the flip side, if you cut AI out of your life,
if it's an emergency.
It would not change a thing about it. Everything
Pretty
would
fucking
be
well,
the
too.
exact
Drive
same.
a fucking manual.
You can
God damn
live without AI.
I have no
Please
practice,
stop
though.
being dramatic. I'm sure you can tell by now that I'm being
So maybe.
extremely flippant and dropping a lot of
Maybe.
nuance. So please retract your comment about me being ableist. I am not talking about people with disabilities. They are not a part of this conversation. But at the same time, this is coming from somebody who has
can run
autism and
local
debilitating ADHD. I am very much pro developing discipline, and I think that doing that is helpful both for neurotypical and neurodivergent people. Not just the discipline to make schedules and build productive and healthy habits that could possibly help with punctuality, productivity, retention, and attention, but also the discipline that is frankly required when doing things that will develop patience and resourcefulness. The discipline in accepting that you sometimes need to
Firearm
do tasks that you
safety.
might find to be grueling. That's simply a part of life that you can't get
Like
around. And that's
firearm
okay.
safety.
Doing these tasks develops important problem-solving skills. Also, it might be a good idea in general to work on some skills that will help you live without this technology in the future. If there's anything certain about the future, it is that the future is uncertain. And again, before you come at me too hard, this doesn't
went the
apply to
wrong way.
everybody. If you're in a situation like you have extremely severe ADHD and you have no other resources and you're just drowning day to day, like, yeah, whatever. Use whatever tool you can to get a hold
Lol.
of things. Given that
I
you
like how
understand the
adorable this
implications of
is.
you using this
We're all just,
broadly
like, having
unethical
each other's
tool.
backs.
And outside of stuff like ADHD, AI has the potential to help visually impaired people, people who have trouble communicating, people who have conditions and disorders that affect neurological function. There's nuance to this. I'm not a monster. I'm all for people using whatever tools at their disposal they need to get through life. But I just find it silly that so many people hop on this bandwagon and go all or nothing so quickly, as if AI is actually building a more just society for disabled people and not just slapping band-aids here and there. Like me personally, if I required the use of AI and it wasn't just a cheap, environmentally damaging and unethical way of getting out of doing some reading that I am perfectly capable of doing, I wouldn't exactly be enthused about that situation. I would probably say something like, hey, use it if you need to, but it is undeniably, objectively bad in its current state. Here's the perfect take. We should recognize the uses and the harm and encourage the use of AI for those who need it without saying, choo-choo, full steam ahead, use AI for whatever you want always. Don't worry about the consequences. While we're on disability, I would like to switch the conversation to AI art. Whenever someone has that conversation and says that AI generation is not actually art because there is nothing being created, someone always has to bring up the incredibly flawed argument of, but you're disregarding the disabled people who can use AI generation as a tool for their art, which doesn't really change the fact that writing a prompt is just giving an order. Writing a prompt is not that much different than just commissioning an art piece. You're just telling a system what you want instead of a human what you want. I don't know, unless you consider commissioning art making the art. I think we can all agree it's more complicated than that. It's just so silly. Like, disabled people are gonna say, finally, I could generate an image of a dog in a suit eating a cheeseburger. All of my needs for artistic expression have finally been met. If I had a disability that prevented me from making art in traditional ways, I would be insulted by this logic. Somehow AI art defenders never found out about Symphony No. 5. I swear the existence of Beethoven would blow these people away. It's just such a patronizing and narrow-minded way of looking at it that ironically lacks so much creativity. There are so many non-traditional and non-visual ways of making art that AI defenders just completely disregard. Maybe this is kind of a problematic way of putting this. You're not gonna stop me from saying it. You're not gonna silence me. I'm of the mind that if a quadriplegic person or a legally blind person can still find a way to make stunning art, I think that anyone can express themselves artistically without using a system that steals art from other artists while burning carbon and water. That really is the beautiful thing about art. It is
That's one of my favorite
so
things
incredibly
about
accessible.
like when
I would
people
even
like
say that the biggest
metabolically,
obstacle in the way of expressing
when I break
yourself
down
through
like
art
the
is
constituent bits of my engorged adipose tissue, it's funny for me that the byproducts are like carbon and water.
through art, you would be drafting ideas
It's very
and actions
funny.
to help disabled people
So
actually
like,
get a hold of these
as my body
materials and
turns like
instruments,
fat
such as
into energy,
community
it's like
building,
carbon and water,
creating
carbon and
accessible
water.
creative spaces
One could
for
even make a
everyone to be
carbonated
able to
water
express
joke.
themselves artistically. Doing
Okay,
anything
maybe
besides demanding
I should
that
shut the fuck
everybody
up.
get on board with
But
these
it's free
universally
carbonated water
problematic
jokes,
image
and
generators.
that's good enough for me. I don't
and I
need
mean
anything
never,
extra.
seen
I'm
a
pretty
disabled
happy with
person who
that.
cannot
I'm
make
easy
art
to
through
please.
traditional
Just let
means
me have
make
silly
this
silly
argument. It is
laughs.
quite literally always AI artists or AI art
What?
enjoyers who make
What?
this argument for disabled people. And goddamn, if that is not a fucking gigantic grift. Tech bros using disabled people who they either made up or never actually talked to as a counter argument. At this point, I've said
I'm a
everything
person with
that
a
has
brain that
been
works
said.
weird.
Every feeling that I express, every flag that
I just
I
like
raise, it
making shit
doesn't
art.
matter. AI is the next big thing, and it is going to destroy our ability to critically think and problem solve like 100,000 times more than smartphones did. And there's nothing I can do about it.
I don't
I'm on
care
a
if it's
sinking
more
ship, so
gas. I
I'm
care
gonna do
that I'm
the only thing that I
displacing
know
it
how to do.
inside
I'm
of
gonna
me
be a
with what I
fucking
have.
asshole. I'm gonna be a
I
dick
can't
about
be
it, and
dead,
I'm gonna take it
Vess.
to my grave.
That's
I
not
hope
something
that
I
my
can just
hater
do.
skills can inspire you all as
Yeesh.
well, because I feel like this is really the
That's
only
wild,
line
bro.
of defense that we have at this
Why
point.
would you tell me to
Am I
just be
saying
dead?
that we should bully people who
Meanie.
use AI?
Trying to bully me for not using AI? You B word? You bard?
No, of course not.
You
But we
Bartholomew,
can certainly recognize
fucking
ethical behavior as we do in many other
Bartholomew,
facets of
Mc-
life. I don't know
Boopy
if
Poops.
bullying is the right word, because I don't exactly bully people who litter their garbage or people who don't tip at restaurants. But I certainly do feel like I am superior to them in comparison. Like perhaps I'm less shitty of a person. I feel like, at least in that regard, they suck and I am better than
Well,
them.
I'm better
And sure,
than
you could
corpses.
call
They
these
suck and I'm
feelings
better
and
than them.
philosophies that I have around
'Cause
these
I can
specific people
displace
at least bullying
inefficient
adjacent. I don't think
gases.
bullying's the right word, but you
So,
can call it whatever you want. And
I can be less
ultimately think
efficient.
that
I can choose to be less efficient. That's why I'm better than corpses. What you gonna do? Talk shit? I can selectively be less efficient. You know who can't? Corpses. So that makes us better than corpses. Bleh. See? Now y'all are complicit too. We're all one-up-in corpses. We can be selectively inefficient. That's what I call fucking nifty. Base, my guy. Selective inefficiency. Corpses can't do that. You know who can? We can, motherfucker. We can. You can. You all can for two cans. Sam, bitch ass motherfucker. Woo woo. Bitch ass motherfucker. Woo woo. What the fuck, my dude? Woo woo. Woo woo. Woo woo. Should I shut up again? Okay, I'll shut up again.
Do it for that situation. On an aesthetic
Bitch
and
ass
artistic level, oh yeah,
motherfucker.
I'm
Who
way
likes
better
rice?
than
I
you.
like rice, my
way
dude.
more so
Hell
than
yeah.
the other examples.
Goddamn, I
because at
like
least you
rice.
can blame AI
Boo,
emails
boo.
on laziness. If you genuinely like AI art past it being a simple novelty, you have first-degree brain rot. I simply cannot
I
put
am
myself in your head.
first-degree brain
So yes,
rot.
I can
Thank you
recognize
very
and appreciate
fucking
the
much.
humanity in art. I
I
do
am
not generate
peak
and thus litter the
first-degree
internet with
brain rot.
uncanny images that were blasphemously vomited into existence. And I don't
I
take joy
am
from mindlessly
blasphemous.
staring at exploitative
God
and soulless
damn.
data slop.
See, I
Yep,
just
I think that I am better
blasphemed.
than habitual AI
Bastard.
users and AI enjoyers. Altogether, I think that I am more disciplined, principled,
the-
intellectual,
the goddess's
interesting,
name in vain?
swaggier, I dare say.
'Cause I'm
Actually, that's not
swaggier.
right. I do not think that I am better than habitual AI users and AI enjoyers. I know
we're
that I am better than them. This
corpses
is all
'cause
tangible
we can
stuff, folks.
selectively
I
be
do not
inefficient
break
with our
down
gas.
at the thought of writing an email when I am paid
And I think
to do
that's
exactly
funny.
that. And that's okay that I'm better than habitual AI users and AI enjoyers. That's fine. Accept your inferiority. I think that some other people are way better than me, in fact. And I accept it. You don't see me getting all pissy and defensive about it. We all suck in some way, even
We
if
all
it's just
suck
a
a
little
lot.
bit. If you don't
I
think you
really
suck,
blow
then
a
you're
lot of
wrong.
ass. My
I can't
whole
think
existence
of
a
an
travesty.
outro for this video. Okay, that's pretty much
And
my
I
rant.
blow
Patreon time. I make
every
exclusive
day,
content,
'cause I
series,
suck
vlogs, and
every
end of video
day.
shoutouts for
And
my
I
patrons.
maybe
Check it out in
could
the
suck a
description.
little less, but I
Show me my
can't.
patrons.
'Cause I'm terrible. I'm ass and I'm garbage. I'm goobery and that's all I have going for me. 'Cause I'm fucking adjunct to trash. Do-do-do-do-do. Hi. How are you all?
Nova Online is at his worst.
I just
This is
found
2
out
weeks
what was
ago.
on that 256
I think it
gig
got worse.
USB drive
I
that
think worse
I
shit
recently found
happens.
while cleaning my room.
Was it malware, brother? Was it fucking malware?
corned
See,
beef
I
and
could just eat an onion and it wouldn't be a bad thing for me or a big what to do. I would have so little of a reaction. If I were to just bite an onion, I would have so little reaction that I wouldn't tell the internet. I'd just be like, oh, y'all don't know, like, I don't selfie my food for you. So you wouldn't know. Like, do I just like onion on its own sometimes? I like it pickled on its own. But like, kinda, yeah, a little bit.
A quick rundown would be that
like
Gabriel
Gage
is a 21-year-old TikToker who has found himself in a lot of hot water, mainly due to numerous incidents involving his conversations with
take away my
minors.
fucking
That,
onion,
along with a number of
bitch, I will take your funyuns away. I will jack all the goddamn funyuns. Y'all motherfucker, don't fuck with me. I'll take your funyuns so you have no onions. Y'all just try, see what the fuck happens.
Making it a hot topic of discussion for months, if not years now. Nova noticed this and decided to strike back at his detractors by beginning a house cleaning saga. Only a short time ago, we were at part 16 of the house cleaning journey, but it seemed like almost nothing had changed. Nova wasn't really cleaning, he was just shifting items from one side of the house to the other. If anything, it seemed that the clutter had only gotten worse since the house cleaning saga had begun. And if you need proof, look no further than this very popular clip from Nova's live stream. The state of Nova's room had gotten so bad that he was now using a snow shovel to move items from one place to another. As I previously stated, this clip became very popular amongst Nova's detractors, and inevitably word of that popularity got to Nova, and he would make a somber video proclaiming that he would no longer be live streaming the house cleaning saga. Little did anyone know this was the beginning of the end for the aforementioned
fuck me,
series.
dude.
Hey, also, I just
I'm
wanted
about
to give
to
an
lose
update
my
on the
shit.
house cleaning saga.
I'm about to
House
crash
cleaning saga
out.
streams will
JK,
no longer happen, but the
JK.
videos will continue. As
Lol,
you can see,
sorry, I can't
I've
help
gotten
myself.
a ton of dishes done. They're all right here. They just need to dry.
I
And
was
they're
born with the maturity
waiting
that
to
I would
be
die with.
Put away. Be on the
Nah,
lookout for
some fucking lame ass
more
fucking ignorant
cleaning
bitch told me
videos
that I
in
acted
the
real mature when
near
I was
future.
12 and now we're stuck with
As I
this.
try to,
I don't know, man. Bad choice.
improve how my
Total
house looks.
L.
Anyways,
That's why you shouldn't say that shit. Maybe you'll get some ignorant fucking goober.
Recently, Nova
It's like,
has
fuck
stated
it, I
that there
am.
will no longer be any
Oh,
more
there
house
goes
cleaning
fucking
content and
internal
that it will all
growth.
occur off camera.
Bitch.
The state of the home has seemingly gotten worse since the house cleaning videos
Fuck it.
began.
Who needs
and from
growth?
the veritable
I mean, you
home
got
tour
silly.
that he gave us through these videos, we could see that almost nothing had changed. And I highly doubt that him moving this series off camera
When you
will
got the
accelerate the
drive,
process. But this
you little
didn't mean
fucking
that
goober.
Nova was completely inactive behind the scenes.
How the
Actually,
fuck do you
far
act
from
like
it, as
that?
Nova would be caught
Do you
yet
wanna fall
again
down
in
a
another
hole?
distributing scandal.
Holes are
It would
bad.
be uncovered by someone
Holes are
looking
bad.
through Nova's Facebook
Don't
page
you
that he was
trust
following
holes?
a number of disturbing
I heard
groups.
holes are
I don't know
bad.
how descriptive
Everyone
I can be with
has
exactly
holes.
what he was a part of, but I can say that it was a group
sorry,
for
I'm not
adults
sorry.
who were not only identifying as furries, but baby furries, with there seemingly being an extra focus on hygiene, and not the good kind. Nova has been caught engaging in this kind of behavior before. What made him so infamous online in the first place was Twinkle Twinkle Gate, where he was part of a similar group,
Twinkle
but it
Twinkle
didn't
Gate.
involve furries. Still not any better because he was on that voice chat with a minor. What I'm trying to say is this is yet another link
They have
of the
holes in their
long
nose
chain
holes.
of accusations
Badoosh.
surrounding Nova online. If you need further proof that Nova was actively engaging in these Facebook groups, then know right after he was exposed for being a part of them, he would unfollow the groups. I can't tell you how many times Nova has been caught in similar situations now. It seems that he doesn't have any
Oops,
intention
didn't see
of
over there.
stopping or even owning up to his actions. Not that it would do him a lot of good. After this new series of allegations, Nova would continue as if nothing happened, much like he had done for the other 4 incidents. But people had not forgotten. In my last video, I talk about a man who used to
some
work
Newman
with
type
Nova at
shit.
the Walmart. He claimed that Nova
I was
was
trying to leave
infamous around
everything
their
that I didn't
hometown for
need.
his antics online.
God
And
damn
it was
it.
that, along with other reasons, that he no longer works at Walmart. You see, in the last year, far, Nova has lost 5 or 6 jobs. He never gets too deep into the specifics of it, but many people assume that it is due to poor attendance
We're gonna
and
change
work
fashion
ethic.
so
After
soon.
leaving or being let go from around 6 jobs
We don't
in
have
his
many
hometown,
options.
his options are very limited. Even more limited when you take into account that the town is very much aware of his social media presence. This has created the perfect storm of joblessness for Nova. Nova's mother expected him to contribute to the rent money and was growing frustrated with Nova's inability to find employment. Nova was so desperate for a job that
Revenge.
he began to ask his TikTok audience for one, which backfired as he got numerous fake job offers that just wasted his time. The fake job offers, as well as legitimate ones that weren't interested in him, had him pretty down in the dumps, even more so than being caught in that disgusting baby fur server.
I just wanna thank TikTok for reminding me that I've been unemployed for 3 months. I've been applying to countless jobs, have fallen for 2 fucking fake job offers, and just not to mention, not even fucking McDonald's wants to hire me.
Nova says that not even McDonald's wants to hire him. I would say that's either due to the overwhelmingly negative social media presence or the fact that your resume shows 7 jobs in the past year. But even though Nova didn't have a job and he claimed that it was something that stressed him out, he would still continue his reckless spending habits, buying more needless stuff that would only contribute to the size of the pile of junk in his room. Personally, I have no idea why this man without a job is having financial problems.
We've got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro packs here that I bought for
Yeah, you fucking do. Don't you fucking lie, Goober. I
We're going
see
to
you
open
being
these and see if
deceitful.
we get any bangers.
Telling me fibs.
Opening Adam Devine's Super Starter Kit.
No jumping off
This
ahead.
thing is so big that it just can't fit.
I don't trust
Yu-Gi-Oh!
you.
Cards, flavored water,
Okay, if
Harry
you say
Potter
so.
Hufflepuff merch, anything but Mom's rent payment. I think Mama Gage saw this and it ticked her off. Nova had given
Got
up the
ticked off
job
'cause of
search,
TikTok?
saying it was no longer
Goddamn.
possible for him to find one, and he was still spending the same way he always had. So Mama Gage started to put a little bit more pressure on Gabriel. She wanted her money, and Gabriel had to come up with something quick to get
We
her
weren't
off
there
his
for
back.
3
So
seconds.
he
I highly
decided
doubt
to
we updated our
initiate an
stable
idea
ground.
that he had talked about for a long time. This would be known as Novacord, a paracord bracelet business. This was how Nova intended to make the rent moving forward. And before he had even gotten his first sale, Nova was already sinking even more money into the quote-unquote business.
Hey y'all, I'm at Walmart. I got 3 different colors of paracord and some clips. Tonight, I'm going to be weaving some paracord bracelets live for promos for the paracord shop, so get excited.
I would also like to add that Nova has proclaimed that he is on a boycott from Walmart, claiming that they unjustly fired him. But he couldn't even stick to it because look at where he was buying his paracord. To a lot of people's shock, some of these began to sell. I guess some people wanted a bracelet made from a man accused of such heinous things as Nova. But I think we can all rest easy knowing that eventually we will know who these people are. Because if you know anything about Nova, then you'd know that he is awful at preventing hacking. And it seems that the first attempt in finding out all of this already happened. I call it the Novacord sale gone wrong. You see, Nova got an order from a man called Bobby the Legend. And before Bobby was willing to pay Nova, he wanted Nova to click a link and to check out some of the designs that Bobby wanted done. Well, this ended up being a phishing link, one that Nova just barely evaded.
Okay, someone tried to set my IP
good.
during a paracord bracelet sale, and this is not fucking acceptable. I'm gonna tell you what happened.
Tis been a
Story
minute,
time.
my dude.
So as you guys know, I have a paracord business doing all the business shit that needs to be done, and it's costing me a lot of this.
Costing me
But
a lot
still,
of
that
this.
doesn't try to stop people from getting in the way.
Captain.
So right now
Costed
I'm
me
taking
some
orders through
dosh,
email.
my guy.
And there's this guy called Bobby. Yes, I'm using the name on the email. But there's this guy, he emailed me
my
wanting
brother.
6 yellow and green
Costs a
paracord
lot
bracelets.
sometimes.
And
Maybe you gotta.
Yeah, I told him the total.
Maybe you
and then he
gotta
started
relinquish
asking me all
them
of these
gams,
questions,
brother.
Like, is your paracord
Hooey.
edible? Is your paracord strong enough for survival? Where do you ship to, etc., etc. And I'm kind of went along with it because I figured it might be an interested buyer. However, today I cut off the sale. Here's why. They started asking me if I could do a weave, and they sent me a file. This file was extremely sketchy, and I
don't
told
think
them
you've got a weave
I
in
wasn't
your head,
clicking on it
Nova.
due to phishing
I
attempts.
don't know.
So they
I always
sent
thought
me a
that
link
was your natural
to
hair.
what
I
they
didn't
wanted
think that
done,
was a
or
weave.
supposedly. I found out
I know
immediately
that's
what
not
was
what the
going
kid
on.
said.
Hey, I told him, yeah, no, I'm not falling for this bullshit.
They're not old enough
I'm
to
cutting
drink.
off
They're
the
still
sale.
a kid. I'm
You,
ancient.
you're not getting any paracord bracelets today, buddy.
If you want my personal opinion about Novacord, it's just
They're
a
just itty-bitty.
disaster waiting to happen. Nova is
That
doing
doesn't
so
make them,
much shady
you know,
stuff
immune
through
from
it,
the
like
fucking
claiming
weight of their
that some of the
actions.
proceeds go to a non-profit on his business cards.
They're just
all of
itty-bitty
it
and
all
can
seems
grow.
to be ran off the books as well. I've heard no mention of him speaking about
They should
taxes
grow.
on this subject. That, along with the almost inevitability of Nova clicking a sour link, is what makes me think this way. And I've
I'm
got
getting
a show
told I'm
every
bad at
Wednesday
taking off
at
work,
6:30
so-
Eastern Standard Time that I host here live, where I explain why I think these things. But that's not just a shameless plug, it's also a transition to the next topic. Because for the past few months, me and my co-host Smokey MCC have been speaking on some of Nova's
There we go.
antics during the show. Nova is very self-aware for an infamous internet personality, so eventually he heard that we were discussing his antics, and that more often than not our coverage was less than positive. For our 99th episode, we decided to do a little gag. Nova claimed that he hated French onion soup, so what better way to show him what we're all about than eating a raw onion on livestream? Except we don't show our faces, and onions and apples have a very similar crunch to them. So we were absolutely shocked when next week Nova would post a video claiming that we had not won this war. It was far from over.
You don't declare yourselves the winner and just say you fucking won like that. You know who I'm talking about. I'm about to one-up y'all's asses. So?
Oh fuck, we're still too close? Oh shit, man. Well,
do
tits.
this.
Come on, brother. Let's go.
Yeah, but we slipped his steps one.
Sure, bro. Sure, little bro. Sure. I bet, dude. You rock
One more.
on.
That wasn't enough. One more.
Yeah, I would just like chew on an onion if I were in the right mood for it. Like, honestly, man, this is like, you know, people have had to like, bro, people have not had money and just had to eat onions. Like,
When I
you
was
get
first
this,
told
right,
that
bitch?
Nova had damn near
Like,
eaten
holy
half
shit.
of an onion to try and spite me and my co-host, I was shocked. I knew that Nova hated the French onion soup meme, but I didn't think that it would fuel him to this. And things weren't even done yet, because after my co-host claimed that he would be eating an onion covered in Uncle Roger's uncle sauce, Nova would do yet another food challenge. And I gotta say,
I'm used to
this
attacking
one's a
in
little
fucking
fishy.
other game.
Imagine
God
the
damn
clap.
it.
Alright, here's my response. Habanero.
Y'all just need to log. Bruh, honestly, this kid needs to just log off.
Red Talkies.
Just log off. Just log off. This kid
Only
needs
three
to
can fit.
log off. Needs
Screw
to
it.
log off. Needs to log off. Do 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 do. This
No
kid needs to
reaction.
log off.
Personally, I don't think he ate that thing. It looks like he palmed it. And how are two Takis stuffed into a small sliver
Brother.
of bell pepper comparable to an
Bitch.
onion drenched in vile sauce? I didn't really get the logic behind this one, but it happened nonetheless. And I think it's pretty needless to say that Nova is still not a fan of me and Smokey's podcast. He wasn't growing more standoffish just at us, but at basically everyone. It seemed like during this time, Nova was trying to prove something. There was the Onion Challenge, of course, but also the revitalization of his gym journey. On February 28th, he would film a video claiming that this was him, and he would be filming a video exactly 1 year later, showing off his gym progress.
This is me on February 28th, 2025. Can someone ping me in a year from now and see the difference? And I promise there will be one.
I have the date marked on the calendar, February 28th, 2026. Even if Nova decides not to do an update on it, I will. And if I'm being completely honest, once again, the gym saga has been pretty quiet. Nova has been posting far more in other areas. One thing that has returned in earnest is the karaoke. For those who are in the know, Nova was kicked out of the old karaoke bar that he used to frequent. He claimed trolls had called up there and that he was no longer allowed. But if you ask me, it seems like he was generally disruptive to the ambiance of the bar, singing karaoke when almost no one else was. Many times I would see bar patrons just get up and leave as soon as Nova started. Ever since being banned from that establishment, Nova had done most of his karaoke at his house, and he started to get pretty bold when it came to song choice. He would sing a cover of Humble by Kendrick Lamar, substituting certain words for either fella or boy, something I found pretty interesting. He would also sing They Not Like Us, directing it at fellow infamous internet personalities like Andrew Ditch or Mario Lord 14. The top comment on Nova's TikTok is very telling of just what the wider internet thinks of him. They exactly like us. But Nova wasn't just content singing karaoke in his room to his audience of either insects or small mammals. He needed an audience of people enjoying themselves, and it seems like he found just that, discovering a new place to sing his karaoke. I don't know exactly what the situation is here. I've heard Nova mention that this is his friend's house, but it seems like a lot of people are in and out, which Nova likes because it's just more people to serenade. I have no idea if this friend knows about Nova's past, but he is more than happy to let Nova sing his heart out, even getting him a fancy microphone stand. A lot was new in Nova's life. New allegations of being a sicko, new friends, and even a new hobby. But some things, they never change. And one of those things is a staple of Nova's channel, his food reviews. Despite all of the other content that Nova was making, the vast majority of it was food related. And some of these videos give you great insight into how Nova is feeling or the state of his home at the time. And some of them just have hilarious moments.
Trying every meat from Dickie's Barbecue Pit, part 1. So flavorful, so juicy, and one of my favorite meats at Dickie's, period. 9.5 out of 10.
One of the favorite meats to put in your mouth.
Polish sausage. This thing has a great snap and it's smoked really, really well. But for now, the turkey and chicken are in the lead. Denny's has a triple burger on their menu now. I don't know how long they've had it, but I saw it on the menu, so I got it. Let's try it out. And now it's time to try this thick ass. I don't want to talk about it. Reduce the lettuce in the burger. I will gladly give it a 9. Nova Universe, signing off. These don't have very much flavor to them, but anyways, let's try the strawberry. This might be a miss, y'all. Let's try it out. Hit or miss. Ah.
JK, my tongue isn't like presently thick or anything. I'm not currently experiencing an allergic reaction.
That went down the back of my throat.
I miss this in my hand. It's really fun. I forgot that I did that.
That one busted so hard in my mouth.
I think another reason
it's the
why
only
Nova
way to get
wants to bring
stab on
back
this.
2020 TikTok is that he wasn't quite as infamous. He was mainly known for being associated with Ohio the anime. It was this big meme group / project that ended up falling apart. A great many of the members exposed for their own various reasons, and Nova ended up being one of those. Nova wasn't a fan of 2025 TikTok. It was too brutal, too uncertain, and he knew that to continue in this dog-eat-dog platform, he would have to make some changes.
Little bit of an opinion here. So, I had a thought earlier, like, y'all know me as the food review guy, the karaoke guy.
Nope, that's
the
not
guy
it yet.
that tried to do a house cleaning saga, but kind of failed on that and is now cleaning.
You'd hate
his
what I
room
know
at his
you
own
as.
pace, but hey,
It's the low-key blood wall guy.
An idea. What if I branched out into movie and TV show reviews, like, and become some sort of a film critic?
We do not know Nova as the food review guy, or even the
True.
French onion soup guy. Most people know Nova as the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star guy. His constant efforts to create
That's
new
true.
series to try and move on
Well, that's
from
not what
his
I know Nova
criticism
as,
will
just-
never work. These are stains that you cannot rub off, whether it be in real life or online. And I know it's a shocker, but despite Nova's claims of wanting to switch it up and to change, he would still continue on the same path. I never saw any show reviews like he talked about, but one thing I did see a lot of was cooking. And these are the videos that give you some real insight, from the absolute state of the house to even Nova's familial connections.
Let's make Brazilian style pork chops. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to make up our seasoning. And there's 3 main seasonings that I'm going to be using for this. This is a seasoning that makes it Brazilian style. This McCormick Brazilian Steakhouse seasoning. Then we're gonna be using Mrs. Dash onion and herb for the salt-free. And of course, my favorite seasoning, Spa. But I did about a 40-40-20 ratio of each seasoning.
Damn, that was
but
lame.
I want a crust on my pork chops, so I'm gonna use some shake and bake to get a crust on them before I throw them in the oven.
Don't attack right away. Just like wash
I'm gonna throw them in the
things.
oven,
Just
400
roll them.
degrees for 20 minutes.
Just work on rolling things.
All
Just
right.
trust me.
It's done. Couscous. Salad. And finally, the pork chop.
Nova was
More
criticized a
stamina.
lot for this one for improper handling of the pork. It should also be pointed out that he likes to do these cooking videos when his Uncle Drew is over to visit. Uncle Drew and Nova have had mad beef in the past, with their argument being the source of such legendary clips
Up to 20
as
weight
these.
blue dancers are like really nice. So any armor up to 20, especially below 10 weight, is like bananas with blue dancer charm.
I'm fucking saying my fucking uncle! I missed what my fucking uncle said, and then he went off a full-on fucking rant! I'm fucking done! Oh, people! Yes, I said that! Motherfucker! I'm so motherfucking help! I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying! No!
I drank your friend's mother's
Another
bathwater.
cooking video that stirred up a lot of discussion would be Corned Beef and Cabbage 2.0. Nova had grown very fond
There,
of
I'm
corned
done
beef
switching
and
my
cabbage,
items. It took
and
me a
would
while, and I
frequently
just
make
failed.
it for his TikToks.
That's
but this
bananas.
one I'm about to show you in particular is special, being highly regarded for its view of Nova's kitchen and the wild claims that he had made by misspeaking.
A few weeks ago, I made corned beef and cabbage. Now that's a totally different one. So as you know, yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, and you all remember the first time I made corned beef and cabbage, it was an absolute flop. Boiling is the way they make it in Ireland. So last time, the carrots and potatoes came out way too hard, and the cabbage was still crunchy. However, I feel like I redeemed myself this time. So we're gonna try the corned beef, cabbage, carrots, and potatoes. I know my plate's a little bit messy, but it's not about presentation, it's about taste. At least when you're home cooking. Carrots first. Not too firm and not too mushy. Pretty much the perfect texture.
A lot of people in his comments assumed that he meant this was the same corned beef and cabbage they had seen weeks ago, and this led Nova to correct people in the comments, saying that he just misspoke. But this was not the only thing that people were talking about. The condition of the stovetop was heavily discussed, especially since this was filmed weeks into Nova's quote-unquote house cleaning journey. People would only talk about it more when they saw him cooking an egg one day, and things had somehow gotten worse.
Attempting to make the perfect fried egg. Part 1. And hopefully...
Does this feel like something from the Profane City in DS3 that got cut? Because it has that feel, but to me, it has that vibe. It has that cut Profane City vibe.
But now we just need
Switching
to wait
games
for
is
the
a little
whites to
hard. I kind of want to go
solidify,
play Hyperlight.
and then we can flip
Because I need
over
to
the
like
egg and not
get
break
off
the
soon.
yolk.
I want to play Hyperlight before. But it's so
Whites
shitty
are almost
because all the
solidified.
Hyperlight
That's
has
just
made
a
me
little bit of
suck
extra
ass
egg white that can't detach from the main egg.
at like
so
anything else.
the yolk's not broken yet. We
Which
still
is
have a chance to
fine.
make
Who cares?
a really good fried egg. Moment of truth. Oh, no leakage? Is there any leakage? I don't think there is. I think we just successfully flipped it.
It was pretty safe to say that the house cleaning journey was a failure. People noticed more and more that the things Nova claimed to clean had just been shifted to another side of the room. I think the shovel clip is more than enough proof of this. Instead of continuing to look for employment or actually cleaning the house, Nova would rather play April Fool's jokes at the expense of himself. Here is a TikTok from April 1st where Nova proclaims that he got his old account back. You know, the one that he lost during a previous phishing scam.
Oh my god. Like, I'm still in shock about what happened this morning. Like I'm recording this at 6 a.m. in the morning. I got an email from TikTok at like 3 a.m. I'm absolutely freaking out right now.
It'll only
So,
spare me
guys,
a little bit of hit.
you won't believe what
It'll
happened.
still come quick.
So, you know how about a year ago my account got hacked by this guy called Razor? And,
No. First time hearing
I
about
like
it, bud.
completely lost control. Like, you know, this is not a drill, this is not a fucking drill, that video. That was because my account got hacked. Hey guys, I just got an email from TikTok saying that they have reinstated that account and have gave me access back to it. Oh boy, like this is like an exciting moment. Like the account that kick-started my TikTok career, I finally have access to it again. And this is just absolutely insane. I thought I would never get it back.
I'm not sorry.
And so, with my last video on this account, I have one last statement to say.
Fuck the trolls. I'm
What's
just
today's
guessing.
date?
I highly doubt that Nova will ever
I
see that
would
account
never say
again.
fuck the
I don't even
trolls.
think it's
They seem
around
lovely.
anymore. But this wasn't the only thing that Nova
just
was
clowning.
getting up to. He was also
Lol,
reminiscing
lol,
over the
lol,
good
lol.
old days of when he had a job. Like in this clip, where he talks about how he is collecting Walmart vests, even though he is quite unhappy with the company.
Alright, so I gained a weird quirk about 6 months ago. I've been collecting Walmart vests. So this is the first one I ever got from a Walmart neighborhood market.
Yeah, I should've
This
taken
one
the
was one I
second
bought
badge.
off eBay. Bought this
Lame.
one off eBay. And it also has one of my name tag that I bought off of Etsy. And then it also has a name tag from when I used to work at Walmart. This one is the one that I actually wore working at Walmart. I ended up customizing it quite a bit while I was working there. And I also have another one of these vests and another one of these plain vests.
Oops.
Why did I keep my old work uniform? I have no
Butter's
freaking idea
hard to get rid of.
because I hate the Walmart that I worked at and I'm boycotting it for another month because of how they treated me. They treated me like utter shit and like I was disposable.
We just saw the clip of you getting paracord at the Walmart. You're not fooling anyone, Gabe.
It could be a different
Those
Walmart.
vests are a constant
could be a
reminder
Walmart out
that
of
he
town,
couldn't
like
make
more
the
gas
cut
money.
at Walmart. I have no idea why he would keep them around, especially if he didn't like the company. If he's not making videos about his paracord bracelets, then he's now chugging sodas with the return of his infamous Cracknado series. Nova has recently seen a sheer decline in viewership, so I believe believe this is why he's bringing back old successful series.
Hyperlight
But not
Breaker before
everything is
bed.
going quite as he wants it to. Nova used to sell his
forgot how to play
paracords
a
through
lot,
an email
so-
that he shared with people so they could talk
Lol.
about business. Well, someone decided to take this email and set it
one
up
more
to where
run.
it was
Hold on.
sending
I'm busy.
hundreds of
I want
emails
something.
an hour to Nova, making it nearly impossible
that.
for
Oh,
him
it's
to
still
take
light load.
paracord
Sick.
bracelet orders. With the
Just
paracord
not with
bracelet
travelers.
stopped, TikTok approaching another ban, and his inability to find employment in his hometown, the financial future of
For
Nova
reasons.
Online gets bleaker every day. And with the continued uncovering of sicko behavior from him, he falls deeper into internet
Cobra
infamy.
doesn't like
I can say with
sickos.
near
Ooh-wee.
certainty that
Oh, that's
Nova
already
will
on.
continue to do all of these things, showing absolutely no signs of
not
remorse
doing
for
this?
what he has done. It doesn't
Oh, no,
matter
we
how
are. I
many
missed
times
it.
he tries to
Yikes.
rebrand himself, because Nova Online is almost always
Should've said
at his
that.
worst.
There. That's a lot of damage mitigation. I'm doing one more run before I go and play fucking Hyperlight Breaker.
Chantal
Before I
Marie
forget how to play
Serrault,
that
also
game.
known as Foodie Beauty, is a
Y'all, it's
YouTuber
7
who has
months
been
old. Give me,
embroiled
like,
in
2
many
seconds.
controversies over the course of their career. For more than half a decade, Chantal has been making YouTube videos, and for more than half a decade,
I'm Alex. It's one of the few YouTubers who genuinely disgust me. People were looking for someone to point the finger at. I think he doesn't take accountability for what he says or does.
Would you say, before you get to the other reasons, would you say that's
We
the
won't be
main...
getting through Mr. Diorio, the
So if he
man
came
Oreo.
out and was like, look, I've done this, I've done that, would that be fine with you?
That would be it. He's never though. Even the apology to Slazo was so bad. I hate that. I'm like, I'm 100% the kind
I
of guy,
did
and
it
I've been
again.
wrong in
I
videos
s-
before, and I've done
I feel
things that
ignorant.
weren't right. And the minute that happens, I'll correct it, and I'll be like, look, I f***ed up here, and that's it. Because I want people to be able to trust me as well with like the things I'm telling them.
Okay, so hi there. I'm gonna switch games.
I'm Alex. We're doing the update now. Guys, if you don't know, if you haven't seen it, we have done 750 pages of document readings on in Alex and Alice Has. We published our final video
true.
in that whole saga a couple of days ago. If you go to playlist on the YouTube channel, you can check it out right now. I've updated tons of
This is
stuff
4
here.
days
So you can
ago.
now see all the videos that we've done.
Hi, it's 4 days ago. Y'all know me. I'm bouncing around. I am presuming that we've talked about this and y'all might have been there for it. If not. Nah, if not, I'll just like link it to you, I guess. I can do that. I got you. Here you go. If y'all are in chat, there it goes. Oops. It's Mr. Nicholas Diorio. Dude, if y'all are on the VOD, Lays mode, just go there. Alright, sick bananas. The fuck is here? Make it make sense. Also, ooh, guess what I did? I captured this. Yo, there's new Carl? Yo, there's new Carl.
Hello, you absolute legends.
Hey there.
When you think about iconic tricks in speedrunning, it's hard to find one that is more ingrained into gaming culture than the classic backwards long
Heading out
jump in Super
pretty
Mario
soon.
64. It is undoubtedly one of the most well-known glitches in gaming history, and its impact on Super Mario 64 has been tremendous. Normally, when we think of the backwards long jump, or BLJ as I'll refer to it, we think of stairs. Stairs are by far the most common place we see this glitch being performed. Not only because stairs are the easiest place to do it, but also because it's where the glitch can have the biggest impact. Using BLJs, we can skip the endless staircase that requires you having 70 stars to reach the top. And before that, you can use BLJs to skip the 50-star door. You can even use a more advanced version called a side backwards long jump to skip the 30-star door. And when combined with the lobby backwards long jump, you can skip the 8-star door at the beginning of the game as well. This one trick alone is responsible for allowing speedrunners to beat the entire game without attaining a single star. And in my
Adequate health
experience,
gain.
breaking
We'll
the
take them.
game completely is what BLJs are primarily known for. And it's easy to understand why. The usual premise of BLJs is that you can attain so much speed because there is no speed cap in SM64 when going backwards. And because of this, you can go so fast that you can pass through solid doors or even into parallel universes. However, they aren't only used to skip entire sections of the game. For example, in the level Hazy Maze Cave, runners use BLJs on lifts to gain enough speed to pass through walls. I wouldn't describe this as game-breaking per se, as you're still actually collecting the star. This is merely using BLJs to take a shortcut. And in the 120-star category, even though runners already have enough stars to simply walk through the 50-star door the normal way, these days they use BLJs to go through anyway, because it allows them to skip the text boxes that appear when you first open the door. So again, it's not really game-breaking, it's just a faster way of doing something you could otherwise do without any major glitches. But here's what's interesting. Every single implementation of BLJs in full game speedruns involve attaining enough speed so that you can pass through a barrier. However, when you really think about it, why is that the case? If BLJs allow you to get so much speed, couldn't we just use them everywhere all the time, simply just to go fast? Going fast is the entire point of speedrunning anyway, so surely BLJs should be useful just for the insane speeds they allow you to reach. And indeed, if you watch a tool-assisted speedrun, that's exactly what they do. They use BLJs all the time purely to reach insane speeds to move around levels quicker. But you never see this done in a real speedrun. At least until now. For the first time in history, we are starting to see BLJs incorporated into speedruns purely for speed. For decades, they were just deemed simply too difficult to control. But after years of theory crafting, we have finally seen the first implementation of a BLJ purely to get from A to B a little bit quicker. Granted, the time save isn't huge. It's merely 2 seconds, but it's already resulted into incredible new records. And in my opinion, just the fact that this new BLJ has been used at all is pretty astounding. In today's video, we will take a look at this new strategy, the new world records, and if there are any more potential new BLJs on the horizon. I really hope you enjoy. As I said before, the idea of using BLJs to move around levels quicker isn't entirely new, as they have been used in tool-assisted speedruns for many years.
I stopped
and
paying
this is even
attention
true
for
when
too
it comes
long.
to single-star runs as well.
God damn
As
it.
the name suggests, these are speedruns of a single star only. Naturally, this means you can retry the same star over and over again, and you can use more difficult strategies. This is why single-star speedruns showcase tricks that you rarely see in full-game runs. A great example of this is Blast to the Lonely Mushroom on Tall Tall Mountain. In full game runs, they grab the box and bounce their way to the star. But in the single star world record, they take advantage of some sloped terrain to BLJ their way to the star much faster. This particular strategy has been used in single star runs as far back as 2013, and saves around 4 seconds, which is pretty significant. But it's just so hard to execute that I can't imagine it being used in a full game speedrun anytime soon. Especially because Tall Tall Mountain appears so late into the speedrun. The BLJ that was recently used to achieve new world records in full game runs appears in the second Bowser stage, Fire Sea, and is almost
This game is
just as
unoptimized.
old. All the way
It kills
back
the
in
whole render
2014,
pipeline.
the speedrunner Akira did something that shocked the community. Normally in Fire Sea, after you climb the pole and ascend higher into the level, you need to make your way back across the level to some ramps. However, Akira took advantage of the rising elevator just after the pole to perform BLJs to get enough speed to fly straight to the ramps directly, thus saving around 2 seconds. So since
I need to just
2014,
lose.
the individual level world record has always included this BLJ, but it was never used in runs because it requires an immense amount of precision. For starters, the lift that you're using is moving, so you need to time things perfectly so that the lift is in the correct position when starting
is
the
the one loss we
BLJs.
need.
Then the BLJs themselves need to be done at the perfect tempo so that Mario has the perfect speed when he leaves the lift. Everything needs to be done essentially perfectly, because you need to go exactly fast enough to make it all the way to the ramp and to then be able to stop. and if you go too slow, you won't make it to the ramps at all. And the positioning of the lift is important because you also need to be at the perfect height when you gain enough speed to begin moving. Honestly, mere words don't really do justice as to how much precision was required to execute this trick, at least the way it was done until recently. Because as is the case with many tricks in speedrunning, oftentimes they are very difficult to do until someone creates a setup, a consistent and easy to follow series of inputs or cues that puts Mario in the perfect position. The best example in Mario 64 is probably Cannonless. It used to be one of the most inconsistent and notorious stars in the game, until a setup was found by Stockfolder in 2014, which made the star elementary to collect. And since then, more and more setups have been found that were faster and faster. Fire Sea, on the other hand, didn't seem to see much change in the way the BLJs were performed. Over the past decade, the world record for Fire Sea had been lowered from 33 seconds by Akira in 2014 to 30 seconds in 2024 by Parsi. And while the way each player did the BLJs did differ slightly, they all involved wall kicking all the way to the top, with Mario ending up to the left of the lift. Then they turned around and jumped back to the right into the lift to perform the BLJs. And the BLJ was essentially entirely relegated to single-level runs until only relatively recently, with the runner Parsi first trying it in full-game runs in mid-2024, with several other runners following his lead. And while some runners did manage to pull it off a few times, it wasn't until December when the legendary runner Ouija found a much more consistent setup. The setup seems pretty complex, at least from my simple mind, but this time it ends with a ledge grab and Mario ending up on the right side of the lift at the top. This ledge grab seems to have been first introduced by the runner Kano in mid-2024, and he seemed to have some pretty decent success with it. However, it took Ouija making some slight adjustments to make the full setup as consistent as it could be. There are a lot of moving parts here. It even uses music cues to time certain actions, which is part of the reason why the ledge grab makes things much more consistent, as you can use the music to begin Mario's climb, instead of just relying purely on feel. Suddenly, the Fire Sea BLJ went from a very inconsistent trick to something a great player could perform most of the time. According to Suigi, the greatest player ever, he could now do it around 70% of the time. And thus, of course, Suigi would begin attempts to use the BLJ with the new setup to break his own existing world records. And that wouldn't take long. On the 6th of March, Suigi would break his 1-star record by 1.5 seconds.
Yo, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god, it's the oldest PB I've ever beaten in my whole life. That's it! That's it! 656.
I'll be headed out when this Carl is over. It's nice to see Carl return to, like,
oh my god.
You know,
and I also have to point out,
content.
just look at how perfect his BLJs were leading up to the final Bowser stage.
People just wishing Carl well. That's what the comments are. Just like wish you and the family well.
And then on the 7th of March, the very next day, he would break his own 0-star world record by 1.5 seconds as well.
Oh, yes, dude! Oh my god, that was so fucking close. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god. Oh my god! The time was so fast, dude! What the hell is happening?
And again, the BLJs leading up to the final Bowser stage were absolutely perfect. As it
Not
stands,
the
Suiji
what?
is now 12 seconds ahead of second place in the 0-star category, which is absolutely mind-blowing. This is one of the biggest relative leads in a popular speedrunning game that I've ever seen. He basically just repeated his existing world records, but this time included the new strategy. So any hopes other players may have had of using the new BLJ to gain an edge on Suiji's existing records have been dashed. This trick can be used in the 16-star category, however, so as of right now, Suiji's amazing record there is a little bit more vulnerable unless he decides to go back and do it again with the Fire Sea BLJ included. But Suiji's 16-star record was one of the greatest runs in the history of speedrunning, so beating it, even with the new strategy, would be extremely difficult even for him. So where do we go from here? Are there any other places where a BLJ could be used to save time? Well, as it turns out, Fire Sea isn't the only Bowser stage where this type of strategy has been used. In the individual level speedrun for the first Bowser stage, Bowser in the Dark World, a BLJ is also used. This, on the other hand, is likely orders of magnitude more difficult. The first time a BLJ was ever used to achieve a new record in this level was back in 2019 by the runner Miko. And just by looks alone, you can already tell that this is a crazy strategy. This first successful run using the BLJ would remain the world record for almost 4 years, because no one could replicate it. Then it ended up being beaten in 2023 by Tag 609, and it was beaten by disregarding the BLJ entirely and instead using a different strategy later on in the stage. However, since then, the runners Xandri64 and Parsi have both used the BLJ to break the record multiple times, with Xandri64 now holding the top spot. The BLJ strategy on Bowser in the Dark World seems to save at least 5 seconds if done well, which is monstrous. And not only that, it's right at the very beginning of the run, which is perfect because you don't have to lose as much time trying it over and over again. So if any kind of reasonable setup is ever found, even if it is executed poorly, it would still make a huge difference. As of right now though, this strategy is purely individual level only. But I don't think it's going to be that way forever. I think at some point in the future, some crazy maniac will be able to pull this off in a full game run. It's just a matter of when. Though I think just the implementation of the BLJ in Fire Sea alone has probably inspired some runners to have a very long hard think about where other potential BLJs could be used elsewhere as well, even if it is just to save a second or two. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Y'all, I'm getting this next one. I'm getting the...
Hello, you absolute legends. Anyone who knows...
No, I'm getting a thingy. I would like to watch 23 more minutes of Carl. I will, but not with y'all. I wish I could, but I have to be up fairly early tomorrow. Ooh, I want this for the other character. Yep, I want that for later. Okay, let's not forget this is here. So, after this run, we're not getting much. I'm not doing the boss city. I can try to do the boss city boss. But my goal is to go down here and get little hobgoblin. Get a little hobgoblin. Little hippity hobgoblin. There we go. I almost went down the wrong way. I'm a loser. We want crits to regen our health. I fucked up. Little padding. Okay, now we need to extract. That was a good one to get. And let's see, we could go for a shrine. That would be like 120-ish. That would be very nice, very handy, very accessible. I know, right? Those were worth way less than just killing something. Here's a shrine. Luck. Hark, we found luck. Whole ass shrine. I'll get shit later. Yikes. That one's got nothing. Okay, exfil then. Just straight up to that exfil. I think the marker stays there till I return. If not, I can find them. I wish we had enough health to just like quite without worry take them on. That would be nice. We'll be able to recharge our shit at the end of this. That'll work. GG. Depending on how it's all put together. Oops, do I have a second? Okay. L1 is lots of little babbies to protect us. It turns them into ghosty zombies. We need that. A little waiting could have been nice. It's not even half charged. Oops. I like this weapon. It's quite quick. This game had me like all fucked up in Elden because the keys are way different. And even beyond that, it's like, sorry, the attack speed is way different. No complaints there. 10 out of 10 if you ask me, but that's it for us for the night. Let me see if we're gonna get anything, but outside of like procuring stuff, outside of getting things for the thing, blood for the blood god, water for the new king, outside of blood for the blood god and water for the new king, and more random ass SCP references, I think we're gonna like the board energy going up. Yeah, I like playing crit, especially earlier in the game. Crit's like real, like nice. It's very fun, very rewarding, very quick. Alright, thank y'all very much for letting me hang out. I appreciate having an outstanding day with outstanding people. Y'all, thank you immensely just for being you. Please have a safe night, have a lovely night, take care of yourselves. I'll be around if y'all want to say hello on the Discord, like, hi, be kind to each other. That's like about all I've got in me to ask for. Thank y'all immensely just for hanging. Please be well. Thank you for watching Carl with me. That was super fun. I can't rate on YouTube currently because I suck. But good night. I'm gonna go curl up in bed and like do loser shit. Like, just be cozy, you know? Just be cozy. Just be cozy mostly. Alright, night-night. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank y'all for hanging. I enjoy the outstanding company. Take care.